Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Avengers, Infinite Wars in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 56, Lost in the Jungle. When I was a boy, all I ever wanted to do was see the outside world. To explore and experience the life and cultures that it had to offer rather than being constrained to one place. Quarantined within a domed bubble, in a sense. I knew that there was so much more to see than just the borders of my country and the images and videos that cannot capture the feeling of experiencing places and events in person. Wakanda. My home. The most technologically advanced nation on the planet. The greatest kept secret on earth. The kingdom that I would one day stand upon as its ruler. Its king. But that would not be for some time. My father, King T'Chaka, has been ruling for many decades now and has held strong to our roots while also making us look towards the future. I hope to be able to be half the king that he was when my time comes. Though. It was he who dissuaded me in my endeavors of seeing the world as is. He told me of how the world outside was one of destruction and conflict. Baba told me the outside world bred war, violence, and hatred. It had nothing to truly offer Wakanda. And he was right. I saw the world for what it was. All the bad, and all the good. But rather than being dissuaded, I still felt that there was more to it than just what was shown to me. I always believed that if we have the ability to show the world to be better, we can if we want to. We just need to find the courage within ourselves to do so. People do not understand the lives of another who is not like them. Not unless they take that one crucial step. And then, by pure chance, I had found myself in New York with my father and sister in pursuit of an old foe of my people. It felt rather riveting to be exploring the city where the Avengers were first formed in fighting back an alien invasion. Seeing what had been happening in these last few years, an old nostalgic feeling of mine began to well up. The thought of exploration and experiencing something new. And I did, brief as it was. Made allies of local heroes whom I found admirable in their own ways. I just never would have imagined my sense of exploration would take me beyond my normal reality. T'Challa, Prince of Wakanda and holder of the mantle of Black Panther, stood before a roaring fire. Around him were bipedal walking carpets who all stared at the prince with curious and slightly mistrustful eyes. And this wasn't the only audience that he had. The prince stood upon a wide, elevated platform that was built into the tree, and surrounding this platform were multiple bridges and ladders that connected to other huts, homes, and walkways. It was a city built in the trees. A sight to behold even for a man who comes from a nation that was decades further in technology than the rest of his own home planet. The people who inhabited this place, they were quite tall, shaggy, and hairy above all else. Some seemed rather calm, pleasant and approachable. Others displayed a warrior's demeanor, though many still regarded him with a modicum of respect. These bipedal shag carpets were intelligent and appeared to know what he was in terms of his species. None of them acted shocked or surprised for that matter, just a simple intrigue in why he was here. It was bizarre to say the least. Thus far, they conveyed no sense of animosity or hostility, so that was a plus. They had even offered him meat of some kind that was cooked, and he thanked them for their hospitality. Now, if only he could. RRWWWGG. Rorgwagr. Just figure out what in Bast's name they were saying. To him, this was literally the hardest form of translation he can ever go through. The Wakandan prince knew how to understand and speak every known language on Earth, yet this was completely new to him. These humanoid bear-like creatures seemed to somehow understand him. Surprisingly, it appeared they understood every word out of his mouth. It was rather unfair as he didn't understand them. In a sad way, he greatly wished he was better at Pictionary, as it would greatly help him out here. Shuri always was better at it than him. She was more imaginative that way. Is there a way where we can communicate? T'Challa asked, having said this question several times now. The only answer he got were gruff growls that almost felt like they were telling him to just wait a second while they figured out a means in which to communicate to him. He was surprised when they started bringing out technology he did not recognize and began to work on it. Panther was well aware that this was alien technology, but at a first glance of this race, technology is not something one would assume them to be proficient at. T'Challa watched as two of these creatures fiddled with some kind of mechanical box, grunting and warbling to one another every now and then, Until he blinked slightly upon seeing a spark come from the box, and one of the creatures let out a roar of victory and held what looked to be some sort of microphone up. "Can you understand me?" spoke a distorted, robotic voice through the box. T'Challa blinked once more, mouth slightly dropping in astonishment. He was at a momentary loss for words until he found his voice. I. Yes, I can understand you." His amazement was evident to all. How did you do that? Better yet, how do you understand me? Galactic Basic is the universal language of the galaxy. The furry creature holding the mic answered. Even us Wookiees can all understand it. Those 2 sentences alone were enough to give T'Challa a slight headache as he realized his questions had just doubled. Galactic Basic? Galaxy? Wookiees? Where was he? Was he on Earth or another planet? And galaxy, was it his galaxy or another one entirely? Whatever it was, T'Challa really needed to sit down. But first, the prince placed a fist over his chest and bowed forward slightly. "I thank you for your hospitality and for treating me with such kindness, though you do not know me," he said. "My name is Prince T'Challa of Wakanda. I am in your debt." The one holding the mic warbled out a jovial-sounding response. "A pleasure to meet royalty," furry creature stated through the translator. "I am Rafwarren. Chieftain Tarfuel is away on a hunt at this time but shall return shortly. He will be able to answer more of your questions than we can." T'Challa inclined his head forward in gratitude once more. "Come." Rafwarren gestured for him to follow. "Let us find you a place to rest and talk further until the chieftain comes back." Sure enough, the prince was able to learn much of his present circumstances. To begin with, the species that he was meeting for the first time were known as the Wookiees, and the planet that they inhabited was called Kashyyyk. It was a dense jungle world filled with swamps and trees and an assortment of wildlife both hostile and non-hostile. When speaking of his home, neither of these Wookiees ever heard of planet Earth. They speculated it could reside in the unknown regions of this galaxy, which gave T'Challa some measure of hope. Fleeting hope, but hope nonetheless. They asked about the suit that he wore, and he explained to him that it was his panther suit that allowed him to do a measure of extraordinary abilities. Curious, the Wookiees were about to ask him to elaborate on it when a loud horn was heard echoing in the treetops. "The chieftain has returned," Rafwarren proclaimed and stood up, followed by the other Wookiee named Tulwar. The Wookiees had all gathered around a particularly large platform that seemed to be built atop the largest tree within the vicinity. The leader of these people, or perhaps clan, was of the taller sorts of their kind. He wore some more armor than most. He wore armor around his shoulders and chest. Coming down his head were a number of dreadlocks with beads keeping them together. His fur was a dark brown, though his eyes were a brighter shade of blue. This was Chieftain Tarfuel. And it appeared that he had already been notified of T'Challa's arrival, as he seemed to be expecting him. Tarfuel stood before all in attendance, head held high and proud as he looked down upon the smaller man. He was quickly given the translator box and spoke into the mic. "So you are the outsider that had been found by my kin?" "No, of my own volition, chieftain, I assure you," Black Panther stated. "How is it that you had come by here? Kashyyyk is a place that is not so easily breached by those who do not know it like we do. Where I come from, I was tracking a criminal to my people," T'Challa revealed, garnering whispers and murmurs from the Wookiees. "I was nearly successful with my comrades, but unforeseen circumstances caused me to wind up on your home. Is this criminal on this planet?" Tarfuel eyed the prince in an accusatory manner. T'Challa shook his head. "It appears no one I was with, friend and foe, has made it on this planet. That I am aware of at the very least." Tarfuel let out a series of barks and roars that conveyed for the Wookiees to seek out and see if any other non-native sentient species had made their way onto Kashyyyk without their knowledge. The Wookieee then turned back to the Wakandan prince and exhaled, crossing his arms and adopting a contemplative look. "How can we be sure you aren't lying?" T'Challa hummed and thought, trying to figure out what to say. "I would have to earn your trust and be sure to not ruin it. Can you keep such a promise?" A more determined expression arose upon the heir of Wakanda as he stepped forward. "High Chieftain Tarfuel, leader of the Wookieee people." Techola proclaimed aloud, garnering the attention of all present as he went down to one knee. I, Prince Techola of Wakanda, owe you and your people a debt of gratitude for taking me into your homes and treating me with a generosity and kindness few can match. Whatever it is you ask of me, I shall do all within my power to deliver. He heard the murmurings, warbles, barks and grunts of the Wookiees before they were all silenced by Tarful. If you truly mean that, Prince Techola, then know that a word to Wookiee is a sacred bond. One that is not taken lightly and not easily forgiven if broken. Techola found himself grinning. Then we are in agreement. My people share such beliefs and sentiments with their hearts and souls. It appeared that was the right thing to say as he saw a noticeable upturn in Tarful's expression. Then I welcome you, friend, to Kashyyyk. There was a resounding cheer as the Wookiees all put on a gracious welcome to the prince, who found their openness to be rather endearing and refreshing. Much as though he wished to enjoy such an experience, he was a man of his word. Not wanting to be a freeloader, as most people say back home, Techola put himself to work and assisted his hosts in a number of tasks. It was the least he could do. Besides, he does not want to unpay their actions by doing nothing. His parents taught him better than doing so. Thus began his many days with the people of Kashyyyk. Many tasks were presented before the prince, but he faced them all with a degree of determination that few could match. It came as a surprise to the Wookiees to see a human being able to keep pace with them so easily. From his speed to strength, Techola was able to find himself working comfortably among his new friends. The special herb of Wakanda was serving him well in this regard. He helped the fishermen procure a number of sea life. He hunted with the hunters. Fought and trained with warriors both in and out of his suit. Scaled the trees and connected the bridges. In a small sense, it was like he was back at home. Granted, there were no advanced cities on this planet like Wakanda, but that suited the prince just fine. The unique forested environment was enough for him. Throughout his time on Kashyyyk, Techola has been greatly intrigued and interested with its natives. While the Wookiees usually stick to their home planet, they are willing to venture out to the rest of the galaxy and do what they can to help themselves and others. He sees them living harmoniously with nature whilst also being incredibly technologically advanced, or tech-savvy at the very least. They reminded him of the Jabari tribe and how they refused Wakanda's advancements in technology. But now, if shown how the Wookiees live the way they do, perhaps the Jabari can become a part of Wakanda as they always should have been. The thought didn't fail in making the prince scoff derisively at such a notion. Easier said than done. The Jabari were founded at the same time as all the other tribes of Wakanda. They were as ancient and as stubborn as any and all of the other tribes of the Secret Kingdom. Their leader would be an especially hard man in convincing him to join with the rest of Wakanda, but Techola was anything if not determined. So he would have to wait and hope that one day he would be able to do just that. For now, he would have to make do with his current set of circumstances. While living with the Wookiee people, Techola was able to learn much of the present galaxy. There were millions of sentient species which spanned over hundreds of star systems. And presently there was a galactic war, the Republic vs the Separatists. It spanned practically the entire known galaxy and was entering into its second year. Made him wonder when the war will ever reach this world. He wasn't saying if in this case. It was due to him being a realist on this case. This planet wasn't Wakanda, which had highly advanced technology to help protect their borders. Sooner or later Kashyyyk's people will be drawn into the conflict. Yet rather than shirk themselves away from such a conflict, the Wookiees appeared ready for it should it come to their doorsteps. Even more, they were just as prepared to head out to war should the Republic ask them of this duty. It was so strange yet so refreshing to meet individuals willing to go out there to fight for a cause bigger than them. All these thoughts, these new memories, new information, all of it has been swimming around in the mind of the prince since getting here as he was still processing his situation. Grawayara. Techola arched his brow and looked over to Rafwarren, who was giving him an expectant look. What are you talking about? The prince asked in amusement. The Wookiee let out a few gruffs and snorts, pointing to his face. I do not brood. Techola said with a laugh, lightly swatting away the hand. This is called deep introspection. He got a warbling set of laughs in return. The prince rolled his eyes at his new tall friend but smirked all the same. He subconsciously reached up to one of his ears and his hand grazed over an earpiece he had on that he had created with the help of the Wookiees. It didn't take long for most, including him, to realize that hefting a translator box all over Kashyyyk would be a severe hassle. To counter this problem, Tarful instructed their best tech experts on how to deal with this matter, and T'Challa joined them in creating a shrunken-down version of the translator with an earpiece. Black Panther may not be as tech-savvy as his sister Shuri is, but he was no slouch in that department. Growing up around so much vibranium and advanced technology on top of being a member of the royal family exposed T'Challa to much knowledge that he will need to use for when the time calls upon it. This was one of those times. With some trial and error, a shrunken-down version of the translator was created and T'Challa was able to understand the Wookiees with no further hassle. It was still interesting to him as to how the translator managed to understand the language of the Wookiees, but translate was in its name after all. Shiri-Wook is what the native tongue of the Wookiees were called. There were other languages of course, but this was the primary dialect used by all of Wookiee kind. Tongue of the Tree People, it was called. "What can I do for you, my friend?" T'Challa asked, turning to the fur carpet that now stood next to him. "Grurora-wu." The prince tilted his head at that. "Life Day," he repeated, eliciting an excited nod out of the Wookieee. "What's that supposed to be?" Rafwarren went over a brief explanation as to what it was. "A celebration of life, you say?" Grey. Panther snorted. "I see your point. Rawarae." This was certainly a surprise. "Why invite me? I would have thought you would have kept it more personal between family." Rafwarren shook his head and let out a few grunts while patting Panther on the back. T'Challa only shook his head. "My deeds hardly count as much." The Wookieee scoffed in a dismissive manner. It was a silent message of, "They more than count." "Are you certain about this, my friend?" "Much as you may think I have done, I am still a newcomer to this land," T'Challa argued. "I do not wish to impose." Rafwarren would hear none of it, wrapping his long arms around the head of the prince and began messing his hair. "Raf," the prince complained. He managed to free himself of the Wookiee's grasp before tackling him down to the ground, with the two starting to wrestle against one another. If he wasn't used to the way they fought, then T'Challa would have lost these bouts more times than he could count. Being enhanced allowed him to fight on par in most times, beyond what many of the Wookiees were physically capable of. His strength, speed, agility, dexterity, and specifically his feline-esque way of fighting gave the prince a distinct advantage over most of the Wookiees. It was the more experienced ones that gave him a bit more trouble, as they have decades of experience on their side as well as their taller frame and reach. Their little wrestling match was broken up by the sound of an amused set of grunting laughs, and the duo looked up to see a number of Wookiees chuckling at them. Rafwarren let out a bark which T'Challa messed with his top hair. "You were about to lose and you know it." He shot back with Raf pouting and looking away, murmuring this to be false. The other Wookiees all gestured for them to get going as Life Day celebrations were about to commence. T'Challa was taken to one of the larger structures within the Wookieee city he was staying in and saw down below at the forest floor a number of raging fires. Now which one would he choose to rest by for the festivities? Entering the city, he observed the early celebrations or preparation for it as he occasionally made some light conversations. T'Challa sat in front of the fire with a content smile, watching the young Wookieee children run about, jumping and dancing while music played in the background. It was quaint, simple, and peaceful. Such a juxtaposition to the apparent war tearing its way through the galaxy as of now. He saw friends he had been making since his arrival here and food and gifts being exchanged from all around. This was also calm. Panther's eyes trailed over the roaring fire and he gazed upon the dancing flames. It was as if the flickering fire was dancing with the sound of the music itself, the sound of wood popping in unison with the fireworks going off in the background. Snap! T'Challa's ear twitched and he looked behind him at the illuminated yet darkened forest that surrounded the Wookieee city. He squinted for a second as he could have sworn he saw something moving in between the trees. For a very brief moment, the prince thought it was the local wildlife. T'Challa slowly turned back to the festivities when he froze at the sound of some rattling bushes. How naive such a thing that was. Not wanting to raise suspicion too soon, He carefully rose from his seat and didn't give himself away. Though it didn't mean he wasn't getting prepared for a surprise. T'Challa slowly began to back away from the fire and towards the tree line. His ears twitched as he heard movement, and it was moving away from him. They either were moving away from him or towards someone else. It appeared he went unnoticed by whatever it was that was hiding in the trees and shrubbery. And judging by the sound of it, there was more than one of them. He stepped into the jungle proper now and turned his head, his more enhanced eyes catching sight of several figures moving carefully through the trees and foliage. They were bipedal and not Wookiee. His panther habit activated and his suit materialized around him, the black and silver suit making him blend completely into the dark forest as the Wakandan moved carefully towards his targets. He silently leapt up into the trees, quickly scaling up one before jumping one from another in pursuit of these dark shadows. There were 4 that he counted. And they had now stopped. In lightning fast precision, his arm shot into the foliage and ensnared his prey like a panther. He heard a reptile-like yelp as he quickly yanked the being back and tossed him away from his cover. By the time this being crashed into a nearby tree, T'Challa was quick to rush forward and struck down another reptilian intruder. Whatever celebration took place quickly came to a halt when the Wookiees heard blaster fire. Several instantly took up bowcasters whilst a number of them were quick to volunteer to investigate this. The forest was silent other than the brief sound of a hissing scream that was silenced a moment later. All were tense and quiet as they awaited for whatever it was that was causing noise in the jungle to come out and face them. All tensed up at the sound of the soft rustling of leaves and thickets, and several Wookiees raised their weapons aimed at what they heard to be the main area of where the sounds were coming from. The tension then vanished upon all seeing T'Challa coming out and dragging a dead carcass by its leg. He walked towards the bonfire that many Wookiees surrounded and promptly deposited that which he had brought back with him. "Is this a part of Life Day celebration?" T'Challa asked in a low voice, looking over the dead lizard-like humanoid at his feet. A number of them all growled, snarled and nearly roared in pure fury and rage. Trandos hands. T'Challa said the name of the species to himself. What are they? Why are they here? He heard a number of the Wookiees speak and it was a bit of a jumbled mess for his earpiece to translate, but what he heard made his blood run cold. Bounty hunters. Poachers. Slavers. Though his face was covered, the rage radiating off Black Panther was palpable to say the least as he looked back down at the vermin he had just killed. Gentlemen. T'Challa's cold voice was heard by all. I believe it's time to hunt down some unwanted guests. The Wookiees around him let out bellowing roars of approval, arms and weapons raised overhead as they all turned to face the forest and quickly rushed right in. Branches and bushes shook as the people of the trees with the Crown Prince of Wakanda scaled up the tall trunks. They began jumping and vine swinging across the canopy with the Black Panther leading the charge against the Trandos Han invaders. After some time, they were able to find what they were looking for. Black Panther held a hand up, causing the company of Wookiees to stop as he crawled forward on the edge of a thick branch. It gave him the perfect vantage point to get a view on a line of vehicles that stuck out like a sore thumb on the jungle floors of Kashyyyk. It was a caravan of Trandos Han poachers and slavers. And around and in the many alien vehicles were dozens of captured and collared Wookiees. The prince clenched his fist tightly as he spotted a Trandos Han kicked a Wookieee child into a large cage and locked it a moment later. His eyes narrowed dangerously as he took stock of the situation. There were a multitude of cages, though he noticed a clear indication of division amongst those that had been captured. There were some of the larger and stronger Wookiees being chained on all limbs, neck, and head, whilst some just had glowing cuffs on. Raffi. T'Challa whispered, knowing his friend was by his side. Why divide them up like that? He heard the warbling answer and his initial cold blood began to run hot with a righteous fury. The Trandos Han caravan had divided up the Wookiees into 4 categories. One that would be sold off as slaves. One that would be tortured and skinned for their furs and hides. Some would be apparently taken to certain intellectuals in the galaxy to be used for experimentation. And the rest. Sport to be hunted. Now. The Crown Prince of Wakanda was a man who was not so easily riled up or angered, if he would say so himself. He was a man who seldom ever lost his composure and surrendered to rage. But in this instance, I shall go in first. T'Challa said. My suit design and coloring will make me virtually invisible. Rafwarren garbled out a counter. But this is your home. Panther rebuked. Thus, stealthily as they have behaved, these Trandos hands still expect the likely chance of encountering your people. The Wookiee let out a grumble of agreement as he shifted back slightly and waved a hand signal for the rest to be on standby. The Black Panther jumped forward just as the caravan began moving. He noticed that the area they were traveling towards was particularly hard to discern visibly with all the shadows and darkness of the night. It would serve as the perfect place for an ambush. He increased his pace and was quickly moving ahead of the Trandoshan invaders and situated himself high above the road the caravan was traveling down. T'Challa raised his hand and the vibranium suit around his wrist retracted back to reveal his Komoyo beads. He took them off and pressed down upon them. A purple ring lit up around the beads. Leaping from tree branch to tree branch, the Wakandan dropped the activated beads onto the transports. One by one, the electrical discharge deactivated the Trandoshan vehicles, causing a mild uproar from the poachers. A good number of them exited them to inspect the problem. They were quick to find the beads but had issues trying to remove them. It didn't take long for them to realize something was wrong. Defensive positions, hissed the group's leader. Vish, take 5 of your men and scout out the area. The Wookiees are likely near. As the majority of the Trandoshan poachers guarded their prizes, the instructed 6 went out to find any other Wookiees who may have found out about their operation. For about a minute, no one was able to find anything out of the ordinary. Vish was at the head of the group and had his men in a circular formation as they carefully walked through the dense jungle. They saw and heard nothing. Well, except for when a thud was heard from beside them. 5 lights quickly whipped around to find one of their own dead on the ground with a visible gash in his neck. The lights then went overhead to find the source of this, which revealed the Black Panther situated on the branches above. In rapid succession, T'Challa leapt down and ensnared a Trandoshan before swiftly tossing him into one of his companions. When they were down, the Wakandan punched another to send him flying to one of the transports a good distance away. The moment his body crashed into the craft, stealth finally ended. Blaster fire went off into the darkness, seeking to kill the ones disrupting the Trandoshan with their latest job. Yet their actions would not be enough to take down the Panther. Leaping onto a transport, T'Challa took out the gunner before performing a front flip to deliver an axe kick onto another. He swiped his claws through several Trandoshan blasters before going low to sweep the poachers off their feet. He was actually struck by blaster fire twice, but rather than him being sent hurtling back, being injured or killed, he barely flinched and went on with his attack. On his black suit where he had been struck was a glowing purple aura that radiated with absorbed kinetic energy. Kill him! The lead Trandoshan shrieked. Kill him, no hurk. The bipedal reptilian violently jolted and fell over dead at being shot at from behind. Amongst the chaos, the Wookiees came onto the scene and savagely attacked the Trandoshans. They were caught completely off guard and in a matter of seconds had been overwhelmed and beaten. Only 2 were still alive and were being held down by several very angry Wookiees. The only reason they were alive was Rafwarren letting out orders to take 1 or 2 alive. They needed to be questioned. Panther and several of the other Wookiees went about unlocking the constraints and cages that held the captured Kashyyyk natives. There were cries and cheers of relief, with many quickly taking the kids and getting them away from the caravan and to more secure and safer locations. A number of Wookiees made sure to take their time in going over to the prince and giving him their gratitude. He only nodded and spoke with the other Wookiees that had attacked with him as they made a quick sweep of the area. It appears that these were the only Trandoshans present on the planet. T'Challa's eyes narrowed slightly at the captured poachers who were being restrained in the same manner that they had used on the captured Wookiees. Though some had not realized it, the prince was quick to note that they said that they were the only ones on the planet. These Trandoshans had come here to poach and capture Wookiees, and that meant they had a means off this planet. The area they had attacked them in may be clear, but perhaps they were missing something. Raffi! T'Challa called out to his Wookieee friend. They came here with the intention of getting off your planet in one way, shape or form. The Wookieee gazed upon the Wakandan with a contemplative expression before a small look of realization dawned upon the hairy carpet's face. Greh. T'Challa nodded. Likely their way off Kashyyyk is somewhere down this path. Raffi nodded in agreement and let out a few grunts to some nearby Wookiees while gesturing down the path ahead. There were grunts of affirmation with a half-dozen Wookiees going down the path whilst the captured Wookiees were taken care of. It was tense, but a feeling of calmness fell over the liberated caravan since they were all safe and sound. Boom! The entire crowd jolted from the sound of an explosion going off not far from where they stood. All turned in time to see a ship flying up above the tall tree canopy and make a hasty retreat away from them and the planet. Black Panther snapped his head forward and ran in the direction where the 6 Wookiees Rafwarren sent out to scout. T'Challa ran into a small clearing to find several bodies strewn about on the ground. Several were Trandoshans but 4 were Wookiees. His fists clenched up and he looked around wildly when he spotted 2 Wookiees who were still alive. One was hovering over the other, who was propped up on a tree, nursing an injured leg. "Are you both all right?" T'Challa asked, making his presence known to the 2. The Wookiee tending to his injured brother grunted and warbled out a tired response, making Panther frown. He looked around the area and then up to the sky when he heard the sounds of rustling leaves and twigs being snapped by running Wookiees. T'Challa spotted Rafwarren with a number of others coming into the clearing and saw the bodies on the ground before seeing him and the other 2 Wookiees. The Wookieee the prince had gotten to know the most walked over to him and asked what had happened. The ship that was meant to take their haul off Kashyyyk was being guarded by a number of Trandoshans. T'Challa quickly explained. There were those inside and they escaped. Rafwarren growled slightly under his breath and looked to the skies. The Wookiee let out a scoffing grunt which Panther nodded to. "Yes, we must be ready." He felt a strong hand pat his shoulder and he glanced over at a grateful Wookiee who then turned to help the wounded get onto transports to the nearest village. T'Challa, for the time, simply remained where he stood and had his eyes trailing at the stars above. He had now thrust himself into a conflict that was not his own. This shall not go unpunished. Scene cut. In a ship orbiting a moon near the planet of Kashyyyk, a lone Trandoshan sat within the captain's chair situated in the center of this vessel's bridge. He idly tapped his sharp claws onto his armrest, no doubt agitated with his impatience. "Where are they?" he hissed for the umpteenth time. "They should be back by now." He looked over to several other Trandoshans, those within the bridge of the ship having either a greenish-yellow or sandy-brown tint to their scales. His gray scales lined with red stripes were a rather distinguishing feature unto himself, which added to his overall position as leader of this large band of poachers and slavers. Clack! The lead Trandoshan barked out. "Why have they not returned already?" A light sandy-brown Trandoshan responded. "I've been trying to get into contact with our men on the ground but no such luck." "Get them on the comms," the boss ordered aggressively. "I will not return to the huts empty-handed." Before Clack had a chance to respond, one of the other bipedal reptilians in the bridge spoke up. "Boss." The leader looked over to one of his crew. "Yes, what is it?" "I've located our scout ship. They're hailing us." "Put them on." The Trandoshan leader sat back in his chair as a hollow transmission of another clearly angered poacher appeared. "Pruske." The reptilian on the other end greeted with an aggravated scowl. "Zaf." Pruske said coolly. "Mind explaining as to what happened down on that flea-ridden swamp planet?" "The Wookiees." Zaf snarled. "They knew we were there. They attacked us, and if they were aware of us, likely our haul was intercepted and freed if we were attacked. Most, if not all of my men, they're gone." "What do you mean gone? What do you think?" "Either captured or most likely dead." "The Wookiees are formidable," Pruske said to himself. "That should not mean you come back empty-handed. We have done this 100 times before. Unfortunately I wasn't so fortunate this time around." Zaf shot back. Pruske sneered and let out a scoff. "And tell me, how was it that they became aware of our raid?" Zaf shook his head. "I don't know, boss, but I am not leaving until I skin a few Wookiees alive. They're going to pay for killing my men." The leader of this raiding party remained where he was and contemplated on what to do. His more feral and savage side demanded blood and retribution for these animals for daring to resist and fight back against his kind. But his level-headed and more rational side quickly beat that down into the corner of his mind. If they were to go back now, especially now, those overgrown carpets would be well aware and prepared for their return. No, he needed to rethink their approach and go in from a different angle and time. Get your hide back here now. Things are too hot down there after this screw-up. We'll come back at a later time. Zaf hissed in disgustment but had to comply with the order. The transmission blinked off, leaving Pruske to stew in this setback. Once Zaf returns, prepare for dash. Pruske. A Wookiee ship is coming for us as we speak. He sat up in an instant, standing a moment later and walking over to the Trandoshan that spoke up. What? He hissed. How? This was far too soon for the Wookiees to find them. It appears to be a transport vessel. The Trandoshan next to him commented. I don't care about that, I care as to why it's coming for us. Pruske nearly shouted, though he didn't give him a chance to answer. Zaf, intercept that ship now. Zaf didn't expect to hear his boss calling him back on short notice. He briefly thought it was just him changing his mind to resume the job. That wasn't the case at all. In truth, it was that the Wookiees somehow found them and were on their way for an attack. But a sick smile wormed its way onto his face. That just means fresh new merchandise is coming right to them on their doorstep. Who are they to deny such a thing? He soon received a notification that the Wookiee transport ship had been intercepted and captured. It was soon brought into the main hangar bay of Pruske's ship with a number of Trandoshans surrounding both vessels. Inside, Zaf stood with two other reptilians and was getting the door to the transport ship open. What's going on down there? What do you see? Pruske's voice chimed in through their comm links. The trio of Trandoshans responded as they had their blasters trailed upon the darkened corridor before them. Zaf shoved the Trandoshan to his left and gestured his gun towards the darkness. We'll cover you. The Trandoshan gave him an uncertain look, one matched by the other on Zaf's right side, but he complied nonetheless. He stepped into the Wookiee transport. There was nothing. What do you see? Zaf asked. He looked back at the reptilian when was violently pulled back, releasing a scream of terror that was silenced in an instant. Zaf and other Trandoshan fired off a number of bolts that slightly illuminated the dark ship, with the light of the blaster fire only briefly illuminating the body of their fallen comrade on the floor. An infuriated snarl later, Zaf walked forward with his finger squeezing down upon the trigger when the body of his subordinate was thrown at him. Blaster fire went off, and to those on the outside of the ship, all they heard was enraged yells that morphed into terrified screams. The hangar bay was now tense, with the large group of Trandoshans that had surrounded it having their weapons pointed at both ships. What's going on down there? Pruske's voice echoed from the speakers in the hangar. Why am I seeing you all just standing there? We're not getting any word from Zaf, boss. A green-tinted Trandoshan responded. We're dash. Crash. All jumped when they saw a metal pole of some kind burst through the window of the Wookiee transport. It sailed through the air and struck a light that was blown out in an instant, effectively darkening a portion of the hangar. There. A number of the bipedal reptilians converged around the Wookiee ship and began firing upon it, with several throwing thermal detonators into the ship. They all ran back as the Wookiee ship was blown apart, damaging the Trandoshan ship it was still attached to. You fools! Pruske yelled. Why would you use detonators inside our ship? Are you trying to get us all killed? A brief jolt of sheepishness befell those in the hangar that was promptly ended by a black figure with purple linings jumping out from the Wookiee ship. It slammed a fist down with all its might, and a purple energy dome of stored kinetic energy was unleashed upon them all. The Trandoshans were all sent flying about in the hangar bay as the figure who had arrived on the ship rose to its feet. Permission to come aboard? T'Challa said sarcastically, quickly pouncing upon the closest Trandoshan, who he grabbed and proceeded to throw into a wall. Kill that Slimo bastard! Blaster fire erupted once more as the poachers all tried gunning down the fast blur that was the Black Panther. T'Challa grabbed a rifle on the ground and chucked it like a spear at one of the reptilians. The sound of the butt of the rifle meeting the head of the Trandoshan echoed against the walls as the male keeled over and fell to the ground. Rage set in within the ranks of the Trandoshans as they let out a war cry and charged forward at the enhanced superhuman. They rained non-stop blaster fire upon the prince, yet what a few saw rather frightened them. It was the human in black that simply walked towards them with no sign of taking any damage from their blaster bolts other than several instances of him flinching and the glowing purple lines running up and down his body. The white eyes and sharpened claws didn't help in assuaging their fear. As soon as T'Challa got to the Trandos Han in the front, the energy-stored punch sent the poacher careening into the ceiling. And he didn't fall back down. Kill him! Kill him now! A Trandos Han yelled in fear with all the lizard-like humanoids using everything they had at their disposal. Panther went on the assault right there and then. He started with a spinning jump kick, his heel meeting the head of a Trandos Han, and as he landed, he grabbed the closest face and slammed it to the ground. T'Challa's head twitched to the side and he spun about and kicked a thermal detonator thrown at him back to its sender. All that was heard was a slight wheezing inhale from the Trandos Han before the detonator went off, killing those closest in the vicinity whilst the rest shielded their eyes or went for cover to avoid the explosion. Once everything settled down, the remaining reptilians looked up and... Where'd he go? One yelled. He was just here. No sooner was that said did several more lights in the hangar bay got destroyed by random items being thrown at them at high speeds. What's happening? The lights. He's taking out the GURK. What the? Where'd he GAH? Moment by moment, each of the Trandos Hands were swept away with a chilling scream before being silenced. As each one was defeated, anxiety and dread seemed to climb on the remaining members present. The reptilian alien whirled around and fired his blaster when hearing any subtle sound. His breathing became erratic as he didn't want to be the last one standing. Where are you? The slaver then heard a whisper right behind him. Here. A harsh yelp gave out before the Trandos Han was taken care of. And like that, the Trandos Hands in the hangar bay had all been taken care of. On the bridge, Pruske sat in his captain's chair, watching the camera footage with his jaw dropped and hands clenching the sides of his chairs to the point his clawed fingers were digging slightly into the metal. Whoever was attacking his men was no Wookiee. There was no way one of them could do the feats this person can do. Either they somehow got a mercenary to align with them, an experimental battle droid, or something worse fell into his lap. He's coming, Pruske. One of the Trandos Hands said grimly. I am well aware of that. Pruske snidely said, standing up from his seat and pulling out an old, rusted blade. Everyone, get your hides and gear. We've got company. All remaining Trandos Hands quickly pulled weapons out that either hung on their backs or were placed by their stations. The leader's eyes shifted about, counting a dozen of his kind left standing in the entirety of the ship. Pruske's sharpened teeth were tightly clenched against one another. How did this happen? He internally raged. Who is this Dashin Slamo? Nothing was heard other than the ambience of the ship's functions as the group of Trandos Hands awaited the arrival of their guest. The Wookiees. Pruske mentally said to himself. Those flea-ridden mongrels had something to do with this, I know it. Once this bastard gets up here, I'll be sure to return his head to those fools before I take them. Livestock and game should know their place. Whatever additional thoughts Pruske was going to have ended when they heard a light set of knocks upon the door to the bridge. All tensed up and held their weapons aloft in anticipation. Can you please let me in? Came the regal voice from the other side of the door. The Trandos Hands all paused, looking at one another in bewilderment, sharing similar thoughts along the lines of, is this for real? Hello. Knock. A light tap like before. Knock. Seems that if you won't let me in dash. Knock. This one was a bit harder than the last one. Knock. I'll just have to get in myself. Bang. The Trandos Hands all jolted back upon the force in which the invader applied against the door, causing it to visibly. Bang. The door was kicked out of its hinges and sailed directly into a Trandos Hand who was knocked out in an instant. Black Panther flipped in and above the entrance of the doorway and pushed off with his enhanced speed and strength to have his claws dig into the chest of the closest reptile he saw. Blaster fire went off to the intruder, who quickly maneuvered around to take down several slavers in a matter of seconds. Any that struck him was simply absorbed into his suit with a growing purple glow to it. Black Panther stood up, arms raised above his head, and brought them both down. The purple kinetic dome that exploded off of him sent all the remaining Trandos Hands into the walls of the bridge and they all collapsed, unconscious and unmoving. All save for one. The Prince of Wakanda turned his head towards a struggling gray-scaled Trandoshan who was trying to get his bearings together. He let out a single groan and slowly turned around with his eyes widening in abject fear of the man standing in the center of the room. Pruske scrambled up, ignoring his searing pain, in an attempt to flee the room only for T'Challa to jump forward and land right in front of the now terrified Trandoshan. Stay back," the reptilian said in fear, shakily raising a blaster pistol at the Wakandan who slowly began walking towards him. Many shots came out of the blaster. Some missed while more and more landed their mark when the panther came ever closer to his prey. Unfortunately for the Trandoshan, the ones that hit did nothing at all to end him at all. Clenching his fist, T'Challa reared it back before clocking the slaver across the face. The collected amount of kinetic energy his suit contained was unleashed. Not only did Pruske go into a state of unconsciousness but was sent flying and collided into a far-off wall. No doubt Pruske's toothy maw is severely broken, but other bones of his body from the second point of impact. T'Challa huffed to himself and looked around at the bridge to momentarily admire his handiwork. With a nod of his head, he walked over to the many consoles and stations of this ship and began seeing what was still working after his energy outburst. Let's see," he muttered to himself. "Ah, here we are." Click. "Raffi, are you there? I'm going to need a ride back to Kashyyyk." He heard the familiar grunts of his Wookiee friend a few seconds later, grunts and warbles of relief. "I come bearing gifts." Scene cut. His return to Kashyyyk was met with a slightly thunderous ovation, especially from the Wookiees he had helped in saving from a terrible fate. He passed along the Trandoshans that were still alive off to Chieftain Tarful before being dragged to a feast in his honor. It was quite entertaining to say the least, as several of the Wookiees who had gone along with him when he first detected the Trandoshans began to explain in a dramatic fashion as to how Panther ragdolled the poachers. This was the first time in a long time an occurrence such as this happened on Kashyyyk. Of slavers somehow bypassing their defenses to take most of their own, only for their return in a unique fashion. The actions of the Black Panther will surely be spoken for years to come. A number of weeks passed by for T'Challa during his stay on Kashyyyk. In that time, he had basically endeared himself to the Wookiee people and he in turn found them endearing as well. Friendly, loyal, fierce, and lovable, the Wookiees he had gotten to know had become fast friends to the prince, who found himself rather at peace in being here. Of course, even with this feeling of content, T'Challa knew it was not to last. He needed to find a way back home, back to his people, to his family. On top of that, he had long since figured that if he wound up here on another planet in a galaxy that may or may not be his own, there's the likely chance that Spider-Man and Daredevil were here as well. Somewhere out there in the stars. He could only wish they were safe and sound, just like he was. But then he learned of something astonishing. The Avengers were here in the galaxy and have been actively participating within the war that plagued the galaxy. The prince was beyond ecstatic now, as not only were Earth's mightiest heroes here, but in the news reports that were shown, T'Challa managed to spot the two heroes he was with in New York when he arrived here. Upon telling Rafwarren and Tarful of his connection to the Avengers, they promised to take him to Coruscant. He just didn't know at the time when they made their arrival, T'Challa's reunion with his earthly brethren would be through an unfortunate circumstance. But that was in the future, and this is now. Here he was, sitting by himself upon the edge of a balcony in one of Kashyyyk's jungle cities overlooking an absolutely breathtaking sight. He had found this place to be one of nostalgic comfort and fondness. A piece of home in a way with how it looks. The prince hummed to himself, smiling slightly while looking down at his hands. T'Challa fiddled with the translator earpiece that he had worn for so long since he first came here and laughed to himself. He was inspecting it on all sides when he felt a familiar presence sit down beside him. Gree. He put the translator earpiece away and hummed aloud to himself as he stared out at the horizon before them. The setting sun of Kashyyyk clashed with the overall green of the planet to create a cacophony of lights that he couldn't quite describe. It is beautiful, T'Challa admitted. It reminds me of home. Rawarwa. You'll see it one day, he promised. You and your tribe. I know I can't dissuade you, so I'll just promise you. When we get to Wakanda, I'll take you to the heights of Bashan Ga. That is the greatest place on earth to watch the sunset. Warren let out a snort of contentment as the two friends settled into a comfortable silence as they sat together and watched the sunset. Warrera. T'Challa snorted. Shuri? Well, she'll likely try to get you and your tribe modernized to be like the rest of Wakanda. Rawara. Raffi said with a shaking laugh. Greera. You and your people would probably get along great with the Jabari the most. Raffi tilted his head as a silent query as to why. They are much like you in a sense, though not in a manner of speaking. They choose to live in nature, isolating themselves but refusing to use the technological advancements that Wakanda has developed over its many centuries. T'Challa elaborated. But I believe you and your tribe can help in bringing them into Wakanda proper. Warren didn't verbally respond, instead placing a friendly hand upon the prince's shoulder. T'Challa looked over to him with a small smile and nod, which Raffi returned, and the two resumed gazing upon the sunset of Kashyyyk. Several more days passed as the Black Panther was now preparing to depart from the Wookiee home world, his hosts having upheld their promise to reunite him with his wayward comrades. Yet, the circumstances for the reunion was shaping up to be less than ideal. There was a sense of panic followed by a determined sense of duty that befell a number of Wookiees who were now all scrambling ships and were quickly departing. Chieftain, what is happening? T'Challa asked the dark-furred Wookiee whom he was walking beside at a quick rate. He let out a grunt as he shouldered a rifle, and the duo began running down a path that led to a platform that had a ship powering up for them. Coruscant. He repeated. The Republic capital? Why there? Raffi was standing at the entryway to the ship and, having heard T'Challa's question, answered it for him. Under attack. The Panther said in surprise. By who? Tarfuel disregarded as to the who and only said that one thing mattered. Getting to Coruscant as fast as possible to help the capital of the Republic. Warren let out a soft warble of an apology to his friend, knowing that this wasn't exactly what the prince had in mind for a reunion. T'Challa brushed it aside and simply told him that at times duty comes first. Him getting to meet with the Avengers and reunite with his other two comrades was just a convenient circumstance. Whatever the case may be, they all must help those on the planet of Coruscant from this sudden and apparently devastating attack. T'Challa only hoped that he wouldn't be too late. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 57, It requires Vis perspective. This wasn't Earth. Of that much he was certain. The synthetic being known as Vision stood in a barren wasteland that seemed to stretch on for miles all by himself. He frowned to himself and, without wasting a moment, utilized his comm systems to reach out to the other Avengers. Captain Rogers, are you there? Vision spoke aloud. Ms. Romanoff? Pietro. The artificial being paused for a moment. Wanda? Anybody? He was only met with static. Vision found himself frowning as he tried several more times only to be met with the same results. No response from anyone whatsoever. Perhaps it had to do with him being here. Wherever here was. Vision took a moment to briefly recount what had just happened prior to his sudden arrival here. He and the rest of the Avengers were on a mission to confront a base operated by Hydra. It was with their two newest members, Ant-Man and the Wasp. There was a giant robot that they destroyed. They found a large lab built inside a mountain. Within the Hydra base was an incomplete portal-looking gate of some kind that Mr. Lang has referred to as a Stargate. A spike of energy followed by the whole room whirring with activity, which ended with a flash of light that engulfed the whole team. And were we teleported away? Vision internally mused to himself. It was perhaps the only plausible explanation, because he was certain there wasn't any barren environment like this one that was near the village that Hydra had been operating out of. So, where was he then? Levitating up off the ground, Vision took to the skies and, after getting some good distance from where he stood, hovered in the air as he took in his surroundings. This land was strange to say the least. There were these unusual protrusions that looked like what Vision would describe to be plated corals. They were large and some shaped like a Christmas tree of sorts. Viz was at a bit of a loss as to what he should do right now, but after thinking about it for a moment, there was really only one priority in mind. Finding his teammates. So for a time, Vision flew through the air, occasionally landing in certain areas to inspect it and see if he were to find anything of use. He came up empty-handed for the most part, much to his slight frustration. Just where did that Hydra base send him? What kind of desert or quarry on Earth was this? Vision halted in his thoughts, landing on the ground with a contemplative expression. He looked around at the environment that seemed to stretch on from all sides. Being an artificial being, whilst he had the appearance of a human, Vision was still a machine to a degree. A highly advanced machine with human emotion and morality, but a machine nonetheless. And in being a machine, he was also a computer. A computer with the ability to process data in an instant. Vision closed his eyes and within the span of a few microseconds, reviewed the Earth and all the habitats that surrounded the globe. Sure, there were a number of deserts. But oversized, plated surface coral? There appeared to be none of that on Earth. He opened his eyes and was once more in a bit of pickle as he didn't know what to do exactly. Vision looked about and tried to pick a direction to go in. When the synthetic Avenger suddenly felt something peculiar. A scratch in his head was the closest he could describe the feeling. One which seemed to continue by each passing moment. He then felt a small pulse and in an instant had a hand up to the gem lodged within his forehead. The Mind Stone. Vision internally thought to himself. It's reacting to something, no, someone here that isn't that far off. Viz felt another nudge within the confines of his mind and he was rather perplexed as to what it was. He had never experienced something like this before, and wise as he may be, when it comes to feeling anything, he'd rather have it that the Avengers were present to help give him some pointers. He's already had more than enough of a few social snafus that made him look like a bit of a fool. Viz would rather have it if Wanda or Pietro were present, or any other Avenger for that matter. Maybe they would be able to help. The synthetic being shook his head as he felt that pressure, that nudge in his mind again. Vision spun about in the opposite direction to where he faced and stared off into the distance. Squinting his eyes a bit, Vision was able to make out a cluster of those surface coral trees. It was as if he was being drawn somewhere. A calling, perhaps. He could hear it, somehow. Maybe he could. "Hello," voiced the Vision. "Is someone there?" It seemed rather illogical. "I am." The former AI heard a whisper which seemed to come from all around. The Avenger exhaled shakily, eyes widening slightly. "Where are you?" Vision said softly. "Who are you?" "Come to me," the whisper said kindly. Lifting himself off the sandy ground again, Vision slowly flew through the air. He didn't know where he was exactly going, but he was following a certain pull from parts unknown. The closer he got to the source, the more he saw things out of the ordinary. For one, there were these unusual arachnid creatures roaming the dunes. They were large, bulbous, pale gray and had multiple black eyes. He did draw close to one of them for curiosity's sake in order to briefly study it further. In theory, these unusual arachnids would not attack unless provoked. The next species were harmless little critters which resembled crustaceans with snail-like shells. Nothing really extraordinary about them, aside from their alien appearance. The last resembled owls, but their species were rather unknown to him. Resuming on his airborne trek, Vision came across an assortment of rock formations where the peculiar feeling was strongest. And they all surrounded some sort of crater. He felt a tug to the area below him and he descended down to it. "This is the place," thought the former AI as he made his landing. "Hello? Are you here?" Vision was met with silence. There was no verbal or mental response, but the presence of whatever it was that reached out to him. It was here. He could feel it. "You called me here?" Vision said aloud. "I know you are here. I mean you no harm unless you prove to be hostile. If any of the other Avengers were here right about now, they would give him a teasing joke or a look of, 'Why would you say such a thing?' A moment later, the earth started to quake. It didn't seem like one Vision was familiar with. Hearing the sound of something shifting about behind him coupled with a large shadow looming over him, Vision spun about to face whatever it was that just appeared. A figure soon rose from some of the rock formations. In fact, some of the formations were a part of the being rising from the earth. The creature seemed simian in appearance as it was several stories high in terms of size. It had brown fur, tan skin, and had these coral-like protrusions off his body. Its eyes were white, almost to the point that they appeared to be milkish for a blind person. "Ah! You heard my call. Good. And the being's voice was booming, echoing, and felt old. Vision's curiosity and intrigue was completely captured as he stared at this being before him. He tentatively walked forward at a slow pace as he hoped he wouldn't startle this large creature. It has been some time since I had last spoken with a visitor to my home. The being's voice seemingly had a natural echo of sorts as he spoke. But to have such a guest come in such a fashion. This universe truly can still surprise me even after all this time. When you awoke me from my slumber, I certainly wasn't expecting someone like you to be here. I'm sorry. Vision said in clear bewilderment. But how was it that I awoke you? Did you have a means of detecting or being alerted to my arrival here? The large being nodded his head. Your power woke me from my deep slumber. It is like a violent storm in this quiet world. My power? What are you referring to? He lifted one of his large hands and pointed a finger right at the Avenger's forehead. You bear one of the 6 singularities of the universe. One of the 6 infinity stones. A truly dangerous item to be a part of your person. Vision blinked in surprise at such a revelation. You mean the Mind Stone? You know about it. And the other infinity stones. The being said, adopting a contemplative frown on the reconfirmation. So you know what the infinity stones are then? The knowledge of the 6 have been nearly lost in this galaxy for a very long time. Only very few still know of them on hand, let alone have encountered them. The being said as he leaned forward to get a better look at the yellow gem within the head of Vision. I haven't seen one in. I actually do not even recall the last time I saw one. Only that it was thousands upon thousands of years ago. Perhaps more so even. Interesting. Vision's eyes met with the larger being's. Who are you? You may refer to me as Bendu. And you are? I am known as Vision. Bendu arched a rocky brow. Vision, My name is peculiar, yes. I was once known as Jarvis until I became who you now see before you. And how come you came with your new name? Bendu inquired. Circumstances. The vague start led to an explanation. My brother, if one may refer to our relationship, sought to use this body for his own devices in harming the population of the world I come from. My body was to be used as his instrument, his vision for a better world. A world without life in it. So you sought to use your own vision to counter his own. My compatriots didn't want that to happen, thus they averted his goals from happening. I merely helped it along by occupying this body. After that, I changed. Everyone changes at some point in their existence. Mine was unforeseen. I still question it very often. Silence befell the two beings for a time. I take it you have questions. Many. Vision admitted in an instant. What are you really? How do you know of the Infinity Stones? What is this place? Is this Earth? Or? Bender raised a hand that halted Vision in his questions and gestured for him to take a seat. The duo settled down for a moment as Bendu made himself more comfortable. I know how much you wish to ask and there is much I myself would like to learn. The larger creature said patiently. But whilst you are different from most other beings I have encountered, it is best you take this time to better acquaint yourself with this place. I have a feeling that you may be here for a longer time than you might realize. Let us talk at night. I wish to slumber a bit more. I know this may come across as rude, but your sudden arrival has given me quite a headache through the force. I never felt anything like it. I'm sorry. Vision said awkwardly. All is forgiven. Benda said in a humored laugh, turning back to go over to where he was initially sleeping and settled back into his spot. Not knowing what to do, the former AI merely floated away to give the Benda some needed space. For hours on end, he thought of his present circumstances more while compiling a list of inquiries he sought resolutions for. The more he thought about it, the more Vision came to the conclusion that the Hydra base had teleported him away, not from Europe, but from Earth itself. Eventually, the sun of this place went down and nighttime set in. Bendu awoke from his slumber and saw Vision, floating in the air with his legs crossed, waiting for him patiently. Apologies. Bendu said straight away. I know that me going to sleep minutes after your arrival was rude. It's quite all right. I needed to figure out a number of things before we spoke again. I can imagine you have a long list of questions. Benda surmised. That would be putting it mildly. Vision remarked. But, the best way to begin is to simply ask this. Where am I? The larger being stroked the furry beard that he possessed and hummed to himself. I believe you should already know the answer to your first question. I would prefer it that it had a name. Vision calmly rebuked. Benda nodded after a moment of thought. This planet is called Atollan. It has been my home for some time now. Vision's shoulders slumped slightly. So this is not Earth then? His new acquaintance shook his head. It appears you came to this planet not of your own volition. No, that would seem to be the case. Vision muttered in a low voice. Bendu hummed aloud as he gazed upon the stone in Viz's head. Have you ever left your planet before? No, this would be a first for me. And yet you possess one of the Infinity Stones. The circumstances in how I got both the stone and this body are rather long and complicated. The Bendu snorted and moved to make himself more comfortable. I have nothing but time on my hands. And you have nowhere else to go as well. So it would seem. Vision said, more to himself than to the larger being. He was silent for a few seconds until he nodded. It is best that I start from the beginning. Thus he began his tale on how he came to be. From his beginnings as Tony Stark's AI companion, Jarvis, to how the Avengers formed to combat against Loki and his Chitauri forces. Eventually leading up to the conflict with retrieving Loki's scepter from a Hydra base where things spiraled downhill once retrieving it. His death upon Ultron to his rebirth while inadvertently sabotaging his brother/creator's vision for peace. The Avengers assembled once more to combat Ultron over at Sokovia before he went with his plan B with his city-sized meteor to wipe out all life on Earth. After hearing all that, Bendu opted to remain quiet for a time as he processed everything he had just heard. Your planet sounds as though conflict is never far behind. It is the nature of my world, unfortunately. Vision responded with a somber tone. Bendu waved him off. You must not feel a semblance of guilt on the matter, Vision. Conflict, clash of ideals, they are all universal concepts that dictate all sentient life in this galaxy. It is not a matter of if but when conflict rears its head. Such is the way of the force. Of life itself. Be that as it may, I worry that it has been escalating as of late. Vision said with a frown. The artificial being then looked up at Bendu with a curious gaze. I've answered some questions of yours. If you would not mind. By all means. Ask away. What exactly are you? I detect some sort of power and energy emanating off and around you, but it is difficult to discern. Tell me something, my new friend. Bendu said. Has your planet ever heard of something known as the Force? The inquisitive face directed at him was enough of an answer. The Force is what gives me shape, form, purpose and power. The large being said in a sage-like manner. It surrounds us, penetrates us, and binds everything together. Though there are places, territories where it doesn't reach. Voids, so to speak. A mystical, omnipresent energy. In an act of demonstration, the Bendu lifted a number of rock formations from nearby via levitation with a simple hand movement. The basics of those who are attuned to the Force to a simple, intermediate level. Bendu explained, setting the rocks down. Vision gazed upon the rock formations that were just in the air. That explains one question. But presents you with 100 more. The Bendu said with a knowing look. Understandable given to someone who has just been exposed to it. Vision simply nodded, knowing this to be true. Tell me then. Viz said. Tell me everything about the Force. Oh? And do you wish to learn about the Force? Yes. The Avenger said with open honesty. You know about this, his fingers grazed over the yellow gem. And this Force that you have has me curious. Perhaps, if I learn about it, I can use it to figure out more about what this is inside me and understand it. Maybe even learn to control it. Bendu leaned back slightly with a thoughtful expression. I can tell you much about the Force. The ancient being stated. But in terms of the Mind Stone. That is a different matter entirely. Then for now, let us start with that which you are most familiar with. Benda nodded and began at the beginning. The Force, or as it is truly known as the power cosmic, is an omnipresent energy field that exists all around us. Benda said like a theatrical storyteller. Thousands upon thousands of years ago, a group of interstellar and extragalactic travelers made their way into this galaxy. In an instant they recognized the potential this place had and began preparations for those who would be able to tap into the power cosmic. Who were these beings? The Bendu paused for a moment. Starborn, some called them. Ancient and foremost. The architects of all that you see. Though the name Celestials seemed to have been the one that stuck with them the most. Celestials. Vision repeated to himself in a low voice. Bendu nodded. Many believed them to be dead and gone, but I know better. Do you now? Vision tilted his head. Have you met them? The larger being inclined his head. Yes. There was a time where seeing them was a common occurrence. I take it that something changed. Viz stated more than he questioned. Indeed. Bendu's tone. I am unclear as to how it started or what started it, but in time, the Celestials made themselves scarce within this galaxy. Some departed of their own volition. Others simply died out in their own way. But there were a few that were killed off. Killed, you say? Something that many would believe to be impossible, but in a universe such as this one, nothing is impossible. After all, nothing is ever immortal. Even you. Even me. The synthetic Avenger was silent for a time with his arms crossed. Is there a possible reason why these Celestials haven't returned? He found himself asking. His new acquaintance shrugged. I have a few in mind. Some are theories. Like what? No longer finding use in studying this galaxy in its entirety. Bendu remarked in a plain voice. That certainly was an unusual answer. Pardon. They left after seeing everything in this galaxy from all four corners of it. The outer rim, the mid-rim, the deep core, that which has yet to be fully explored by those within. None of them bothered to return to see what changes occurred since their last appearance. The synthetic hummed, pondering a little on this factor. You mentioned that you once saw them as a common occurrence. Vision recalled. Yes, there was a time where seeing these beings of great power was an everyday sight for one such as myself. Most, if not all, had been weary of their presence and sought to stay away. But not you, I take it. Bender released a mirthful and tired chuckle that didn't fully convey the age that this being possessed. Like myself, they won't harm unless provoked. Though times can change and their actions differ now than then. What happened? Bender sighed. As they became less and less, the last Celestials I ever saw were individuals I would even consider to be my friends. They had a purpose to fulfill and it involved safeguarding the center of the galaxy. The foreboding tone set Vision on edge to a degree. As of now, only 3 have chosen to remain here. Bender revealed a moment later. Vision blinked upon hearing that. Truly? Yes. The larger of the 2 stated. For what purpose? Maintaining the balance of the Force, in their own fashion. Bendu's voice now sounded wry and slightly amused even. 3 of them, you say? Vision said, rubbing his chin in thought. There was a 4th at one point, who rose from her mortal coils and joined the 3. But she was exiled. Bendu said in an enigmatic manner. A 4th one? Viz said in surprise. One who went on to become a Celestial themselves. Bendu nodded. Indeed she did. But her ascension came at a cost. What did this person do? Sometimes those who find themselves going down the path to damnation start in just wanting to do good and right by those they care for. Bendu stated with his shoulders sagging. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Vision found himself blurting out, slightly surprising. Oh? Where did you hear that? A saying back on Earth. One that feels appropriate in this instance. The Avenger said, before he steered the conversation back to the topic from before. So you mentioned that she did something that was meant to be beneficial, yet it backfired. What was it that caused this event? This woman did something that changed her body and warped her mind into insanity. Bendu now held a grim visage. Drank from the font of power and bathed in the pool of knowledge. I take it such an action is highly discouraged. Vision surmised. She was not prepared. It led to her insanity and corruption, and in return, the three who she had grown to love as a family were forced to keep her locked away at the center of the galaxy. A penance for their own hubris and clashing sides of the Force. In order to be sure she stays locked away, the three would return to her prison when she sought to escape and battle her. This has continued, cycles upon cycles, in hopes of protecting all life. That wasn't ominous at all. That actually reminds me of a biblical story on Earth. Some interest was piqued on the Bendu's features, making Vision explain. The first humans, Adam and Eve, lived in paradise with no harm brought upon them, courtesy of God, their divine creator. Yet Eve was tempted by a serpent to partake the forbidden fruit from the tree of life. Once eating it, she got Adam to eat it as well. They were soon cast out from paradise because of it. Why is that? Asked the Bendu, who may already know the answer but asked anyway. The fruit of knowledge made them know the difference between good and evil, and, knowing good from evil, they were no longer in paradise. In Genesis, it states that God expelled them because he was scared that, having disobeyed him once, they'd disobey him again, they'd eat of the tree of life and live forever, like gods and becoming endless. And knowledge was considered by philosophers the first sin to corrupt innocence. Your story may apply to a number of things. And in some way, history repeats itself through different variables. The aged being stated. It's like poetry, you could say. It rhymes. Bendu laughed aloud. Now that is accurate. The two converse for a bit longer on the matter of the Celestials, the species that came after them such as the Qua and Rakata, until he brought up the Galactic Republic. And with it the well-known users of the Force called the Sith and the Jedi. Ah yes, the Jedi and the Sith. The ancient being said slowly. The light and the dark. The wielders of Ashla and Bogan. Those who came after the Dai Bendu and Jedai order. Dai Bendu. Vision said in confusion. Was this your order that you founded? Bendu shook his head. No. This was a name bestowed to me by those who were once a part of that ancient order as they aligned with what I am. The middle. The balance and harmony of the Force. Like in the center? Or in between? Vision guessed, garnering a wide grin out of the rocky creature. I am. And why would you say so? Because that is what the will of the Force tasks me to be as a manifestation. The will of the Force. Vision repeated. This energy field has a mind of its own. If it exists within all living beings, is what gives them life, why would it not? That's confusing. It is for those who first learn of this. Bendu then released a hearty chuckle. And don't get me started on their physical, manifested concepts. I'll take that into consideration. Vision mused. So, the Jedi and Sith, you mentioned they came after this Bendu Jedai order. Yes. The rocky-like being sighed. The old ways. The ways as it was once meant to be. Balance, harmony, working in tandem with the dark and the light. What happened to the order? Like all civilizations, they come and go and are inherited one way or another. Remnants adapt and change with the times in order to survive. Through many conflicts and schisms, the Jedai order fell apart and was reorganized into a new one. The Jedi. Vision answered, getting a nod out of the Bendu. And what of the Sith? The same, but through other extreme methods. Bendu stated. They were once brothers and sisters of the Jedi, but their adherence, no, their obsession with the dark side of the Force led to a great schism. Rather than destroying their rebellious kin, the Jedi chose to exile them and in return created their most enduring enemies to date. Without even realizing it, Vision blurted out a phrase that floated through his mind with a voice that belonged to someone far more sinister. Everyone creates the thing they dread. Vision said in a blank tone with Bendu humming in agreement. Yes, they do. How did they get the name of Sith? Vision abruptly asked. The Jedi I understand, but the Sith seem out of place. That's because they took on the name of Sith from an ancient species of the same name. Said people became extinct after some time the One Order was established. Bendu said. Vision was finding himself more and more engaged in this conversation as the two continued speaking on the matters of the galaxy's history, the Force, the Jedi, and the Sith. He learned of how the two opposing force wielders were responsible in the many wars and conflicts that abounded the galaxy following the schism that led to the creation of the Sith, and how the Force as of late has been a constant state of fluctuation. Philosophies within the two opposing force orders have changed with the passing eras. Like before, they adapt, yet they often lose sight of their roots through present beliefs. How is it that you are aware of all this, Bendu? Vision suddenly asked in the midst of this long-winded conversation. Are you a traveler? Nothing of that sort. Bendu said, waving his hand. With the Force, I am given a greater sight than most others. The Force flows through me and I through it, and have seen much of the galaxy in its time of war, change, stagnation, and near annihilation. Then, Vision reached up to his forehead. What do you know of this? Bendu gazed upon the glowing yellow gem with a conflicted look. There is much I can tell you, but even then it feels like it would only amount to so much. Bendu admitted. But for now, let us start with what you know of that which gave you life. Vision thought on this matter for a number of seconds as his all but brief existence flashed through his mind. When I first came into being, one of my teammates told me that this was an infinity stone. Vision said, fingers grazing over it. One of 6 with 4 having made themselves known in the galaxy. It was once in the possession of Thor's brother named Loki, who received it from a power stronger than his own. And the others? One, to my belief, is involved with a number of instances in Earth's history and was a part of how the Avengers first formed. It was called the Tesseract. Vision said. Another was connected to an incident with Thor once more, and it was something that was shapeless and formless, taking on whatever it wanted to be dependent on who the user was. And the fourth? I do not know. Thor only mentioned something of a fourth, but he departed on seeking answers in that matter. Bendu was silent on that matter, a frown marring his face as he found himself surprisingly conflicted on hearing that 4 of the 6 Infinity Stones have made themselves known to the universe. First is happenstance, second is coincidence, third is the enemy's action. Quoted Vision. What does that mean? It is a quote from a famous writer back on Earth. I see. And what of a fourth? A fourth? Vision grimaced. I fear a greater danger is at work. For the first time in a long time, Bendu felt a cold shiver go down his back when he heard those words. Wherein the Jedi and Sith had long since lost their higher connection to the power cosmic, Bendu never did. And he felt it. A shift within the fabric of the universe itself, with a dark warning of a catastrophe to come. His thought process was cut short when he heard Vision speaking again. Troubling times, I fear. The larger being nodded. Indeed, my friend. Troubling times indeed. Then I must know what this is. Vision said in a far more determined manner. This stone in my head, it may be one of the keys needed in countering what's to come. Whatever it may be. Pondering for several moments, the Bendu gave a response. It is my belief, in time through training, you may use a number of skills similar to the Force due to who and what you are. He stated. I believe through this training you will better understand that which resides within you and use it for when the time does come for it. Vision couldn't fight the wide, genuine smile he now held as Bendu lowered his head down to the synthetic being. I believe now is as good a time as any to start. The larger creature stated. Right now. Vision said in slight surprise. Bendu vigorously nodded. Yes, there is much to be done, and it appears you may be staying here for the foreseeable future. Nodding in understanding, the synthetic Avenger followed through and prepared himself for his lessons with his new mentor. So what shall I start with then? The simplest and most consistent practice of the Force. Meditation. Looking up at the sky in thought, Vision simply lifted his feet off the ground and crossed them Indian style while casually floating off the ground. Bendu chuckled at the sight with a shake of his head. And you have already displayed an ability many could only aspire to achieve in the later years of their lives. The Avenger chose not to comment or reply to this, only focusing on the lesson at hand. Now then, close your eyes. Bendu instructed, the being doing so himself. And concentrate. You may be a being of artificial creation, but power and energy flows within you. At its epicenter is the stone upon your head. Focus on it. Reach out and let the energy flow through your being. Vision closed his eyes and concentrated on the energy within the Mind Stone. It took him a few seconds, but soon he felt something. Within his mind, the visualization of the Mind Stone became clear and he saw energy floating around it. Good, good. Bendu's voice echoed in his mind. Now, grasp it and then, reach out to my presence. Following his new teacher's instructions, Vision reached out with its invisible tendrils and grasped onto the energy of the Mind Stone. Outside, the yellow gem started to shine. He felt a swell of power permeate through his entire being and he took a moment to grow accustomed to it. Soon enough, he found the presence of the Bendu. In the blink of an eye, Vision found himself getting pulled into some sort of mindscape that made it look as though he and Bendu were standing on nothing while floating through the cosmos. This is interesting. Indeed it is. His mentor remarked cheekily. Now then. Bendu gingerly raised his palm facing upwards and lightly twitched his fingers. Far before what we know to be our universe, there was an explosion of primordial energy that brought about everything we know today. Within the palm of Bendu's hand formed a galaxy. From this explosion, 6 elemental crystals were sent flying across the newly birthed universe. Vision observed 6 lights formed into concentrated ingots. Blue, purple, red, green, orange, and his own, yellow. These infinity stones each represent an aspect of our universe that is essential to its existence. Bendu lectured. Space, power, reality, time, soul, and mind. The Avenger gazed upon the stones in awe and wonder. In a flash of moments, Vision saw glimpses of what a number of the stones were like and how they were mistaken upon first glance. The tesseract broke apart to reveal the space stone kept from within. The same occurred with Loki's scepter for the Mind Stone. The reality stone was in a liquid state as it was momentarily kept within Dr. Jane Foster before Malekith. The other stones appeared in an orb presently kept by a corp of heroes, an amulet with mages or sorcerers, and the last was, unknown. Each of the stones swirled together as they came together to what was that? A glove? Gauntlet? And there was a figure, he couldn't quite make it out, but whoever it was that wore this object, he emanated great power. Not from an outer appearance, but from within. He wasn't the only one, as several others seemed to wield this gauntlet in their own fashion, but it happened so fast that it was hard to discern their details at all. But one thing was sure, that each was great in their own right. Vision opened his mouth, wanting to know just what he was looking at when. And, that is all I know. Vision uncharacteristically deflated upon hearing such an abrupt end to Bendu's explanation of the stones with the images around them vanishing. Shame, muttered the synthetic. Bendu let out a sheepish laugh. Yes, I know. It is rather disappointing on my lack of knowledge on something as important as this. I forgive you for that. My expectations seem to have been raised considerably throughout our discussion. Apologies once more. Bendu stated earnestly. I should have made my knowledge more clear. No, it's all right. Vision placated. Some knowledge is better than nothing. True. Bendu hummed aloud. But knowledge, if not taken in moderation, can be a curse. There are certain things that are better left in the unknown. For once a secret has been seen, it cannot be unseen. Vision gazed upon his teacher with a contemplative expression. The old creature seemed to be a fan of duality. One moment he is being wise and educational, another as a light-hearted individual who enjoys a good laugh, and just now, cryptic and enigmatic. A duality. Like the Force. You spoke of how a comrade of yours was aware of these infinity stones. The Bendu's voice echoed around the mental cosmic landscape. The image of a certain god of thunder soon formed, courtesy of Vision. Thor. Vision said aloud. He is not of my home world. An extraterrestrial being who has a vast degree of knowledge on the cosmos. More than most would expect. Bendu surmised. You told me he didn't have much time to explain about the stones. Vision inclined his head forward in confirmation. What did he manage to tell you at the very least? Excluding what you have already said prior. He spoke of how he saw them in well, Vision. How there is something greater at play than we realized. Vision said. But as to what that is? We don't know. It was the reason for his departure. Bendu gazed upon Vision with a conflicted expression. The large being grimaced a moment later. Then perhaps things are far more grim than I had realized. Apparently, in his words prior to his departure, these stones are nothing but trouble. Bendu shook his head. An object nor a power can make you good or evil. Though there have been items and instances where inanimate objects possessing wills of their own, at the end, the choice falls upon the user's shoulders. The temptation of power, forbidden knowledge, even the desire to do good can lead some down that path. The opposite applies as well. In the end, it is with one's intent with the object which decides which is which. I agree. Vision said. But it is who gets the stones that concerns me. Ultron, he wished to utilize the Mind Stone when he was first creating me. Loki used the Tesseract, the Space Stone, to open a gateway for an invasion, which I believe he must have had a benefactor to secure his army and his scepter, which contained the Mind Stone. Do you believe someone else will come for the stones? I fear it is inevitable. Vision said, countenance deadly serious. Quite the conflict you bear. Bendu murmured. Will you help when the time comes? The ancient creature before him paused and held a deep frown. I shall be honest with you, my friend. Bendu said in a grave fashion. I am the one in the middle for a reason. I am the unmoving rock in the river whose purpose is to be and not to interfere with that to come. I follow the will of the Force and only the Force. That doesn't answer my question. One can say that I must stay neutral in many conflicts. If I act, I must respond to both sides. And what of the other? Vision asked in challenge. Bendu exhaled tiredly, his form slumping slightly. He didn't say anything for a few moments when he began. There was a time where I did participate. Bendu said in a low voice. Long ago, when the galaxy was still in its infancy in its understanding of the Force. Suffice to say, it wasn't a pleasant ending. What happened? Mistakes that can't be undone. Vision didn't dwell any further on this topic. What can you do now then? Now. Bendu seemingly lost his prior demeanor and rose up slightly. Now begins your lessons, my friend. I may not have a chance to undo my mistakes, but at the very least I can help teach you in preventing repetition through your actions. Then let us begin. Scene cut. Time has come and gone for the synthetic Avenger. Learning much of the galaxy at large through the numerous species, systems, and histories. There wasn't that much difficulty in the repository of knowledge he received. Outside of his general learning, Vision did much to learn the ways of the Force, even if limited on a handful of details. Even if he can't truly wield it, he can make up for it with the Mind Stone. Meditation became his most common practice and application of the Force, or the infinite power cosmic that Bendu called it at times. Exercises through other Force abilities to see which suited him best were often performed on top of the philosophies with how each one fitted onto where. There was also the advent of trying to tap into the greater powers and mysteries within the Mind Stone, though that was proving to be difficult. Even if it was a part of him, just like with Wanda, Pietro, and Ultron, there was a gateway which prevented him from accessing it in its entirety. His internal systems told him that a number of months had passed by since his arrival on Italan, and it was now 2016. Vision had long since believed that if he somehow wound up on this planet somewhere in this galaxy, it was easy to assume that the rest of his friends and comrades had as well. The only questions which stemmed from this were the typical where are they and are they safe. All he could do was hope all was well. Currently, he was descending down from another foray into space. With him not being entirely flesh and bone and requiring oxygen to survive, Vision could leave this planet and exit through its stratosphere, let alone orbit, with no issue at all. He can head off and travel the stars on his own with no other assistance. Being made of vibranium and having an infinity stone helps. Yet there was a problem to this factor: he would literally forever to get to another planet. Without a starcraft, it would take months, perhaps years, in order for him to get from one planet towards another. He now really wished he had the Space Stone rather than the Mind Stone. It would help his means of travel on a considerable level. As his feet touched the ground, he was met with some of the local native wildlife of the planet. Gilbert, Vision said pleasantly, crouching down to pick up the native species of Dokma that he had befriended. How are you today? The snail-like creature chirped in happiness at seeing its larger friend as it was placed upon Vision's left shoulder when the Avenger's right shoulder was soon occupied by a convor. Archimedes. Vision said with a pleased smile. The owl-like creature ruffled his feathers as a sign of greeting as Vision began walking towards his current place of residence on the planet. If one were to look onto this moment, they would think Vision was going crazy in his own fashion. One wouldn't blame him, given he has been nearly isolated ever since being stranded on this desolate planet. The only company he has are the Bendu and the local fauna. He had to make friends with what he had. But what many also didn't know or see, so to speak, was the application of the Mind Stone Vision was utilizing on his two companions situated on his shoulders. Viz had developed a frequency of sorts that conveyed a sense of calm and friendliness to the wildlife of the planet, and in doing so had befriended these two creatures that now use him as a ride whenever he was around. It was hit and miss with the arachnid-like species, given their growth rate. Enough said. Bendu. Vision said aloud, walking down into the crater where the force creature resided. He heard the shifting of the ground and spotted Bendu rising up to turn and face him. Ah, Vision. Bendu greeted. I take it that dash. Another successful, pointless endeavor. Vision blandly said, Archimedes taking to the skies for a moment to fly over and land atop one of the many protrusions from Bendu's back. I have told you. And I didn't listen, despite my hopes and thoughts on the matter. Bendu chuckled. Machine, you may be a great deal of humanity has been instilled in you. I would like to think so, given those who created and influenced me. Vision spoke with a degree of pride. Besides, I had to at least give my chances a try once more. Bendu wagged his finger at the Avenger. Do or do not, there is no try. But how can things be done without an attempt? Once more, the two began to banter back and forth in amusement. This one topic had been a constant source of witty contention between the two beings to pass the time here on the planet. They only had one another to speak with after all. Atalan was rarely visited by anyone at all. There were no settlements for him to travel towards and get in touch with their systems to find out the present state of the galaxy at large. It had no intelligent life on it, outside of himself and the Bendu. Who knows when someone could come out of their way or stumble upon this planet. Vision could use the Mind Stone to reach out and contact someone telepathically, but he didn't know how far it could go. Even through this, it may be a rather long time before he could get in touch with just about anyone. All he could do was study, train, and expand his knowledge, like a hermit, sage, or monk of old. Eventually, the unusual duo ceased their bickering and now simply remained by one another silently as they watched the planet's sunset. They didn't say anything to one another as they felt there was no need to. Though their silence was not to last long, as Vision grimaced at the pulsing feeling, sound, and light of the Mind Stone. Oh? Something wrong. It's been like this for some time. Bendu nodded his head in understanding. Ultron, yes. Vision didn't respond, but his silence was more than enough of a confirmation. Ever since feeling him, my drive to find my comrades has increased. Upon learning his brother/creator was still alive through his connection with the Infinity Stone, a sense of dread filled the synthetic Avenger. And what else have you been feeling from the stone? Vision thought about it for a moment, and it didn't take long to get a mental image of Wanda. He muttered. And Pietro too. Though Wanda's had a stronger reaction than her brother. And why do you believe that is the case? Pietro has a connection to the Mind Stone, but it has always been more physical. It changed his anatomy, which granted him his enhanced physiology and speed. In my comrade's words, he acts before he thinks. The stone merely enhanced that to a degree. Vision recounted. Wanda, however, was the thinker and more level-headed of the two. The same applied upon her exposure to the stone. Yet how much she was exposed to its cosmic power, I am the foggiest on the changes. And how would you describe her gift of the Mind Stone? Focusing on the Infinity Stone, Vision projected several mental images for the Bendu to see through the Force. The red ethereal energies Wanda conjures and uses for her offensive and defensive capabilities. Not just that, but using them to help achieve flight and manipulate illusions in a person's psyche. My. Bendu said, tone cryptic. Quite powerful if I do say so myself. And like you, she has much left in development. Indeed she does. Vision remarked. I don't know if I told you this, but out of all of us, Wanda perhaps has the greatest potential power minus myself and Thor. Hulk has his raw strength and Mr. Stark his inequity. The rest of the Avengers all have their own abilities and skills, but Wanda, she's something special. In more ways than one, I take it. I don't follow. The chuckle the Force entity gave out seemed to unsettle him from confusion. Tell me, my friend, when you see those connected with you through the Mind Stone, what do you see them as? Vision frowned and thought about this. With Ultron, a pained existence that twisted its purpose into genocide. Whereas I wish to see life flourish, he views it as a sickness. Bendu only hummed as Vision went on. Pietro, unable and unwanted in restraints placed upon him. His speed and impulsiveness can be his greatest asset and downfall, but his heart in helping people always came above his own wants. Even his life. Viz vividly recalled the bullet holes that riddled the speedster's body, the shock and terror from the other Avengers, especially Wanda and surprisingly Clint. Brash, arrogant, and cocky as Pietro likes to show himself as, when the chips were down and he was needed most, he displayed the heart of a hero. A true hero. Something Clint, Steve, and the rest of the Avengers made sure he knew of. One of the few times he saw Pietro appearing bashful. Wanda, she is powerful and strong in many ways that don't involve her powers. Vision spoke softly now. She wishes to make sure her brother is safe as he does with her, and she wishes for redemption. Wanda believed that she was responsible for allowing Ultron to destroy her home and for nearly killing her brother. But I have seen her press forward with her head held high. Yet she bears this great grief and sorrow. One that seeks to constantly heal. He recalls one of the first handful of days back at the Avengers compound after they first defeated Ultron at Sokovia. The twins were still adjusting to their new lives after much hardship they had to endure. Checking up on her, he saw her watching a show she occasionally watches to help ease the pain. Yes, she nearly lost her brother in the recent conflict, which made her return to a state of depression Pietro had witnessed several times over. Thus Vision chatted with her as a means of comfort in bringing her out of her negative state of mind. He listened to her and gave the best advice he could give her with his new lease of life, of existence. It seemed to do the trick as she got better, hopefully. After that, things seemed to change depending on his perspective on her. After all, he was only a week old at the time. What do you truly see in her? I see, a wonderful human being. Vision said in a whisper. Grace in their failings. Indomitable will. Something truly beautiful. Bendu let out a wry chuckle. Did I say something funny? None of that sort. Vision opened his mouth to say something in response when he felt something from the Mind Stone. He thought he was imagining things. Vision. The synthetic android held up a hand as a gesture for him to get a moment. Scrunching up his face in concentration, Vision focused on the strange pulse that came from his head. I sensed something. No, someone. In fact, some people had finally come to this planet. Excitement oddly filled him, making him wonder who these people were and what their reasons were for coming to Attilan. He then heard a sound of a whirring thrusters far in the distance, and he whirled about to see a ship of some kind flying down from the atmosphere. Well now, be a good host, my friend, and greet our new guest. Bendu quipped, and Vision simply nodded and took off to the skies. He figured he was most likely out of sight, but he still hung back from the ship coming down to the planet's surface. It was alien in appearance then again. The thought itself was silly since he wasn't on Earth. As he drew closer to the ship and watched it land, Vision wondered what kind of people or sentient life he was about to encounter. Bendu made it clear that the sentient races of the galaxy, while all having their unique looks, stereotypes and specialties, were the same as any other human on Earth. If merchants, smugglers, politicians, or anything else remotely good came from this craft, he could perhaps negotiate a means for him to come aboard. He obviously didn't have any money, or credits as the currency goes here. He could perhaps work off some payment or something pertaining to his set of skills, within reason of course. Or he could be lucky they would let him come out of the goodness of their hearts. If unlikely things don't follow through, he could just phase himself into the cargo hold and merely hide until reaching the next inhabited planet. If they were pirates or slavers, he may have to be a bit more forceful in getting a ride. One way or another. Vision landed behind one of those large coral-like trees and phased through it with only his eyes being visible as he stood inside the trunk of the large fauna. He watched the ship land and an exit ramp came out from the back. 3 well-armored male humanoids walked down the ramp, all wearing helmets that had visors in the shape of the letter T. He continued observing them from afar and saw them remove their helmets to reveal them all to be human. If memory recall from his lessons, they were Mandalorians. Or perhaps people posing as them. Who's to say these days? You sure about this place, Dax? The one with the green accented armor spoke first. Positive. The one called Dax in the gray and silver responded, holding a book in his hands. Tabai and I coordinated with Mandalore, and one of the planets my ancestor and Ravan came to was this one. Come on, Fen, have some faith in us. The other green-armored Mandalorian said, lightly patting Fen on the back. It's not that I don't have faith, Tabai, it's just that I fear us being here. Being what? The Krina coming out and swarming us. Tabai said teasingly. You know what? Fen said with a roll of his eyes. The protectors should stay together right now, above all else. After that droid went and attacked the galaxy, the last thing that the Mandalorians need is further division. Droid. Vision thought to himself. That was the term used to describe mechanical/AI in this galaxy. From what Bendis spoke of, they were not fully sentient AI in comparison to creations like himself or Ultron. They were more like simple programs in terms of comparison rather than multifaceted beings. They spoke of a droid attacking the entire galaxy. That was rather troubling. Now how should he approach them? The Avenger could be upfront, but it may go either way depending on their response. Shooting from his sudden surprise is an option. Another being running back onto their ship, taking off and making things difficult. Or he could go with the more natural approach, instead of a desperate one. The droid. Vision mentally thought to himself, and with that, he made up his mind. Walking out from his cover, he approached them as his golden cape briefly fluttered against the coming breeze. Just when the Mandalorians were about to begin whatever task in coming here, one of them spotted him. Hello there. Vision spoke aloud, holding up both hands as a gesture of peace. The 3 Mandalorians tensed up and faced the Avenger. They saw that he had no weapons and opted not to reach for their own. Who are you? Identify yourself. Fen asked straight away, gaze sharp and at the ready. I mean you no harm, I assure you. Vision spoke calmly. I just wish to talk as gentlemen. Gentlemen. Fen repeated. Forgive me if I sound rude, but what even are you? Can't put down what species you are. I am a unique case. The android vaguely said. You may call me Vision. Vision. The trio said in sync. What kind of name is that? Tabai inquired. One given to me by people I trust. The Avenger stated. And who, might I ask, are all of you? I'm Fen Shisa. The blonde-haired Mandalorian said first. This is Tabai Dala and Dax Ordo. We're members of the Mandalorian Protectors. Protectors, you say? Vision said in intrigue. And what is that you protect? The old ways of our people. Dax said with pride. Those who can't do it themselves or whoever gives us a decent price. So not entirely honorable. Vision bluntly said, though the trio didn't take offense as they all shrugged. When credits are needed, they're needed. Fen plainly said. I see. Vision murmured. Now we'll be asking the questions. Said Tabai before he addressed the obvious question. What are you doing here? I've been stranded on this planet for some time. Did your ship crash or were you just dropped here? The latter. Vision remarked. Unforeseen circumstances beyond my control. He inspected the Avenger with a critical eye. How'd you keep your clothes all nice and tidy for this amount of time? Vision let out a small chuckle. Let's just say that these aren't exactly clothes. As the Mandalorian got closer, he noticed a number of other things about the person. You got synthetic implants or something? Quite a lot actually. Vision said honestly. What's with the cape? Tabai asked. A stylistic choice. Vision freely admitted, getting the Mandalorians to laugh. Weird choice. Coming from you 3. Said Vision, who eyed the little tattered capes hanging off their right shoulders. What, we don't look cool? Dax asked, looking down at himself. Hey, these are given to us as a rank. Tabai defended childishly. Fen chortled aloud. Tell me, is there a reason you three came to this planet? Vision asked them. I couldn't help but overhear you three searching for something. A look was shared with the three Mandalorians before Tabai questioned Vision. What's it to you? I may be of some help. I had explored this planet for quite a while, so I may know dash. We're looking for this. Dax said, turning the book he held and flipped it around for Vision to see. Ordo pointed at a skull of some kind with curved horns. This is the symbol of the mythosaur, the symbol of all Mandalorians. Oh, that. I actually came across that some weeks ago. Really? Tabai said with a glint of hope in his eyes. If you'd let me come aboard your vessel, I can quickly point you to the right directions from the air. Another shared look went between the Mandalorians. Can you take us there instead? Vision shrugged. Yes, follow me. The Mandos jolted back when Vision flew up without any sort of assistance. Do you guys see any jetpacks or boots? Fen asked in surprise. Nada. Is he a Jedi? Dax asked. He kinda feels like dash. Are you three coming? The sun shall be setting soon. Vision called out to them. The protectors shook off their stupor and used their jetpacks to follow after the Avenger. Eventually, he led them to a cavern within a crater that had a door of some kind. Opening the passageway, Vision guided the trio to where he found the skull during his past weeks exploring this planet. After several more minutes, he led them to a chamber filled with an assortment of items. It resembled a small trophy room or a cache of goods which collected dust for an unknown amount of time. This is it. Dax said excitedly, holding up a Beskar Vibra blade. Canderous Ordo and Ravan were here. This is what they left behind. I can't believe it was actually true. Fen said in disbelief as he was handed the knife. Mandalore the Preserver's dagger. I believe this little centerpiece is what you desire. Situated nearby the synthetic Avenger was a rather large skull. One which was all too familiar to Mandalorians through both their ancient sigil and history lessons. Fen, Dax, and Tabai immediately surrounded the skull and inspected it from all sides. Deciding to throw caution into the wind, Dax brought his fist down and broke the top of the skull. Lying within was another book that was encased in some sort of bindings that were quickly discarded. Dax flipped it open and inhaled sharply with a wide grin appearing a moment later. He looked over to Fen and Tabai, his eyes glimmering with excitement. In a weird way, Vision saw they now resembled giggly schoolboys with each passing second. So, you want off this rock, huh? Fen spoke now in a far more friendly manner. I very much would like to. Then consider this your payment. Dax said with a laugh, lightly slapping the Avenger on the back. You made this search way more easier. Granted, this large haul would take a long time for them to bring back to their ship. Was what most would say had it not been for Vision's help. To say that the Mandalorians were grateful would be an understatement. It didn't take long to empty out this bunker of its goods and double-checking nothing was left behind. Once everything was cleaned out, the Mandalorians were securing everything within their ship and cataloging them for their return. The Mandalore is gonna love this. Tabai proclaimed excitedly. We'll make sure to introduce you to him. Fen said to the Avenge. We Mandalorians take debts very seriously. We owe you much. I believe passage off this world shall suffice. And we believe that a simple ride isn't. Tabai declared. Come on, once you meet Mandalore Spar, we'll take ya wherever you want afterwards. I'll hold you to that. And with that, they stepped onto the entrance ramp to their ship when the Avenger paused and looked back out at the horizon of Atollan. Before leaving the planet's surface, Vision sent one last telepathic message with his mentor. I believe this is goodbye. For now, my friend. We shall see each other again. I'll put your lessons to good use. I'm counting on it. Be sure to visit as soon as you can, my friend. I have grown used to your company. Vision got himself seated behind Fen as the ship powered up. With a whoosh, the Mandalorian craft went into hyperspace, leaving the lethal sector. Soon, my friends. Thought the Avenger. Just wait a little longer. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 58, a lot red, or is Scarlet better? What was that? That overwhelming shockwave in the Force? It was unlike anything she had ever felt. She was still new to all this, but even as a beginner, she felt it. All of her older sisters and mentors did, as did the other initiates. There were whispers and murmurs going on all around her as she tried making sense of it all. Today was just like any other for the young Zabrak girl. She was awoken by one of the older women of her tribe and taken to the usual training grounds where she had been studying the special sorcery and magics of her people. This young Zabrak girl was a native of Dathomir and was a member of the fabled Night Sisters. And right now, said famous individuals were in heated discussion in the center of the tent that was serving as their instructional area. The rest of the younger initiates were off to the side whilst the young Zabrak girl known as Marin was slowly backing away, making herself discreet. "Mother. I felt it too, my child." Marin looked back to the other Night Sisters all speaking with one another before she ducked underneath her special hidey hole and ran out to find whatever caused this commotion. "Go. We must find this source before the other cove wears Marin." All activity stopped as the older Night Sisters immediately saw that one of their younger siblings was missing. "Marin!" One cried out in panic. "Marin! Find her now!" Mother Talzin shouted. "We do not know what it was that arrived on our home world, and we will not be taking any chances in risking our sisters." Whatever they felt was strong. It was powerful. It came literally out of nowhere. And it was on this planet. The leader of the coven feared what may happen if their enemies came across it. And she already imagined the consequences. In some remote location of Dathomir, a person stirred from their abrupt slumber. With a groggy groan, Wanda slowly rose from the earth hissed. She experienced several aches throughout her body. Some were obviously placed on her body with how sore they were. Her joints, back and, who was she kidding, everything was hurting right about now. And that included the throbbing headache she had right now. What happened? She asked aloud, though received no response. She opened her eyes only to recoil for a moment until the spots and blurriness cleared out. Upon gaining visual clarity of her surroundings, the newcomer to Dathomir had to blink a number of times to allow her eyes to digest it all. First thing to note, it was heavily red. Like someone put up a literal red filter on practically everything. When looking at the sky, she more or less understood why, as she saw a literal red sun through the broken clouded sky. Secondly, there were a lot of dead-looking trees, for the most part with a serious foreboding aura coming off them. Didn't help with this eerie red fog rolling off the natural environment. Scratch that, Wanda felt an uneasy feeling coming from everywhere. Wherever here was. Rubbing her head, Maximov slowly rose up to her feet but stumbled slightly. She got hit with a case of vertigo that was throwing her off. Luckily there was a nearby tree trunk she could use as a seat, and thus sat down while nursing her head. Wanda recalled what led up to, wherever she wound up at. A mission going to a Hydra base. Them coming across something ripped out of Stargate. Some schmuck activated it, perhaps a defense mechanism for intruders. And everyone was pulled right in. Where? Where is everyone? Pulling out her communicator, she started calling out to everyone. Cap? Cap, do you read me? No response. Nat? Sam? Scott? She listed them all off. Stark? Vision? Hope? Rhodey? Still no responses from any of them. She bit her lip as she tried for one last person. Pietro? Static was the answer she received. Dread filled her very being as her breathing started to become a tad rapid. She tried calming herself. She can't lose herself. It wasn't like it was the end of the world. Oh, who was she kidding? It practically was. She can't reach anyone at all. She was God knows where. Lastly, her panic attack was quickly ganging up on her. Needing a means to vent, she built up a portion of the power within her before letting it all out. A shockwave of scarlet energy blasted out from her, toppled several trees and cleared out the fog in its entirety. Better, said the Sokovian. Somewhat better. Least she could see more clearly now. It won't do her any good to just sit and stand around doing nothing. She needed to find someone, anyone, and assess the situation at hand. Trekking through the toppled forest for several minutes, she eventually came across a natural clearing where she saw the landscape at large. It was primarily a rocky mountainscape with a few rolling hills far down below. She spotted the hint of a murky swamp at a far distance, or what she perhaps believed. At another was another forest and seemed a bit more pleasant to look at as there seemed to be life over there instead of the decrepit dead ones nearby. Snap! Wanda spun about in an instant with her hands raised and her powers clear and present to be seen. Red energy swirled around and in between her fingers with her eyes aglow with the same scarlet energy. Her eyes looked around to find the source and was ready for what may come at her. Wanda wasn't going to let her guard down, given what hectic mess she got into. The Sokovian expected a number of things. Dangerous wildlife. Scary natives. This reminded her of a number of sci-fi and fantasy shows and films she watched in the past. Even alongside her brother when taking a break from her sitcoms and soap operas. What she did not expect was the head of a small child peeking out from behind a thick tree and gazing upon her with curiosity and nervousness. As soon as she saw the eyes, the child quickly retreated behind the tree with a small leap. Canceling her powers with a slightly shameful look, Wanda kept her hands up and tried to talk to the local. "Hey now!" she called out to the child behind the tree. "I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to startle you like that. I just heard something and thought." The child didn't say anything as the Sokovian slowly walked to her position. She rounded the tree trunk and saw the child, who was a young girl, looking up at her with fright, though her curiosity appeared to be overriding it. Taking a closer look, she was human in terms of appearance. But that was where similarities ended. Her skin was gray-skinned with faint gray birthmarks on her face and had white hair, perhaps platinum. And, were those horns beneath her hair? Hard to somewhat tell given the red sun overhead. They seemed to blend in so well. Who are you?" the girl asked suddenly, surprising the Avenger to a degree. She sounded a lot younger than she looked. "I'm Wanda. Wanda Maximoff," the Sokovian said with a kind smile. "And you are?" The little girl looked hesitant but eventually. "I'm Marin." "Marin," Wanda repeated, kneeling down to be at eye level with the young girl. "That's a pretty name you have there." The young girl blinked upon hearing that and found herself blushing bashfully. "Oh really?" Wanda nodded. "It fits with a pretty girl like yourself." The girl was somewhat eager now, yet still clung to the decrepit tree. "What are you doing out here?" Wanda asked softly. "Are you lost, Marin?" The young girl perked up on hearing that and shook her head. "Nope. I know my way around." "Do you now?" Marin moved her head up and down again. "Then could you perhaps show me around? I'm rather lost, and confused." "How?" Wanda bobbed her head about from side to side with a sheepish look. "Let's just say I did not come here intentionally," the red-garbed Avenger stated. "I don't even know how I got here. All I do know is that it wasn't by choice. So I'm in a bit of a bind." Marin hummed a little before adopting a realized expression. "I can take you to my family," she said, brightening up now. "They could help you." Wanda was a bit surprised to hear that. "Really? Really?" Nodding, she let Marin lead her. Wanda stayed close to the preteen girl as she didn't want to lose track of her as the fog started to become present once again. Her eyes occasionally scanned the surroundings so she and Marin wouldn't come across any dangers. As much as she'd put her trust in the little girl, the Sokovian didn't want to risk the chance. As they continued to trek through the red forest, Wanda occasionally grimaced as an unnatural feeling throughout her body. At first she thought it was her powers acting all wonky after her sudden arrival to this place. Yet when she actually took a moment to concentrate on why her power was acting like this, she was surprised that it was a reaction to this place as a whole. Her power was responding to the unusual air and energy that appeared to permeate everything around her. What was it? She had never felt anything like this other than her proximity to Pietro and Vision. And even then, there was a familiarity to it. This energy, this aura, and air, it was different to say the least. "I gotta say this now, but this place feels weird," Wanda blurted out. "Sometimes it does, Wanda. But it's home." Wanda wouldn't argue on that. Far back as she could remember, the war zone of her childhood was home. It was not a great environment to grow up in, but what choice did she, her brother and parents have? Luckily they were planning on moving out of that place and into a proper one. Unfortunately for her, things didn't go as expected, in the worst possible way. Eventually voices were heard in the air, making Wanda know they were coming closer to some form of civilization. Coming around a hill, Wanda and Marin eventually came to some sort of structure with temple-like designs. Over the elongated entrance was some carved face. There were statues being support beams. There were also these fleshy-looking sacks hanging off a number of trees. Wanda was curious in wanting to inspect them but chose not to. Looking at the locals, they were women who wore quite a lot of red which rivaled herself. They all shared similar traits as Marin with the gray skin and white/gray hair. Though she did spot a few other colors like purple and brown. It was a tad hard to depict it through the present environment. Though one question seemed to pop up, where were the men? Drawing ever closer, the women finally took notice of them and approached. Instead of a proper greeting, things diverged. In seconds, Wanda was surrounded by the women as they aimed curved swords and these weird bows with what looked like laser strings attached acting as the bowstring. A woman snuck up and grabbed Marin, who held her in a protective manner despite the young girl being. This made Wanda quickly know this was Marin's mother. The Avenger looked around and saw looks of suspicion and mistrust by all present save for a clearly confused and now concerned Marin. Wanda then heard footsteps and the group of women surrounding her parted slightly to allow another lady to join them, only this one was far more distinct in appearance. While a majority of the women were garbed in red with red vests and leggings, this female in front of her had a pointed hood with her mouth and nose covered. Only her eyes were visible and it shared many sentiments that were held by the other women here. "We don't like strangers," spoke the hooded woman. "Same here. But I assure you all I'm not here for a fight," said Wanda in a calm manner. "But I will if you test me." The hooded woman's eyes narrowed at the scarlet-garbed Avenger. "We do not take kindly to threats, young lady." Rather than verbally answering, Wanda raised both hands as a sign of showing she meant no harm but also to gesture to the women surrounding her armed with lethal weapons. "Who are you?" one of the women asked. "What are you doing here?" said another. She cleared her throat aloud as a means of silencing the women around her. "My name is Wanda Maximoff and I have no idea how I got here. All I want is answers." A number of them shared a look. "She needs our help." Marin suddenly spoke up, making all turn to her. Her mother lightly shushed her but her daughter appeared undeterred. "Wanda didn't come here intentionally," Marin argued. "She doesn't even, wait, do you know where you are?" Maximoff shrugged her shoulders and shook her head. "Couldn't tell ya even if I could." "See?" the young child persisted. "We can't turn away someone who needs help." The girl's mother clearly looked a bit conflicted. Marin dash. "She was nice to me," the daughter stated. "She would have attacked me if we first met." A few moments passed as some of these women spoke one after another. "You will follow us, Wanda. You will speak to Mother Talzin. She will decide your fate." The way they spoke made it seem like there wasn't really much Maximoff would be able to do in terms of arguing back. That and the fact that they still surrounded her with weapons, so she'd rather not strike up a fight right about now. "Yippee!" Wanda muttered out sarcastically. The women soon began all walking toward the temple-like structure. When she got closer to it, Wanda soon realized it was actually a mountain. There was an entrance to it with a set of statues on either side of the opening. Upon going inside, she found herself in a large cavern with running water, teal pools, and hanging green and yellow lanterns. Actual color aside from red," commented Wanda. "Don't get me wrong. I like a lot of things red, but it seemed too much outside." Normally she wouldn't be this quippy or snarky in terms of comments. But for the past few months, she spent her time around a lot of quip masters like Sam, Stark, Barton, Pietro and even Rhodey on occasion. Steve and Nat really had wry and sarcastic comments here and there but nothing too serious. And Vision was, well, he was Vision. But after Hope and especially Scott's induction into the team, it seemed the amount of joking and snarky comments tripled overnight. So naturally, some of that would rub off on her whether she liked it or not. After several minutes walking through the mountain village, the escort all but shoved the Sokovian into a large central building as she was brought into a meeting room. Eventually, Wanda was seated at a table with orange lights hanging around and from an orb at the piece of furniture's center. Before her in an adjacent manner was the woman known as Mother Talzin, or at least whom she assumed. She appeared to give off a regal and sage-like air with an underlying feeling of what could only be described as a hint of sinister intent. But for now it was of concern and curiosity. She was taller than the other women she saw earlier. She was no doubt bald underneath the shell-like head wrap. Her face markings were entirely black instead of the faint or solid gray from the others. She wore a silver headpiece attached to the shell. And her clothing was rather pointy and wavy. How was it waving about like that? Would you care for a drink? Talzin's voice broke through the silence. Wanda nodded as one of the women stationed in the room poured her a cup. Blowing on whatever the drink was, she took an experimental sip of what must have been some kind of tea and found it satisfying. Thank you. Talzin gazed upon the Avenger in an analytical manner, her eyes intense and filled with intrigue. I am Mother Talzin, leader of this clan of Night Sisters. Spoke the regal Dathomirian. Wanda Maximoff. She said in turn. Part of the Avengers. Avengers. My team. My friends. Wanda answered. We're a team who protect the world, though. Perhaps your world. Talzin said. I'm fairly certain none of my sisters or any of the other clans have ever heard of such a group. I can already guess that. The coven leader hummed as she sipped some tea. You caused quite the disturbance to my people, Ms. Maximoff. Not intentionally. Mother Talzin. Said the Sokovian, once quenching her dry throat. Don't mean to be rude, but do I refer to you with your full title or just Talzin? This earned a sharp look from the other women in the room. She could feel the glares being sent in her direction until Talzin waved them down. My full title and name is for formality and respect. I haven't been simply referred to by my given name for a very long time. The Night Sister clan leader said in a blunt manner. Since you are new here and depending on how this meeting goes, I shall tell you to refer to me as such for the duration of your time here. Noted. The two sat there in a moment of silence, eyes locked upon each other until the Avenger spoke first. Where am I exactly? Dathomir. Yes, but where is that exactly? Wanda stressed out. Where on earth am I? Earth. Talzin said in slight confusion. Why do you refer to the ground? I'm talking about the planet. Wanda said slowly. This planet's name is Dathomir. Talzin stated. If your planet is called Earth, I never heard of such a place. My planet. Wanda whispered, unsure as to what the Night Sister was referring to. Talzin gazed upon her in slight bewilderment. Is this your first time off your home world? Strange, I would have figured you would at least be aware of the rest of the galaxy. Did you come from an isolated planet? Wanda began breathing heavily and was looking around when she looked up at an opening in the mountainous ceiling above that showed the sky. And in said sky was not one or two but 4 moons rising into the night sky. The Avenger gasped when the reality of the situation finally hit her. This wasn't some kind of illusion or hallucination. This wasn't Earth. She was on another planet. That Hydra base and its weird gate structure sent her and the Avengers into space. Oh my god. Wanda's hands were on either side of her head. As Talzin was going to speak to her, she halted when she saw the scarlet energy starting to arise from this otherworldly visitor. The witch's eyes widened considerably, jaw falling slightly. Her reaction was shared by the other Night Sisters present as they gazed upon the scarlet-red energy surrounding the young woman. This power, she thought in realization. The one we felt. Ms. Maximoff. Talzin spoke aloud and sharply, cutting through the panic-stricken girl who looked up to see the woman rising up from her seat and walking over to her. Breath and control yourself. The elder of the two said in a calming fashion. It would not be best that you allow fear and panic to override your senses and consciousness. The words hit the Sokovian as she went through the breathing techniques to help quell her inner turmoil. After some moments, the energies died down and receded. Are you feeling better now? Define better. Wanda deadpanned, still panting slightly. Enough to know that there is much to discuss, yes. Most definitely. Then let us begin from the start for both our sakes. Talzin said, now seating herself to the chair to Wanda's immediate right. I feel that we may be here for some time. Hours passed as the two conversed. In that time, Wanda was able to get much from the exchange of information and vice versa. To formally begin with, Wanda was presently on the planet known as Dathomir in the Kalii sector. This was a planet with a long and storied history etched into the many mountains and holdings of the Night Sister clans on this world. Apparently they were practitioners of a form of magic unique to their kind and specialized in an aspect of something they call the dark side of the Force. If Wanda were being honest with herself, hearing dark side of whatever this force was supposed to be didn't exactly fill her a peace of mind. Interesting to listen to, don't get her wrong. But ominous all the same. Talzin brushed over some other topics such as mentions of a galactic republic and an apparent conflict they are currently having with a group called the Separatist. Growing up in a ravaged country like Sokovia, it wasn't hard for Wanda to put two and two together and surmise that there was an apparent war going on. The thought alone was mind-boggling for the young woman. A few months ago, she had received powers beyond her wildest dreams, fought alongside and against a killer robot in Earth's mightiest heroes, joined the Avengers, and now it appears she had been teleported to another planet, possibly even another galaxy that was at war. That whole thought process alone would have been enough to overload her senses and knock her out clean. God, Barton was right. This life really was a circus. Talzin went on to speak of the many covens and clans of the Night Sisters and other female Force users that inhabited Dathomir, such as her own sect to the ones who tamed rankers, whatever they were, to the Singing Mountain clan. Also the Night Sisters were witches. Not as a slur, but legitimate ones. How they performed their powers, their magics, was somewhat similar to how she uses her own. Instead of her scarlet red, they had neon or bright sickly green in terms of color. The witches of Dathomir, as they were called. Each clan specialized in a type of magic that they had developed on their own in the last few centuries. Perhaps millennia. A planet dominated by women. Wanda briefly recalled old legends of a Greek story involving an island full of women. She figures this would be a good analogy. It's just, you know, a planet. But there was one thing that came to mind that had been on Wanda's mind for a bit now. It had to do with the opposite gender. When asking about where the men were at, it led to an interesting discussion. Turns out men are considered second or perhaps third-class citizens in the plainest sense of the word. How they are treated varies from each of the Night Sister covens across the planet. Depending on their use and utility, some had better lifestyles than others. The one she presently resided at was better, apparently, in terms of their relationship with the other gender. Though in all honesty, everything Wanda was being told was taken with a grain of salt. Then it came time for Maximov to speak about herself. Now she figured that she would have to at least tell something of herself to the leader of this Dathomirian clan, given the unrestrained curiosity Talzin held both in her eyes and demeanor as she spoke to her. She figured after her little breakdown that came with a display of her powers, Talzin would undoubtedly want to know about her. But, her gut feeling told her to speak with the Night Mother candidly. To reveal enough but withhold information that may reap negative consequences. It also helped that her telepathic abilities picked up on the intent of the woman before her. She was surprised at her difficulty in reading it, but at the very least, the intent was felt. In the small lessons that she has had with Cap, Nat, and Clint in her time as an Avenger, they always spoke of how your gut knew you best. How it was able to discern a situation better than most. When in doubt, go with your gut. So for now, Wanda came to the conclusion that Talzin would need to earn her trust before she revealed all her cards. For the time being, only the basics would hopefully suffice. It apparently did, or at least Wanda believed so, as the Coven leader didn't demand any more than needed. A basic overview of who she was and what had happened to her up to this point. Her life in Sokovia with her brother, gaining powers, joining the Avengers and such. Nothing overly complicated, but the growing interest was evident in Talzin. Though it appeared that she had picked up on Wanda's reluctance to divulge anything further and surprised her by opting not to pry any further. Once that was all said and done, Talzin ordered a room to be prepared for Wanda. She was to stay as their guest for the time being, and she wished for her to be comfortable. Wanda didn't exactly rest all that well for the remainder of the night as her thoughts and worries plagued her. She tried quelling them by gazing at the starlit sky with the few moons currently present. All that was missing was a hot tasty beverage. The next few days swiftly came and went as Wanda had to start adjusting to her new environment. It was honestly just waking up, being taken to Talzin and her just spending the overall day with her. The days were composed of Talzin simply explaining the workings of her clan, its structure, its practices, the members, and the responsibilities that come with it. A number of times they simply stood on the sidelines and watched as the Night Sisters performed their tasks from either training to chores of sorts. Rinse and repeat. The only brief instances of the sudden monotony of her situation were at times broken by the young Night Sister she had first met since coming to Dathomir. She was determined to spend time and get to know Wanda, which was endearing to say the least. She did go outside of the Coven's home on occasion, with some people watching over her in case she tried doing anything funny. In a way, it was like she was at a prison with her given limitations. Fortunately for her today, one of her watchers was a sweet little girl. "Wanda, Wanda, Wanda," came the excited voice of Marin. The Avenger turned around, her lips upturning at the sight of the first Night Sister she had met bounding up to her. "Yes, Marin, what is it?" She greeted the young girl kindly. "I'm coming with you today," Marin happily declared, and soon Wanda found herself with a more genuine smile. "That sounds wonderful," Maximoff said with an earnest tint in her tone. "You will certainly have a sense of fresh air over the grouchy ones." This got a giggle from the Dathomirian child. "They're not all bad." Wanda chuckled lightly and couldn't help herself when she leaned down slightly and booped the young girl's nose. "Yes, but compared to you, most everyone is grouchy." Marin giggled once more and ran up to grab Wanda's hand and began pulling on it. Come on, I wanna show you dash." "Marin." A stern voice interrupted the girls' excited chatter. Both of them turned around to see. "Mom," Marin said brightly. The mother of Marin stood at the entryway into the village of the Night Sisters and gave her daughter a sweet smile. "Marin, my dear, would you be so kind as to give me a moment with Wanda here?" "Huh?" Marin tilted her head to the side in clear confusion. "It won't be for long, sweetheart, just a moment of her time is all," her mother assured her. Marin puffed her cheeks out slightly. "Don't keep her for too long then, Mom, I've been wanting to spend time with Wanda all day." "I promise you'll be able to shortly," the mother promised, patting her daughter on the head before lightly gesturing for her to wait off to the side out of earshot. Once Marin walked ahead of the two. "Tina," Wanda greeted politely enough. "What can I do for you?" "I believe it should be very obvious, Maximoff," Tina spoke, tone now much colder. "It appears that somehow the task of watching over you has fallen upon my daughter. Something I believe Mother Talzin planned on and one I am very much against. If you think I'm going to take advantage or hurt her, then you're worried for nothing," Wanda said in a slightly fierce manner. "What kind of Avenger would I be to harm children?" "Avenger? Is that supposed to mean something?" Tina said in an unimpressed manner. "It's the team I'm a part of," Wanda declared with a clear sense of pride. "That team are the protectors of the world I come from. We safeguard the world from any and all threats and keep the people safe. I would be caught dead before ever thinking of harming a child." Tina frowned before looking at her daughter, who was waiting patiently ahead with a bright smile on her face. She was clearly excited at the prospect of being Wanda's chaperone. Tina still didn't know why Mother Talzin allowed for this, nor why her daughter was so obsessed with spending time with Wanda. Still, she was not one to disobey a decree from her clan leader. And it was obvious to see just how excited Marin was in doing this, so she'd rather not take such excitement away from her sweet child. "I shall give you the benefit of doubt, Maximoff," Marin's mother tersely stated. "My daughter appears to have grown fond of you in your short time here, so for now, I shall give you a level of trust. Should you do anything that betrays the trust of my daughter or my sisters, then I hope you will be prepared for what's to come." Wanda stood proud and undeterred. "I'm already aware, Tina. And I am ready to face the consequences if any harm comes to your daughter. I swear to you on my life." That appeared to have the desired effect as Tina backed down with a satisfied look in her eyes. "Good. I leave her in your care then." No harm will befall her. Wanda promised, walking away from her to rejoin with a gleeful Marin, who grabbed her hand and began to pull her away. Come on. Tina heard her daughter say giddily. Slow down, Marin, was Wanda's response, laughing at the child's energy. Watching the two walk away from the village, Tina let out a sigh before turning back to go about her tasks for the day. She prayed for her daughter's safety and that the trust she's placing in the newcomer is not unwarranted. All the while, Marin was happily walking alongside Wanda whilst holding her hand, swinging it back and forth. It was an amusing sight for the Sokovian, to say the least. Out of all the Night Sisters she had met thus far, Marin has been the only one openly positive towards her. A majority of them have been guarded, neutral or negative. Nothing antagonistic or hostile, though it was clear to discern the mistrust directed at her. The only other person that treated her courteously was Mother Talzin, and it was easy for Wanda to figure out why. In the time since her arrival here, Talzin had spoken of the magic her clan possesses and the training and aptitude to this thing called the Force necessary to use it. But apparently, Wanda didn't have it, or at least, not in the way that Talzin understood it. The Night Sister clan leader spoke of how Wanda was a strange void in the Force, but at the same time a beacon in it. She was well aware of the power that she possessed and wanted to know more about it. Wanda was hesitant, of course, to show Talzin her powers, but after seeing what she was capable of, a new desire began to enter her mind. These witches utilized power that was similar to her own to a degree. Ever since she had first gotten these abilities, Wanda didn't really or fully know how to use or even understand her abilities. She always felt a bit strange and self-conscious about it, since it was her own power, yet she knew next to nothing about it. Only that she can control a form of red energy, can move things with her mind, create illusions, and throw spheres of energy. Since joining the Avengers, they had helped in developing and training her on how to gain a greater degree of aptitude over her ability. And she can confidently say she's gotten pretty good at it. But still, it was as if she were missing something. A core component of her powers that she didn't understand. Perhaps here, with these witches, Wanda can finally begin to get a grasp on the powers she has. Until then, all she could do was train and understand. Maybe she can pick up on a few pointers by watching. They don't seem to mind her just observing them. She was so engrossed in her thoughts that Wanda didn't realize that Marin had been guiding her to someplace this whole time. Wait, Marin. Wanda spoke up. Where exactly are we going? To my special place, she said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Your special place? Marin nodded her head. Yeah, no one knows about it other than me. Wanda smirked slightly at her excitement. If you say so. She continued following after the young Night Sister initiate until her ears picked up on the pitter-patter of another set of footsteps. From around a fallen tree trunk ran out another young girl around the same age as Marin. One Wanda had occasionally seen with Marin. Marin. Ilyana. Both girls ran towards each other and embraced each other in a giggling hug. It warmed Wanda's heart of seeing a good measure of light on this eerie world. Ilyana pulled away and her expression brightened upon seeing Maximov. Hey Wanda, she said with a wide smile. Hello Ilyana, how are you today? I finally got away from my chores. The young girl blurted out, eliciting a laugh out of both Wanda and Marin. But I didn't know you were going to come here today, Wanda. She was put in my care today. Marin said with a proud puff of her chest. Lucky. Wanda smirked slightly and flipped the hood Marin was wearing over her eyes. Hey. Marin threw the hood back with a pout. How that ever happened, I would never know, said the Sokovian. It was perhaps a test to see if she would harm the innocent of the clan. The opportunity can be quite tempting by many of running off and going elsewhere. But where could Wanda go? She slowly knew much of the dangers of this planet. The rancor, the enemy clans and covens, other forms of wildlife. Her powers could help fend them off, but for how long before she is hunted down for her actions and overwhelmed by opposing forces? For now Wanda had to suffice with her present company. Where exactly are we going? Wanda found herself asking, noting that she was fairly confident they had gotten a large measure of distance from the village of the Night Sisters. You'll see. The trio were walking up a small hill, and upon reaching the top, Wanda and Ilyana were brought to Marin's special place. Wanda blinked slightly when she saw what it was. Apparently it was a crash site where some transport was a piled heap of scrap metal. Judging on its present state, it was months old, perhaps longer. At one of the wings of the ship was a small fort of some kind made up of rocks, sticks, cloth and metal that may have been taken from within the ship. "What is this?" Wanda asked, walking behind the two girls going towards the crashed ship. Marin shrugged, looking back to the Avenger. "Me and Ilyana just found it here a while back," the young child stated. "We thought about telling Mother Talzin, but having this for ourselves is more fun," Ilyana proclaimed. Coming up to it, the Sokovian started to inspect it as Marin and Ilyana started to play around it as some makeshift fort. For some part of her, Wanda wondered if she could perhaps use any surviving technology to help reach out to the outside world. Not that she minded her hosts, but Wanda sought to find her comrades after being away from them for so long. Then again, the way Mother Talzin acted made it seem like she wasn't quite ready in letting Wanda go just yet. Upon entering the damaged craft, she saw the state of it all. It barely looked like it was being held together in an overall destroyed and incoherent mess. It was large for the most part and looked like a cross between a transport and conveyor ship. Storage lockers were haphazardly torn open with everything pilfered. Most, if not all, drawers and cabinets were empty as well. Basically everything of value and easily accessed were taken by the survivors. It would have looked worse if it didn't seem cleaned up. Something which she rationalized Marin and Ilyana were the cause of, so they wouldn't hurt themselves during their playtime. Exploring the ship a bit more, Wanda was soon standing within what was the cockpit since she spotted a number of chairs and controls for steering by the looks of it. Again, no corpses here. No bones, no nothing. Just dust and ruin. She walked up to the controls and her hands hovered over them and hesitantly, she pressed down upon one of the buttons. Nothing happened. Maximov proceeded to tentatively press several more, all to be met with the same response. Wanda scoffed and internally berated herself. It was moments like these that she wished she was as tech-savvy as her brother and her other teammates. She could not make heads or tails of how to operate any of this, let alone repair. She is still trying to understand the local, basic written language. Somehow Pietro got a grasp of it better than she did, and it was he who got to fly the Quinjet several times. And she's the one who could actually make herself fly. Maybe it was karma? She perhaps regrets not taking up on Scott's offer on the lessons. Perhaps she may use this wreckage as a place to get away from the Night Sisters and be by herself for some time. The Avenger then turned to the pilot's seat and gingerly placed her hand atop it with a contemplative expression. Wanda somewhat wondered what happened to the ship's previous occupants. They may have survived and went elsewhere after the crash. She didn't see any signs of corpses, unless Marin and Ilyana somehow dragged them out and gave them burials. Or it could have been the survivors who did the deed. She then thought about what happened afterwards. Were they found, taken prisoner and enslaved by other clans, or something worse? The sound of laughter from afar broke her out of her thoughts for a moment and her lips twitched upwards. Least the two girls were having fun. Her thoughts drifted back to that of the ship as she exited the cockpit and began walking towards the end of the ship. Passing by a number of destroyed and ransacked storage areas, she found herself standing in a room full of strange rocky tombs and metallic casings. These were certainly odd structures to be found here. They seemed so out of place when compared to the rest of the ship. Untouched and undamaged other than natural degradation. She heard of smugglers and pirates from Mother Talzin on what they often do for profit. Aside from spice trading and raiding respectively as examples, they often pilfered ancient ruins for anything of value and sell them to the highest bidder. But still, it raised a lot of questions, primarily being what was this ship, its purpose, the original owners, and what was it that they carried here. The many questions which roamed through her head were swiftly shoved away when she felt something odd. She found herself frozen, as if unsure as to what was happening. What was that? Maximov thought to herself. That feeling. Wanda took a second to concentrate on this passing sensation. It was a peculiar feeling for the Sokovian. It was as if she was being called upon. Pulled in a certain direction and manner. At first it seemed unfamiliar to her, but she paused on that thought. She had felt something like this once before. Wanda was sure of it. It only took a moment to remember where she had felt this sensation before. The last time this happened was when she was first granted these powers of hers by the Mind Stone at the Hydra base. It called out to her once presented to her. Its power was so bright, warm, and inviting. And within that power, that light, she saw something. No, someone within it, reached out and touched her. This feeling she presently felt was similar, yet different. It was hard to really explain it. But she felt not one source but two, yet they were at the very same spot. While one was somewhat warm, the other was quite cold. Looking around the storage area, Wanda spotted where this feeling was coming from. The source, came from behind some dented scrap metal with other tombs blocking it. Going over to it, Wanda inspected it on all sides and saw a red glow suddenly come from in between the cracks of the metal casing. A moment later, she saw a bluish-white come from the one right next to this one. Well, guess I have no choice now. Wanda internally said to herself, her curiosity piqued now. She tried prying it off by hand, but it seemed too wedged into the surrounding damage during the crash. The other looked no better. Okay then. Wanda remarked, taking a step back, calling forth her red energy in between her palms. She used her powers to rip away the covers of the casings to reveal a pair of objects. Both seemed rather similar in terms of design, with them being pyramid-shaped. Aside from that, there were etched markings along the metal pieces. That was where the similarities ended. One was bone white with black markings on the surface with steel for the borders. The other was orange-red with black metal for the borders. Wanda hummed in curiosity and wonder. Why did she feel such things from these, let alone how? There was some sort of energy to them, that was for sure, as she gazed upon the way they were radiating. Scratching her auburn locks, Wanda knew she'll be bringing these back with her, but it'll be annoying to carry them on hand. Her clothing had pockets, but the sharp edges of these small pyramids look as though they'd just tear through the fabric. Maybe there was something in this ship that she could use as a means of carrying these things. She took a moment to look around, though to no avail. Guess they'll have to be carried by hand. Making her way out of Marin's special place, she soon came across the two children. You two still having fun? Wanda asked, gaining both their attention. The duo nodded. Ilyana took notice of the objects in the Sokovian's hands. What did you find, Wanda? The girl asked, pointing at the two objects. Wanda held them up for them to be seen more clearly and shrugged. I have no idea what they are. Just that they were preserved or kept safe or something like that. Marin found herself squinting slightly at the two items. They kinda look familiar, she said in an unsure manner. An auburn brow rose in question. You know what these are? Marin walked up to Wanda to get a closer look at the pyramid-designed objects. Somewhat. I don't remember much from my lessons about these things, but I think they were called holocrons. Holocrons. Devices which store lessons inside, or sometimes maps. Marin clearly wasn't entirely certain. Lessons? You mean like knowledge? It's hard to really explain. I didn't get that far into those lessons. Maximoff gave the girl a sympathetic and understanding smile. Don't worry, it's hard for me to wrap my head around it all, said Wanda. So what are you gonna do with them? Ilyana asked, reaching out to grab one only for Wanda to keep it away from her in a mischievous manner. Hey. Finders keeper rules apply, Wanda quipped. Boo. The Sokovian merely blew a raspberry in response, though the two girls retaliated in an instant. The two parties continued this until they devolved into laughter. But what are you gonna do with them? Ilyana asked once more. Wanda hummed and thought, holding up both to inspect them. For now, they may just be decorations in my room. I could use better night lights. She then smirked a little as she used her powers to make them float. Or I can just play around with them to sate some boredom. Her action in levitating the two items seemed to have caused a reaction out of the holocrons. The objects started to pulse within the scarlet-red energy with a certain glow about them. A moment later, Wanda's power was suddenly sucked into and absorbed by the two, and they fell to the ground. This caused the girls to jolt back in surprise and shock. What did you do? Marin asked with a hint of fear. I don't know. Why are you blaming me for this? Because you were making them float. Ilyana pointed out. The girls watched as the two holocrons rattled about until the four-sided prisms opened up and let out the scarlet energy that they had absorbed. A swirl of power emanated from the pyramid objects. Sensing a foreboding feeling, Wanda quickly pulled the children behind her in case she may have done something unintentionally dangerous. Both girls felt a hint of fear now since Wanda reacted so defensively and peeked out from behind the Avenger as all three girls stared at the open holocrons. After several moments, nothing particularly harmful or threatening happened. Just wisps of energy coming out from the objects on the ground once they seemingly opened, somehow in some manner. Marin tilted her head further out to get a better look, but Wanda's protective instinct slightly pushed her back behind her for safety. She wasn't sure just yet whether or not what she had done was dangerous, so she was not taking any chances with two kids here. The area was now silent other than the sound of wildlife in the distance and the hum of power coming from the holocrons. A split second later, the three saw some things hovering above the floating holocrons. Two outlines, formless and unidentifiable, appeared until they started to take shape. Several moments go by until they see two translucent, ethereal blue women. Looking past this detail, they were human in appearance. The first looked like a Dathomirian woman with her stark white/gray skin, long ragged black hair and gray eyes. There were black markings across her face and there was a sense of controlled madness within her eyes as she hovered over the bone-white object. The other, who hovered over the orange-red object, wore a large robe which covered all of her features, except the lower half of her face. Her white hair did come out as low pigtails as they were kept together by strips of black cloth. And she seemed deathly pale on her skin tone. "At long last you have finally found my holocron," spoke the ethereal Dathomirian woman look-alike. The voice was serene and calm, yet there was a clear sinister undertone that she carried. Wanda didn't know what she was looking at, but she wasn't quite sure she was to trust it. Just as much as she trusts Mother Talzin, which is at an arm's length. "I have waited for someone like you." Wanda finally voiced some bit of confusion as to what this Dathomirian look-alike was referring to. "You were waiting for someone like me? Someone who has known anger, hate, and despair," clarified the ethereal being. "Well, that wasn't ominous at all." "Excuse me? Who are you?" Wanda hesitantly inquired. "I am Exozon," the Dathomir look-alike proclaimed with unrepentant pride. "I am among the first of the Dark Lords of the Sith. One of those who abandoned the Jedi to seek the darker path to the truth. For my brethren and I invented what it means to be Sith." Sith. Wanda recalled what Talzin told her of them. How they were the opposite of the Jedi. Though she spoke of them in a more negative light, the Jedi appeared to be the more positive of the two, though who knows for sure. The words of one differ from experiencing firsthand. Wanda slowly nodded before looking towards the ethereal, hooded woman who hadn't said a word quite yet since her appearance. "And who are you?" Exozon then turned to the other being with a curious look and voiced a question. "Yes, who are you?" "I am merely one of your distant inheritors, old founder," spoke the hooded woman before addressing the others. "You may refer to me as Darth Kreia. You two don't seem like simple lesson recordings." Wanda noted. "Are you both AI?" "AI," voiced the ethereal beings in sync. "Artificial intelligence. An advanced robotic program. You dare refer to me as a droid?" hissed Exozon. "The audacity of this dash." "Calm yourself, Dark Founder," Kreia said evenly. "It is clear that she doesn't know the advanced nature of our holocrons. I just found out about you two literally just now," Wanda admitted. "Did you now?" Exozon said, tone conveying clear surprise. "Then how is it that you managed to activate our holocrons? I doubt you have a connection to the Force." "You are right, I don't." Kreia blinked and stared intently at the Avenger and felt something off about her. Who are you? What are you? I have never felt anything like you before in my entire existence." The spirit of Exozon looked at her fellow Force spirit in confusion and reached out to the Scarlet Avenger only to find the same results. "You are a strange wound, no. A void," muttered the Dark Founder of the Sith in terms of describing Wanda. "A void in the Force. I have never felt anything like you before. Krea's eyes narrowed now. How did you activate our holocrons? Wanda was hesitant on answering, until she used her magical powers, said Marin. Maximoff looked down at the girl with a slightly annoyed expression. Marin realized her slip-up and gave her an apologetic look. Is that so, little one? Krea spoke in a softer tone towards the girl before finally taking notice of their surroundings. I see now. Dathomir. The dark side of the Force has always been strong here. What is this power the young one spoke of? Exozon rudely asked. None of your business, was Wanda's instinctual retort. Exozon found herself sneering at the Avenger. You dare dash. Okay, gonna shut you up now. Using her powers, she concentrated hard on the bone-white holocron. The Sith Lady's surprise was evident as the scarlet energy surrounded her, and a moment later, the prism sucked Exozon in and shut itself tightly. Krea gazed upon this with open wonder and intrigue. Well, that is rather interesting. So that was how you freed us. Maximoff was strangely not as annoyed with Krea's deduction of her than Exozon's outburst. Clearing her throat, she faced the Darth and spoke a bit more politely now. So about your earlier comment. How is it your holocrons differ? It's because our spirits reside within our devices. Oh well, that's fantastic. I'm speaking to literal ghosts. Who was she going to call to deal with these now? Well, with what she basically did moments ago, she basically became a ghostbuster. So she might have to rely on herself on this kind of situation. You have me at a disadvantage. We gave you our names, but not of yours or your little companions, spoke Darth Krea. Wanda looked to the two Dathomirian children clutching to her legs. I'm Wanda Maximoff. And these two are Marin and Ilyana. Greetings, Krea said formally. A true pleasure to meet unique individuals like yourselves. Though if I may, perhaps this may not be the best place to talk. Is there a place where we can speak in a more comfortable setting? Scene cut. Back at her present residency, Wanda sat on the chair as she had Krea's holocron reactivated to release the hooded Sith spirit. Next to her were an excited Marin and Ilyana, who had been sworn to not tell anyone what they had found and to keep it between them. Especially Mother Talzin. It wasn't hard considering she used the advent of the holocrons coming from their special secret place, therefore, the two Force items are extents of the secrets. The reasoning made sense to their childlike logic and went along with it. Though given how sensitive Mother Talzin is with the Force, the clan leader may learn of the holocrons in due time. She may already know of them and is just choosing not to say anything about it. The thought didn't exactly place comfort in Wanda's heart. Regardless, one holocron was already active and the other was lying on the floor, closed and unmoving. It is better that you bring her out, Krea suggested. Volatile and prideful she may be, this woman is the first of the Sith Lords. The knowledge she possesses is invaluable. With some reluctance and persuasion, Wanda opened up Exozon's holocron to release the Dathomirian Sith. Said woman hotly glared at the Sokovian and wanted to use Sith lightning to fry her alive. You will not do that again. Oh, I most certainly can, Wanda said, threatened, her hand glowing with scarlet energy. You say or do anything that annoys me or threatens them. Briefly glances at the two girl, you'll never get out of your little prison ever again. A hiss-like growl was all the response Wanda got before Darth Krea spoke up. Now then, let's begin from the start, the elderly-looking woman said. We know of one another's names but not of each other's situations. Tell me, Wanda Maximoff, how was it that you came across our holocrons? Last we were activated, we were within our tombs on Korriban. I don't know of this Kori place you speak of, but I found you in a crashed ship, Wanda responded. Both of you were in some kind of metal casing or holding of some kind. Maybe you were being transported or something. So you found us by accident? Exozon inquired in annoyed disbelief. Wanda shrugged her shoulders. Basically, yeah. Krea crossed her arms in deep contemplation. Smugglers are the most likely option on how we're not on Korriban. That planet was always a target for those who seek artifacts of riches. I still recall noticing a number of Sith suddenly departing from the world over the years. Maybe Wanda said. I don't really know. I'm new to all this. New to all, what? Kreia inquired. Everything. Wanda exclaimed, throwing her arms in the air. In just about a few weeks, I've been on this galaxy, let alone planet. So you have no intention of utilizing the knowledge that we possess for your own gain? Exozon asked, as if believing it to be a trick of some kind. Why would I want any of that? Wanda retorted in confusion. I didn't even know about you guys a few days ago. I've only been here for a few weeks in this galaxy. Truly. Kreia spoke with a clear sense of growing interest. Fascinating, you are truly fascinating. Wanda was a bit put off by the comment, but it didn't make her entirely uncomfortable. Just the way Kreia spoke was strange. There was almost a strange reverence in the way she addressed her. Exozon then recalled something Wanda spoke a moment ago. What do you mean by being here for a few weeks in this galaxy? It's complicated. Kreia gestured for her to explain. Enlighten us. Wanda was unsure about this, but when she saw the expectant expressions of Ilyana and Marin, she caved in. For the next long while, a similar conversation with how Wanda conversed with Mother Talzin took place. But instead of a straight-up exchange of information over a span of several days, it was basically condensed to a degree. Her life on Earth, how she obtained her powers, through a magic rock, in which she wasn't going to reveal was the Mind Stone quite yet, and her becoming an Avenger. A number of missions were spoken of her heroic feats alongside her brother and their companions all up to that dreadful day at the Hydra base with their Stargate. Suffice to say, Wanda's story was entertaining for the two children present. You're a superhero, Wanda? Marin asked in awe, looking up at her newest friend in adoration now. Feh. Exozon spat in disgust. What a waste of time. Yes. Wanda drawled, hands alight with her power. Preventing the extinction of all life is a waste of time, as you say. Do you need another timeout? Exozon glared heatedly at the Avenger, with Maximoff not back down from her gaze. As entertaining that may be to see once again, Wanda, I'd rather not prolong my request of having Exozon being here. Kreia said in a patient manner. And why is that, Lady Kreia? Ilyana asked quietly. Kreia smiled slightly at the young Night Sister before facing Wanda. Tell me, Ms. Maximoff, what do you know of the Sith Order? Asked Kreia. Since finding the two holocrons, Wanda had taken the time to learn what she was able to from the Night Sisters about the Sith and the Jedi, even if it's a crash course. It's more of a religion which clashes with the Jedi due to a disagreement of philosophies over the past millennia. Which is true, but it's far more than that. In a sense, it pertains to our will. Wanda blinked upon hearing Exozon's response. Your will. Kreia gave an explanation. Every member of the dark side sees it differently based on their experience in life. Each Sith has their own belief in the core philosophy, like one's view on passion, for example. The same goes for Masters of the Sith. Exozon nodded in agreement with one of her distant inheritors. We have our own view on how a Sith should be. Such as myself, who thinks of it as a way to break free from the lie of peace. Like the last line of our code says, the Force shall set me free. Shall set you free? What does that even mean? Wanda asked in confusion. To understand the Sith doctrine, let us first instruct you of the Jedi doctrine as well. Kreia stated. These are the tenets that make up the code that governs our counterparts. There is no emotion, there is peace. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no passion, there is serenity. There is no chaos, there is harmony. There is no death, there is the Force. That didn't make any sense to me. Wanda truthfully stated. What do you make of it? Kreia asked. Of what? The code. Wanda rubbed the back of her head in thought. I'm not sure what it is. Exozon sighed before quoting the code she and her fellow founders created all those millennia ago. The Sith code is as follows: peace is a lie, there is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. The Force shall free me. Again, I'm not entirely sure what you guys are talking about. Wanda said. This all sounds very spiritual and philosophical. Kreia hummed at that comment. You are right to a degree. Most of what we spout to those who are uninformed comes across as drabble and needless preaching. Often why both sides of the force have clashed due to ideology. There have been wars fought over more and less than that. Wanda found herself blurting out. There have, but they are often viewed as insignificant over the greater conflict. Now what does this have to do with your will as stated earlier? Our will is our own self-imposed doctrines and interpretations of the force. To be mastered for ourselves until it is time for others to take up its cause. Essentially, it's one of the reasons why we take on apprentices, to pass on our view and thinking, practically our will. Spoke the hooded Sith ghost. Having an apprentice is a helpful method to help the masters reach their dream, and it also guarantees that the Sith Order will survive in the future. But as you can see, both of us are ghosts. So that may not be entirely the case. Basically you're grasping at straws right now. Guessed Wanda. You are not wrong on the matter. Kreia said simply. There is only one goal left for us, ensuring the Sith Order survives. Exozon said in a grandiose fashion. Not only that it survives but survives in our respective vision and that our will shall pass on to the new generation. So that the particular view of the Sith will be triumphant. There is also a dependency on if the backstabbing, self-destructive nature of the Sith finally ends. Kreia added in. Though given my last few apprentices, I highly doubt the trend faded and ended. At the beginning, Wanda can understand the concept of legacy. It is what one desires to live on after they die. To carry on the family name, a thought, an idea, etc. It helps show one's duty on the memory of their predecessor that they did right in being their inheritor. Wanda may not exactly understand it now, but she may if she takes a student of her own. Or beyond that, having a family. Only through them will her memory live on beyond death. She thought of Tony Stark with how he was basically changing the Stark legacy. Originally with his father Howard starting Stark Industries, it was a weapons manufacturer. Tony carried it on once becoming CEO, but after his run-in with the Ten Rings at Afghanistan, he decided to change the Stark legacy into something far more than something which harmed innocent lives. For Tony became the Iron Avenger and is an iconic hero all of Earth knows. At the present, a ray of hope would shine through the taint of that company's history. But who knows what may happen in later generations if it'll return to a weapons manufacturer or remain as it is today. The Sokovian then thought of what Kreia stated just now. What do you mean by backstabbing? I'm being literal on this, Wanda Maximoff. Said the hooded Sith. One way or another, many betray their masters in order to become stronger. Indeed. Often to dominate one's will over the other, you must destroy the other in its entirety. Root out all that you do not want and make your own will to manifest and live on. In doing so, you must kill all who are against you. Kill the masters, kill the apprentices, kill the agents, kill the slaves, kill even the children. Exozon said. To be a Sith is to be one who will want only more power. Power unto themselves and no one other. Wanda balked at such a lifestyle. She found herself wrapping her arms around Marin and Ilyana as they grew frightened at the mention of children being killed. They were kids after all. They grasped onto Wanda tightly for comfort and felt a manner of their fear go away at the woman holding them tightly to her. That's horrible. Maximoff said aloud. What kind of sick order is this? The Sith Order. Kreia said sadly. It's an act many Sith use for their selfish desire. But not all used such a method and desired to break this self-destructive tradition. I was one of them. Exozon scoffed. I find that unlikely. It's natural for all beings to have selfish desires. Believe me what you will, Dark Founder. Like my first apprentice Ravan, I still retained traits of the light side of the Force, despite my beliefs in our power. Thus it made me view the dark side differently for my will to be inherited. For I looked onto the codes of both sides to grasp the bigger picture. Wanda viewed Kreia a bit more favorably when hearing this while despising Exozon a bit more. Like my first apprentice, I became a Dark Lord out of necessity. Said Kreia. Wanda blinked in surprise. You chose to become a Sith Lord. Kreia nodded. Yes, it is as I said, a necessity. Necessity for what? Others have their own reasons for converting from the Jedi Order to becoming a Sith Lord. For me, it was preventing a greater evil, one which would have condemned the galaxy to death with their power unchecked. Who? Wanda asked quietly. Kreia shook her head. I do not know. Only Ravan and a select few of his most closest companions, perhaps, knew of the greater evil that was to befall the galaxy. When I learned of this, I began questioning everything that I had once known. I saw missing links within the Jedi Code and broke away from it to learn from the Sith. I willingly gave myself over to the dark side, to forbidden knowledge, to see what I was unable to see from the Jedi's point of view. But, in doing so, I ended up creating a few great evils on my own. All because of a certain concept with Force sensitives and wielders. Wanda had too many questions right now, but only one came to mind, being that involving the great evils Kreia spoke of. Being what? The relationship between master and apprentice is often about trust and the power between them. Kreia explained further. While I succeeded in the means of trust with some of my apprentices, I gloriously learned the downfall of it through two in particular, Darth Nihilus and Darth Zion, the great evils I unknowingly and blindly created. How did that happen? I formed a triumvirate with them in hopes of strengthening our hold of the Sith Order and defeating our foes. We were united through our hatred towards the Jedi, but we diverged when my apprentices' ideals differed from my own. My will was not law. There were disagreements, ambition, and hunger for power. Through that, I was betrayed by their union and was cast down, stripped of my power for some time, was exiled as I suffered indignities and fell to darkness. It made me realize an alliance through hatred is a fragile partnership at best. One that can be broken in a moment's notice. Hearing this made Wanda recall the alliance she and Pietro had with Ultron. All three of them hated Stark with what he did to them respectively. The Avengers were an add-on due to their association with Stark as well as their infringement upon Sokovia. Didn't help that their time with Hydra only strengthened their deep-seated loathing towards Earth's mightiest heroes. The three of them were winning for a time. They were getting what Ultron said they needed and had even at one point had the media and public against the Avengers after what happened near Wakanda with the Hulk. Then everything came crumbling down when Wanda and Pietro learned the truth of Ultron. Wanda finally felt the thoughts of Ultron due to the body he sought to transfer into. His endgame plan of wiping out all life on Earth, and he was merely using the Maximoff twins as tools, only to be discarded once no longer useful. Thus the alliance swiftly ended with the twins allying themselves with the Avengers, after a tussle at their tower in New York. An alliance built on hatred. Ended as swiftly as it began. I understand that, Kreia, I really do. I most certainly hope you do after what I learned of your past. Oh, how I wonder how the Sith Order is like today after hearing all that. Exozon drawled out. Though I figure it's more of a shadow of its former self, given a number of ghosts roaming Korriban. Wanda only shrugged. The Night Sister clan leader here told me that both Jedi and Sith are still active for the most part. And that there is this whole thing of there being two Sith Lords at this time, due to something called the Rule of Two, said Kreia. Yes, I recall hearing Bane also gloriously speaking of this on occasion as it revolutionized the Order. Rule of Two. Exozon repeated in bewilderment. The one who was the last to have opened my holocron was a Sith by the name of Bane. Kreia explained. He had come seeking the ancient knowledge of the Sith, having studied extensively under my student Ravan's holocron. He then came to me for further clarity and knowledge as I was his teacher at one point, and he wished to learn from me as well. The hooded Sith let this sink in with the others before she continued. Thus he came to the new Sith theology of the Rule of Two. Only one master and one apprentice may hold the title as Darth at a time. Everyone else is an acolyte ready to take on the apprentice's place at a moment's notice should said person have fallen or if the apprentice became the master. And why would he do that? Asked Marin. Because the dark side was spread out and too thinly with so many Sith being present. With so very few, the power grows exponentially. Kreia revealed. And in many ways, he was right. During my era and the time after so many wars, so many conflicts, it was not just the Jedi that dwindled to a near unsustainable number, but a large number of Sith had died off as well. But in that brief instance, the level of power those with the Force possessed were immeasurable. With so few conduits, the Force became like a supernova for any and all who practiced and used it. Such as my final student, an exile of the Jedi Order, and my prior 2 disciples in Nihilus and Zion. Now this I didn't know. Exozon remarked. What could have happened to the galaxy to the near decimation of Jedi and Sith? War is always a natural response and justifiable answer, but it was more than just that. It was the culmination of thousands of years of hatred between 2 sides of the same coin. Ideologies change and blind the practitioners from knowing the truth. That there is no truth to the Force. That was certainly confusing for those present. Mind elaborating on that? Asked the Sokovian. It is not the destination that matters, it is the journey. All paths will take us to the end, whatever it may be, and no matter how strongly we fight against it. Kreia said. Hearing such a thing again in her life was a tad inspiring for the Sokovian, but with how Kreia said it made her believe it was a bitter truth. And the way her tone inflicted on the matters of the journey's end and the Force. You wish to have others break away from its set path. Wanda said in a small sense of realization. I do, Wanda. And being in your presence, I sense you may be one of them to greatly reshape the galaxy. Becoming a master of your own destiny, instead of being a slave. And how can that happen if you so believe? And what do you mean by me being one of them? In a way, it's that the Force guides life on a set path, defining the future by its own will to achieve some measure of constant balance, regardless of what it takes, death or life, darkness or light, to achieve it. But wounds in the Force can disrupt its will. Places or people empty of the Force are unpredictable and unstable to Force sensitives. And you, Wanda, I believe is a wound, a unique one at that given your powers. But she doesn't have the Force. Exozon argued. I sense something within her, but it is not the Force. At least, not entirely. She doesn't. From what I sense, she wields something more chaotic. Kreia stated. Something far more liberating. Unchained and unbound to the will of the Force. It was rather creepy seeing Kreia describing her in such a fashion. Rather unsettling, actually. Do you know this power? Wanda asked, freeing one of her hands to create a tiny scarlet sphere that floated around and in between her fingers. I can only give you my theory. Something I researched in passing yet latched onto me as I sought to find more wounds in the Force. The information is rather old, perhaps just as old as the first Force wielders, or even further than that. Kreia admitted. All I have ever found was this soul text, a single page of lines that spoke of a being of unimaginable power. It spoke of a Nexus being. A Nexus what? Marin and Ilyana said in unison. A being heavily connected to all things. Kreia elaborated. There are rare individuals with the ability to affect probability and thus the future, thereby altering the flow of everything. They are essentially keystones to reality and are crucial to its ultimate coherence and stability. And from the tome I came across, it predicted there would be a dozen of these beings in existence. One of which is a person highly revered and feared by any practitioners of the Force and magics. And who is it you speak of? Darth Kreia thus quoted the passage she found all so long ago on her search to break away from the Force. The Scarlet Witch isn't born but forged. She needs no coven nor incantation. Her power shall exceed the Force itself, for her capabilities will greatly unsettle the balance of all things. Kreia sounded more fanatical this time. Free and boundless to the Force, the cosmos, free to pursue and forge the destiny in which she sees fit. The unchained power that the Force could never contain. Silence filled Wanda's room as the others were digesting this recent bit of information. Something which may have well been one of the great secrets to the universe. You believe I'm this person? Wanda said to Kreia. Perhaps. But we shall see if my theory is true. Tell me something, Kreia. Exozon held an accusatory tone as she glared upon her spiritual descendant. You appear to hold great knowledge, a great understanding of the Force, but I have noticed a level of disdain that you address it by. Are you not a Sith Lord? Do you not use the Force to your own means? Kreia proceeded to let out a derisive scoff at the dark founder of the Sith. I wield the Force, but it uses us all, and that is abhorrent to me. Because I hate the Force. She spat out. I hate that it seems to have a will overriding my own, that it would control us to achieve some measure of balance when countless lives are lost. If you sought others to break away from the Force, including yourself, why do you use it? Wanda asked, clearly confused by it all. Why draw from the power you grew to hate so much? I use it as I would use a poison, and in the hopes of understanding it. In my lifetime or in the trust of a student, I would have learned the means in which to kill it. Kreia then sagged, her ethereal form reflecting her elderly visage. But perhaps these are the excuses of an old woman who has grown to rely on a thing she despises. Ha! There is no way to kill the Force! Exclaimed Exozon. I see much has changed in my time when I ruled with my Sith. It appears the Sith have fallen sway to idealism over the pursuit of power. Everyone is nostalgic at one point in their lives, even in death apparently. Wanda snarked. In truth, the Sokovian Avenger often falls back to nostalgia of times long past. Her extensive collection of old American TV shows in her room and computers back on Earth is evident of that. Even on her phone she watches on some nights. You say they have fallen and perhaps you are right. Kreia freely admitted. But the Sith of your order fared no better and your own co-founding leader expressed nothing but remorse for the actions he had wrought. Exozon's features became sharp and near murderous. What are you talking about, you hag? Kreia showed a sly smirk as though she were about to enjoy the verbal thrashing she was to give. Before his disappearance, I had met and spoke with my old pupil and he spoke of what he had learned during his time as a Jedi and a Sith. Kreia said, a fond tone coming over her at the mention of Ravan. In his travels, he had to make a stop by Korriban in an effort to locate something that would have benefited in his journey. While there, Ravan went to the Valley of the Dark Lords and entered the tomb of Ahunta Pal, the first Dark Lord of the Sith, of which you should hold undying loyalty and gratitude towards. Exozon fiercely declared. He was the one who led us to forming the order that you would eventually find your place in. Ah, but did you not know of what happened to him after his death? Kreia taunted. You have been lacking in communicating with your fellow co-founders, practitioners and inheritors after leaving your mortal coils. What the hell are you talking about? Exozon all but snarled. Apparently he grew resentful of what he had done. Ravan told me of how Ahunta Pal's spirit spoke of nothing but remorse and regret, self-loathing for turning against those he once called brothers and sisters in the Force. When he met Ravan and his companions, they spoke of what he had truly accomplished and how once more the galaxy was divided against Jedi and Sith again. He bemoaned and decried the teachings of old, how the Sith had learned nothing and once more initiated a cycle of needless violence and death. They spoke to him and when asked if he would go back and change things, he said he would. Thus he faded away and became one with the Force instead of being a ghost haunting his tomb. Not of the Sith, but as a Jedi. A maddening twitch of the eye was all they saw of Exozon as anger started to bubble to the surface. A choking sound emanated from her mouth as she tried to speak of something. Is she having a seizure? Marin said innocently. I believe she's literally foaming at the mouth. Ilyana added in. Wanda smirked at the comment. I believe she is. Maximoff then turned to Kreia. You seemed rather disapproving of this. Of what? This Paul Sith dying as a Jedi. He was long since dead when my disciple Ravan found him. What I refer to was his spirit that had been trapped to wander his tomb endlessly. And you disapprove of him passing on as a Jedi. What Kreia said next only added to the fire which was Exozon's anger. One who has fallen so far and done so much evil does not deserve redemption. In a way, such a turning from one's nature is cowardly, a betrayal of the self. But in this case, a sinister smile graced the hooded Sith's face. It is rather entertaining to witness the reaction. You fucking bizip. Marin and Ilyana blinked upon seeing Exozon disappear back into her holocron and looked up at an annoyed Wanda. Dang it. The Avenger berated herself. Wasn't fast enough. She gazed at the two girls with a sheepish look. Sorry girls, wasn't fast enough to prevent you from hearing that. I know Steve is gonna give me an earful when I see him again. Huh. Was their response, only being confused even further as Wanda laughed to herself. The brown-haired hero then turned back to an amused Kreia. Next time she sees you, she'll only grow in a greater degree of anger. The Sith lady plainly stated. Wanda shrugged. It's nothing I can't handle. Comes with the territory of being an Avenger. Wanda blinked at the intense gaze directed at her from Kreia. Which was kinda odd since the Sith was blind. What? With all that out of the way, I would like to give you an offer. Being what? I would like to teach you. Kreia bluntly stated. Teach me? Wanda said in bewilderment. How can you teach me? I don't have the Force as you said. One does not need to have the Force to understand the lessons that it can bring and apply in your own life. You may not carry and wield the Force, but you have the capacity in doing far more than its confines. Kreia countered. Besides, what else am I going to do within my holocron? I can't exactly leave it and go elsewhere. Fair point. All joking aside, Wanda bore her eyes into the Sith spirit. You still believe I'm this Nexus being, this Scarlet Witch to be exact? Who is to say? Kreia said. Perhaps I misinterpreted the prophecy. Perhaps the prophecy is wrong, a farce, but what matters is the teachings I can impart to you and if you are willing, to your two young friends you have beside you. Ilyana and Marin. Wanda said defensively, instinctively wrapping her arms around them. Us. Marin squeaked out. It's small, but it's there. Both of you, like all living things in the galaxy, have a connection to the Force. Yet you too have the capability to be practitioners and wielders. Kreia said. And not in the simple, limited way of the Jedi and the Sith. With Wanda and I, we can teach you both to exceed your limits and forge your own destinies. Perhaps you lot can succeed where I have failed. You will be unbound and unchained to the will of the Force and experience true freedom. Wanda was silent for a few moments, thinking over the offer. Earlier this week, before she stumbled across these holocrons, she thought of her powers and how she was still learning about them. She admitted to herself that she wished to understand what it is she has and control it properly at its full capacity. Maybe here, on Dathomir, she can do just that. With the Night Sisters clans and Exozon and Kreia, mostly Kreia, Wanda can fully master her powers. What do I have to lose? Perhaps your sanity. A brief flash of her life in the past few months went through her sight and she let out a foppish sigh. I think I can manage. In time. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 59, Scarlet Desire. Oof. Ugh, I didn't realize I was that out of practice. Came the mental criticism towards one scarlet-garbed superhero. Nat was right. I really should have done more hand-to-hand combat. Currently, the Avenger known as Wanda Maximoff was lying on her back in the middle of a circular ring with a slightly dazed expression after being knocked down on her ass. She groaned and covered her eyes momentarily when she heard the sound of dirt being shifted about next to her. Removing her hand for her eyes, she was met with the sight of a grinning Night Sister standing over her. Well now, this is a lovely sight. The Dathomirian said with a smarmy tone. Very funny, Jun. Wanda blandly responded, lazily lifting up her hand. Now quit being smug and help me up. Why would I wanna? I would love to see you by my feet. Wanda used her powers to spin herself around in order to knock Jun off her feet. Though she had remained on the ground, Maximoff took solace in seeing a grumpy Jun lying right next to her. You are such a sore loser. Jun deadpanned. And you are an abysmal winner. Wanda shot back. The two devolved into snickers between one another as they helped each other back to their feet and resumed their original stances. Wanda went for an overhead strike that Jun blocked. The Night Sister pivoted her body to go for an arm drag throw, but Wanda instinctively lurched forward and wrapped her other arm around Jun and latched onto her other arm that Jun had grabbed. She pulled the pale-skinned woman back and tried to go for a chokehold that Jun was resisting. The Dathomirian pivoted her body with her face to the ground and her elbow getting jabbed into Wanda's stomach. Maximoff grunted slightly and pushed her back and instantly jumped up to avoid a sweeping leg kick. She was on the defensive now as Jun threw several jabs which Wanda blocked. Jun went in for a midsection kick with her opponent managing to catch her leg and have her arm wrap around it. Wanda tried tripping her up, but Jun displayed great dexterity and leg strength by hopping on her one leg while managing to pull her sparring partner around. The Sokovian released her, stumbling slightly whilst Jun simply right herself and dove in for a tackle. Out of sheer instinct, Wanda curved her fingers and threw her hands up, capturing Jun in a red energy field. The Night Sister blinked, looking from side to side at her floating in the air like that before looking up at her sparring partner with a dry look. "You lose," Jun bluntly stated. "Again." Wanda scowled in a faux manner. "Oh darn it. Woe is me to lose when I have my enemy in my grasp so easily." "Very amusing," Jun remarked. "Now how about UWAMMPH? The Avenger released a fake gasp of horror. "Oh no, Jun, are you okay?" It didn't take long for Wanda to start laughing a second later at seeing the Night Sister raise her face up off the ground and blow sand out of her mouth at Maximoff. "What?" Wanda rhetorically asked with a wicked smirk in place. "I've been eating dirt for 2 hours now. You don't like the taste. You are such a child sometimes." "Oh, what, and you're not?" Maximoff retorted. "I happen to be a mature child," Jun replied in a haughty fashion. Before Wanda could make another retort, they heard the sound of applause from one person who had approached them. Both women turned and in an instant, the local to the planet bowed her head forward. "Mother Talzin," Jun said in respect. "Mother Talzin." Wanda spoke in a more neutral tone. "Very good, Sister Jun," the clan leader of the Night Sisters said with her strange, raspy voice. "You have done well in training young Wanda here in our martial ways. She has improved considerably since she began. She had a solid foundation to begin with," Jun stated. "I only helped in bringing out the better parts of her. I'd like to think I have determination and drive." Wanda shrugged off before remembering something her brother told her. "But it's really a lot of stubbornness." Several chuckles were heard as a response. "Then you shall make for a strong Night Sister," Talzin assured with a devious smirk. "Only the best have your kind of stubbornness." Maximoff could only give her a strained smile upon hearing that. It had been some time now since she first came to Dathomir. She believes it has been at least several months, possibly more by now, and she has been residing with the Night Sister clan of Dathomir witches since that time, building up relationships with the clan and more or less solidifying it to a degree. And her schedule changed significantly ever since obtaining Exozon and Krea's holocrons in her initial first few weeks on the planet. The two Sith Ghost ladies had since been her personal, private instructors, away from the prying eyes of the Night Sister, who remained oblivious to her practices. As much as she would more or less openly present them, Wanda withheld such details due to Mother Talzin. No matter how long she's been here, she still can't seem to trust the Coven head. It didn't help that at times, it felt like the older woman knew that Wanda was hiding secrets from her and she was content to just wait her out in order to uncover said secrets. The looks she would receive from the Witchmaster were unsettling and unnerving at times. It was like she was some sort of prize or trophy who wants to eventually flaunt it around at some point. Or, something worse. She blinked as she noticed Jun begin to pat herself down, brushing the dust of her form, and Wanda quickly followed suit. Now, one may ask the purpose as to why Wanda was here. Being a user of powers that don't require physical contact, there wouldn't really be a need for this sort of martial training. But there is a purpose for her being in this situation, training with the Night Sisters. When she joined the Avengers, she did so with the wanton notion of becoming a better person while seeing it as her means of redemption for her mistakes with Ultron and Sokovia. Wanda didn't want to be left behind. She wanted to be stronger and protect her comrades and even her brother. And to redeem her mistakes. So she had undergone some physical training under Captain American and Black Widow's mentorship, with the other military-oriented and veteran Avengers helping out. Sam, Rhodey and Clint all contributed to her hand-to-hand combat training. And yet she didn't do well enough, as she heavily focused on her powers and powers alone. Granted, the Avengers were more than willing to help her in this regard, practicing a number of moves and formations that were all about bouncing off each other's capabilities. It's just she wasn't as physically oriented as some of the other Avengers were. Flash forward to now, in her training with the holocrons, Krea questioned her physical capabilities. Once stating that she had the bare minimum, it made the Force spirit rather upset. One cannot always rely on the powers that they have to get themselves out of tough situations. One must rely on their other skills, such as their mind or even their physical prowess. It even applied further with Krea's thoughts on getting away from the Force and not always being reliant on the untrusting cosmic force. Even Exozon contributed to this, that even she needed to fight hand-to-hand when she didn't have her lightsaber in past conflicts. Certain moments in her life didn't give her the option of using her more offensive force abilities. Improvising was key to this aspect in all aspects, not just in what she excelled at. Yes, she was encouraged to continually train the powers she already had, but she was also told that she needed to broaden her abilities. Thus Wanda was instructed to convince the Night Sisters to let her join in on their training regime. Their fighting style, their weapons style, everything they had to offer. The Sokovian Avenger did honestly try not to seek Mother Talzin to allow her to join. She was the clan's leader after all and can overrule the decisions of others below her. Yet Wanda didn't want her to hold anything over her with a favor or something of the like. So she went to Marin's mother for help. She complied and things snowballed from there as Wanda began learning from several specialists. Though eventually Talzin did hear of this and approached her as to why she never came up to her. Wanda was surprised and unsurprised by the witch's willingness in having her join the clan in their exercises. Though it was more on the latter with how clear Talzin conveyed her intentions in regards to Maximoff. She wanted and needed her to join her clan. Officially and legitimately. Apparently there was some ritual for that. Something Wanda told herself not to do. She was already part of a team. And she was confident that they were searching for her. She was sure of it. Pietro would be too bullheaded and stubborn not to. Other than that, her lessons with Kreia and Exozon continued on as they have been for the past several months. Wanda learned a great deal about the Force and its two main competing ideologies rooted in the dark side of the Force and the light. In the Jedi and the Sith. It was a heavily Sith-oriented set of lessons, though Wanda was quick to reject them. When listening to how they spoke of power coupled with the self-destructive and self-harming nature of the Sith, it was not an appealing path to go down on. But she was also taught by Kreia in particular about the ways of the Jedi. Exozon occasionally chipped in, talking about the Jedi that she knew, and the two Sith ladies compared their respective orders they walked away from. Wanda had found that while the Jedi were more preferable, she was disturbed by the dogmatic doctrine that they had when it came to their ways. Especially when it comes to the way in which they should handle their emotions. While they don't downright tell those in their order to ignore and repress them, something felt off in the ways they conducted their training and teachings. Kreia often told her of how both orders were incomplete in their teachings and how both sides refused to learn from one another. This earned a derisive comment from Exozon of how little appears to have changed and the Jedi are still stubborn fools. Thus Wanda teased the Sith founder that she may have spotted some Jedi in her, often earning some fun-rising reactions. Leaving the training field, Wanda took flight and went over to the secluded area outside where two young Dathomirian girls often played. But now it has become something else. Arriving on the scene, she saw them lifting pieces of the crashed ship for their force exercises with Kreia's holocron activated to supervise the lessons. Remember, when using the Force you must know when to impose your will and when to let it guide your action. Kreia instructed the two girls seated before her. It is the equilibrium that must be balanced. Be mindful of your emotions. They can be useful or an issue. Yes, Master. Yes, my lady. Good, good. Kreia said in approval. The spirit within the holocron perked up at the sight of Wanda landing before the crashed ship. Both girls turned their heads and immediately had wide smiles in place and ran to greet her. Wanda beamed at the sight of the two, dropping down to her knees and laughed when they pounced on her. You're back. Marin proclaimed happily. I wasn't gone all that long, Marin. Wanda remarked, poking her nose. How have your lessons been going today? Master Kreia talked about how we should use the Force differently and all. Ilyana stated before her face scrunched up. I don't fully get it yet. Me neither. Marin admitted. Wanda only smiled fondly at the two and rubbed the tops of their heads. You two are gonna go far. Maximoff assured. You just need to take your time. You've got your whole lives ahead of you both to become better. Both girls puffed their chests out in stereo only to get poked in their bellies and tickled down into submission, the area now allowed with laughter. Upon Marin and Ilyana learning of the Force came a bit of an issue. How it's done was primarily focused on having Kreia being the instructor. She was considered a far better instructor towards younglings over Exozon by a long shot. It was merely biased in Wanda's opinion, as the hooded Sith spirit was a Jedi instructor for a long while and had better experience in helping ones so young. If it had to come to it on a number of occasions, Exozon was able to teach Marin and Ilyana, only when Wanda was supervising. I mean, so Exozon wouldn't go overboard in making things far too stressful for the children. There were some forms of difficulty for the two Dathomirian girls practicing and training in their lessons at the beginning. It heavily revolved on the topic about their age. When asked about this, Wanda learned of the recruitment of Force users in both orders. They often seek children of a very young age, even as infants, and begin having them begin their training at one point in time. It all pertained to them becoming more malleable and adapted to using the Force. The older one gets when beginning training could become a hazard to themselves and others around them, with or without a proper instructor. With Marin and Ilyana being exposed in their present environment was more or less a saving grace given their unique heritage. With the Night Sister magic and practices, it may have expanded the window of when both may or may not be capable of using the Force in their present age. Wanda can arguably be an exception with her unique powers. Yes, she is beyond the age limit on learning and safely wielding the Force, if she was a normal person. But with present circumstances, she may as well be a faux practitioner. Then came the details on where the children are recruited. The moment all this went through Wanda's head, she was more or less peeved about the means of recruiting younglings. Yes, taking in children from orphanages and slavery was fine at the beginning, as it would at least give them a better life, depending on the order in question. But taking them from loving homes where one's family was still around was where Wanda drew the line. How were they today? Wanda softly asked, watching the two young girls who had endeared themselves into her heart. She didn't deny that she was growing to love those two, seeing them as younger sisters/daughters, even with how much time she had spent around them both. More time was spent with the two of them than any other Night Sister other than Marin's mother, Jun, and Mother Talzin. Sure, there was Ilyana's aunt, but they didn't have any substantial interactions with one another. It was cordial for the most part, since Ilyana's word was enough to assuage her aunt's concerns about spending time with an outsider. Quite well, as usual. They'll hopefully be ready for the next stage very soon. Kreia answered with a hint of pride. Wanda nodded in understanding. Quite eager, aren't they? Most certainly. I'm still surprised at how well the Force responds to their people. What Kreia was referring to was the uniqueness of the dominant people of this planet. Within the past 600 years, the Dathomirians greatly developed, not in technology but through the Force. Now Dathomirian women had a more natural inclination towards the dark side of the Force over other practitioners. This was due to their unique mastery through their lifestyles and being one with it. To the understanding of Wanda and the Sith ghosts, the Night Sisters were not slaves to it or corrupted by it like many other factions, they merely used it as a tool to enhance themselves. They lived in tandem with it. For example, the Sith, the most well-known faction to the dark side, are stated to have been slaves to it, and wielding it often came at a cost. Like heavily changing them over the years in both physicality and personality to outright becoming addicted to constantly using it. Thus it eventually makes them want to be fully committed in serving the dark side and doing whatever it takes to make it their entire life until their last moment. The Night Sisters, however, were different, as they were able to retain their individual freedom and remain the same person while tapping into that power. This allowed them to still live and care for others without the plaguing thoughts of betrayal and the need to gain more and more power. This was partially due to their upbringing since birth, as they are surrounded by the dark side throughout their lives. Little by little, they grew up and greatly adjusted to it throughout their childhood until they were ready to start becoming practitioners. Before they can dive into it, they must undergo a certain trial which tests their will and control. Something involving subduing a unique aquatic creature native to this planet without killing it. The Night Sister must bring a piece of it back for a ritual, thus allowing them to become a true member of the clan before learning of their magic through their elders. Wanda had wondered if the Night Sisters were in fact stronger than the Sith, but in truth they were far from it. Through a number of conversations, the Sokovian learned many of their abilities relied on illusions and body enhancements rather than attacks. Only the strongest members of the Night Sisters can unlock the most powerful dark side abilities like Force Lightning. But even then it paled in comparison to that of a Master of the Sith. This bit of information did bring in some interest with Exozon and Kreia, if there were perhaps some other limitations at play here through the safe method of using the dark side. If given the choice on which side to take in wielding the dark side, Wanda would rather retain her individuality whilst tapping into that side of the Force whenever needed. She didn't want to lose who and what she was and become a complete stranger because of it. Both Sith Ghost and Avenger simply watched the two young girls play around until they have formed an attachment to you. Are they not already attached to their mom and aunt? Yes, but they have one with you as well now. Kreia stated. And it is a powerful bond. I can feel their adulation and the way they look up to you. And is that a problem? Kreia only shook her head. It may be. It may not. That will depend entirely on them and how they develop. They can use this bond as a means of strengthening their own power or rely solely upon it and achieve nothing but ruin. That doesn't sound reassuring. It is the curse of the Force. Kreia bitterly said. Both Jedi and Sith see attachments as a plague and should be cut off. With the Jedi at the very least there's a chance that they would live. The Sith, the only way to sever ties with those you've grown attached to is in the most physical way possible. Wanda shivered. Don't remind me. Another reason as to why she had a growing spite against the Sith. It all went back to self-destruction in the end. Killing surviving family members, killing loved ones or violating them were among a number of examples from Kreia's time. Who knows what it's like years later up to now. She had her criticisms of the Jedi, yes. But the Sith, in all their power, all they ever equated to was loss and needless death and destruction. And why the training more or less went away from the rest of the Night Sister clan was somewhat similar to Wanda's thoughts with Mother Talzin. At some point or another, the secret would be unveiled and the knowledge of their Force capabilities would be well known. Hopefully that bridge won't be crossed anytime soon. Wanda no doubt expected a number of trust issues would be addressed. It all depends on the level of severity. Deactivating Kreia's holocron, Wanda pocketed it as she addressed the two children. Come on you two. It's time to head back for the day. Scene cut. Returning to the Night Sister cavern, Wanda freshened up after returning the two girls to their respective homes. She watched the duo run towards their mother and aunt and embrace them, being hoisted up into their arms and taken into their homes. Wanda let out a sigh and began her walk towards the hut that she had made to serve as her home when. Ah yes, the outsider is coming to join us. Spoke a snide female voice. Wanda rolled her eyes upon hearing this Night Sister and turned to face her. Yes Resna, I am indeed coming to join you. And by that, I mean I'm going to my hut and going to eat there by myself without looking at you. Wanda said in a false polite tone, locking eyes with the Night Sister who sneered in contempt at her. Though Wanda has spent a considerable amount of time amongst the Night Sisters clan, there were still some that conveyed mistrust and now resentment towards her. It was not hard to see why. Mother Talzin displayed an immediate open favoritism towards an outsider and appeared to go out of her way to help or do whatever it was that Wanda may need. And it was an open secret of her wanting the Sokovian to officially join them to gain more power over the other Dathomirian clans. For a few, it was aggravating to say the least. It was getting to the point where it'll really get on their nerves. Despite not having much experience in politics, Wanda was starting to get a little crash course of it through the Night Sister clan. In a sad way, this was way worse than sitcom and soap opera drama by a large margin. Hell, high school drama would be considered a vacation in comparison to this. Until Wanda is basically baptized into their coven through their ritual, she would be forever seen as an outsider. Not that she minded at all. Quite frankly, she had no intentions of joining this clan and getting all that weird makeup all over her face. It looked like too much of a process to both get on and off. Then again, all that was natural for the Dathomirians. The Sokovian didn't know what it would be like for her afterwards if she so happened to join. And the last thing she needed was something for her brother to take a picture of and use it against her in the future. Walking towards her hut, Wanda saw several other Night Sisters pass her by. A few gave her polite enough nods and greetings while the rest were terse, dismissive, and unimpressed looks. She was used to some of these by now really cause none topped Resna's loathsome glare. But, she couldn't help but notice that some of the ones who gave her the cold and annoyed looks were some that actually had decent interactions with at times. They weren't overly trusting but they didn't go out of their way to be mean or rude. Did I do something to them? Wanda quietly asked herself. She quickly recounted the events of today and thought about who she had interacted with. Jun, Tina and Ilyana's aunt were in the morning and she had done some sparring with Jun before speaking with Talzin. Then she had spent the whole day up to now with Marin and Ilyana so. The Avenger stopped in her tracks at the sound of grinding metal. She turned to see her sparring partner at a rack attending to the weapons hung upon it. "Hello Jun." Wanda greeted in a kind fashion. "Hey Wanda." The Night Sister idly greeted, sharpening a spiked mace of sorts. Seeing the tips sheen with sharpness, Jun nodded in satisfaction before moving on to a set of short, blade sabers. "Have you been doing this since training?" Jun shrugged. "It was my turn this month." Maximov slowly nodded and looked behind her to see some clearly displeased Night Sisters. And they weren't looking at her for once. "Anything special happening?" She couldn't help but ask. Seeing a number of people being a bit more agitated than usual. Her Night Sister friend scoffed. "It should come as no surprise. Another clan of Dathomir witches are here." Maximov blinked and looked at her friend in surprise. "Another clan is coming here. Didn't you hear? I'm kinda kept out of the loop for most Night Sister things unless Talzin allows it." Wanda reminded her. "Not that I really mind. I'm not one for gossip." Yes, tend to forget that at times." Jun said offhandedly. "Well, if you should know, Queen Zalem has come to grace us with her presence." Wanda did a small double take upon hearing that. "Queen? You have royalty on this planet? I don't remember that in my crash course of lessons here." Jun let out a disgusted snort. "She's not exactly the entire planet's queen. Zalem stylizes herself as one and flaunts it, given she essentially commands the largest and most powerful territory on Dathomir." Salem sounds like Zalem." Wanda mused. "What now?" Wanda waved her off. Nothing, it's something from Earth. Actually, in hindsight, it's a rather appropriate comparison given where I am all things considered." "Maximov," Jun said with a flat look. "Sorry," the Avenger said with a sheepish look. "So, this Zalem Queen, how would you describe her?" "Well, like I said earlier, she calls herself queen but none of the other clans recognize her rule. So she's a bitch then." Jun guffawed at such a crass word to describe Zalem. "I wouldn't say that out loud, but the few times I saw her in person, she basically is." The Night Sister said with a shaking laugh. "Force me Wanda, sometimes you surprise me with how you talk." "I grew up with a crass brother and know a lot of clowns," Wanda stated. "I was told I needed some humor in my dreary life. I'm merely expressing it in my own way. Then express it in a lesser fashion once she's here. We don't want to cause an incident." Wanda rolled her eyes. "If you say so." Jun shook her head. "No, Wanda, I'm serious. Don't start trouble where none is needed. I know you're not like that at all but still, please. For me and your two favorite people on this planet." Maximov bit her lip slightly, put off by her friend's unusual seriousness before nodding in compliance. "So what's this whole thing about then?" she asked. "Simple meeting of territory leaders or what?" Jun flicked her wrist as a silent means of saying no, not that. "Zalem wants access to the mountain that is our home temple." "The mountain?" Wanda said in confusion, looking up at it. "What does she want with the mountain? A place with a view? I mean I can understand, 'cause it's quite nice on most evenings." Jun chortled and lightly flicked the Avenger temple. "No you dummy, it's what's inside the mountain. Once again, I'm hearing these details now." "Well." Jun looked at her and her shoulders went up and down. "You haven't earned enough trust yet to be in the know." "I'm very aware of that," Wanda drawled out. "Then what's so special about the place?" "You know about the Qua, yes. The first recorded civilization to use the Force, more or less, right?" Jun nodded and gestured to the mountain. "Within our temple lies ancient technology that has laid dormant for thousands upon thousands of years. The history of the Qua has been lost other than carvings in the walls and limited scrolls that have been salvaged. What we do know is that they had a greater understanding of the Force than we ever will. So, does Zalem want something Qua-related in the mountain? I wouldn't put it past her," Jun stated. Like I said before, the Qua knew a lot about the Force in ways lost to the galaxy. This is their original home planet after all. Really now? That's interesting to know. Wanda remarked. So if this was the home world of this ancient race, are there any other Qua temples or ruins here on Dathomir? Jun shrugged again. Supposedly so, but it's hard to really know where they're located in certain territories. And it's not very great to access another's property without permission. I guess animosity runs deep between clans. Extremely so. Jun said. A number of wars happened because of it. You don't seem to have a problem with them. Wanda noted. What makes you say that? Wanda thought about it for a moment. Just the way you're talking and all. Only Zalem seems to be the one you have a problem with. Well, Zalem is a said word you used to describe her. Jun said comically. As long as they don't bother us, I have no issues. Then I'll be on my best behavior. Wanda said, hand over her heart as a means of assurance. That's all I and everyone else will ask of you. Jun said, patting her friend on the shoulder before resuming her task at hand. Thinking of this new bit of information, Wanda wondered if the two Sith spirits knew of this or not. They probably do, but the issue would never have been brought up until addressed. Wanda was probably glad she didn't know of this beforehand, as she may have wanted to take a gander in seeing the Qua artifacts. Yet that would have gotten her more negative responses from other members of the clan because of it. Perhaps when Marin and Ilyana are older they can go see them for themselves and learn more than she can ever get. All she knows now is that tomorrow's training regime will be held off until the next day. Scene cut. The Qua. Kreia spoke in clear surprise. I was not aware that you knew about them. I don't know much, only that they apparently originated here and were the first recorded civilization to use the Force. The Qua. Exozon spoke in a reminiscent fashion. I haven't heard that name in a very long time. So who are they really? Maximoff asked the two. They seem really important. Well, as you should know, the Qua were among the first recorded sentient beings to learn of and figure out how to utilize the Force. Kreia said. And they were extraordinarily gifted at it. They, like the ancient Sith and Jedi of old, knew the ways of the Force that many in my time and in his one could only dream of. They were hyper-intelligent in the sense of understanding how to fuse technology with the Force. Exozon said, remembering the old lessons of the Qua back when she was still a Jedi. If rumor is to be believed, they were able to utilize and create the fabled Infinity Gates. Infinity Gates? What are those supposed to be? A means of instantaneous travel across the galaxy. Kreia spoke in a near-reverent fashion. Hyperspace would be outclassed when compared to this sort of technology. Instantaneous travel? Wanda internally said to herself. Would these Infinity Gates in fact be like that Stargate back at the Hydra base? Maybe that was what happened to her and the rest of the Avengers. Instantaneous travel that made them wind up herein. Well, she didn't know if it was the Milky Way galaxy or not, but they were in space now. So what happened to the Qua? Wanda asked. Are they all dead? They have long since perished even by my time. Exozon said. The Qua civilization were the precursors to the Rakatan Infinite Empire, who directly learned from them by tricking the Qua to teach them everything they knew, making them believe they wanted to further spread peace among the stars. In truth, they used this knowledge to conquer every known territory within the galaxy while turning on their teachers. The Qua seemingly vanished after that. Another species that fell due to the blindness that they possessed, not realizing just who it was the Rakata were. Kreia said in a clipped tone. I hope you know where I stand in this, Wanda. Well aware of it by now, Kreia. Wanda. Ilyana's voice cut through their conversation and the three women looked over to see Marin and Ilyana staring ahead back towards their village. Maximoff gazed ahead with her eyes squinting slightly, and off in the distance, she saw a caravan of sorts making its way towards the Night Sister village of Mother Talzin. Who are they? Marin asked, looking up at Wanda, whose eyes were narrowed. She didn't respond for a few seconds until she held out both hands for the girls to take. The Avenger had a pretty clear idea as to who it was, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Let's go find out. Using her power, she levitated the trio off the ground while quickly recalling the holocrons to her, and she propelled them forward back to the village. She knew coming in from the front would attract unwanted attention from the newly arrived Night Sister clan, so she used the back entrance to return to the village. Upon landing, she let go of both girls and directed them to return home. Rather than complying, the two instead held onto Wanda's hands tighter and gave off nervous looks. "What's the matter, you two?" Maximoff asked in concern. "Is everything all right?" "I feel strange," Marin said softly. "Like a really bad feeling," Ilyana added. "Is it a gut feeling?" Wanda asked. Marin shook her head. "No, it's... I think it's the force. I can feel a shiver going down to my fingertips." Feeling Ilyana nod her head against her arm only served to place Wanda on edge. "Be on your guard, you two. We don't know what will happen with this meeting," she instructed. "Stay close to me, and if not, go to your mother and aunt." The girls simply went along with whatever it was that she said and kept close to Wanda as she made her way through the village towards the entrance. There was next to no one within the interior of the village, with all being at the front of the village. She saw the assemblage of the Night Sisters at the gate, a clear sign of discomfort and guarded demeanors being shared by them all. Towards the back end of the group were two very nervous and jittery women. "Tina," Wanda said aloud, gaining both their attention. The women turned and instantly had their expressions change into that of relief as they rushed over to the trio who had just arrived. Marin ran into her mother's arms while Ilyana was hoisted up by her aunt. "Are you all right?" Tina asked her daughter, with Marin nodding in response. "Wanda brought us back when she saw what was coming to our village," Ilyana said a moment later. Both Night Sisters gave the Avenger grateful looks before promptly walking away to get their daughters away from here. Maximoff gave a small little wave goodbye as the two young girls waved back. "Wanda." The scarlet-garbed heroine turned to see Jun approaching her. "Jun," she greeted her. "Where were you, Wanda?" Jun asked, crossing her arms. "Mother Talzin was looking for you." "I was with Marin and Ilyana," Wanda answered. "Yes, I saw," Jun remarked. "But where were you exactly?" "Just spending some time with them," Maximoff said with a shrug. "You do know that other than you and Talzin, those two are the only ones here who actively go out of their way to see me." Jun rolled her eyes at that, though she knew that her friend was telling her the truth. Wanda had too few allies in this village and even less friends. "So what's going on?" Wanda asked, gesturing her head slightly at the entire village being in attendance. "Must be important for all of you to be here. What do you think it is?" Taking a moment to listen to the way Jun voiced the question, the Sokovian realized it was a more earnest question that came out sarcastically. "Ah, so the mighty queen has finally graced her presence here." Jun nodded. "Her and her whole country by the looks of it. Tad excessive, don't you think? Flaunting, remember?" "Yeah, but her whole country. It was an exaggeration." "Are you sure?" "From what I saw, that traveling party looked pretty long. She likes her security detail." "Right. Wonder if I could just hide out in my hut for the duration of her stay." "You and just about everyone else," Jun drawled out. "Unfortunately, a great number of us have to be present while others have to stay close to the Qua temple." "You think Zalem won't pull a fast one?" "It would be naive not to think so," Jun stated. "And be prepared to be called upon if anything." Wanda blinked. "What? Why me?" Her friend shot a deadpan look at her as if not believing she had just asked that question. "Maximoff, in case you forgot, you're Mother Talzin's new favorite and you're an outsider who has been given a place to stay in a Night Sister clan." Jun listed off. "Even if we aren't as open with the rest of the clans of Dathomir, rumors still run rampant. You being here is likely already known." The Avenger stared ahead at the caravan that was filtering into the village entrance. "Huh. And here I thought this clan was a tad more isolated from such things." "Your arrival here wasn't exactly subtle," Jun Riley reminded her. "Our magic went haywire and not a moment too soon, you show up." Upon that reminder, Wanda couldn't fight off her grimace. "So then she probably knows I'm here then?" Maximoff stated more than she asked. "Pretty much, yeah." Yippee, Wanda said sarcastically. The Sokovian continued watching the oncoming travel party continually walk into the village until at last, one sole Night Sister accompanied by several others in garments that had some armor attached to them walked forward. Walked being a loose word, as she was being carried on the shoulders of these Night Sisters atop a grandly designed chair. The litter carrying Queen Zalem was rather extravagant in Wanda's eyes. Fine silks by the look of it, with a number of pillows and cushions keeping the one clan leader rather comfortable on this long trek from God knows where on this planet. Those who lifted the litter were not Night Sisters upon further inspection, but several large, muscular men. Half were Zabrak males, with the others being human. They were clearly slaves, given a few chain shackles attached to them. The queen's chair was soon placed down in between the two clans, and she stood up in an elegant fashion just as the clan leader Wanda knew stepped forward. Mother Talzin. Zalem greeted first. Queen Zalem. Talzin said with a gracious bow. I welcome you to my village. I am most relieved to be welcomed here, old friend. Zalem said in response, tone cordial and polite. Refreshments are already prepared for you and your retinue for the duration of your visit. Talzin said, gesturing towards the direction of her temple. Looking from afar, Wanda wondered if Zalem's party used actual transports from their territory. For the life of her, she can't imagine them coming here all by foot. Surely their means of travel were stationed some large clearing away. Wanda took the time to observe a number of the individuals that had accompanied their queen to Talzin's village, noting the presence of male Zabraks apart from those who carried Zalem here. They all bore similar markings to one another and looked fearsome, but didn't display themselves as such. All held their eyes down to the ground in a submissive manner, with some even having collars around their necks. As much as she'd like nothing more to free them, she was restricted by the cultural norm. All she could do now was give them looks of pity as she walked past. As the large group of Dathomirians walked on by, Wanda caught sight of one individual in particular that was a direct juxtaposition from the rest of the caravan. And it appeared those around this, she wouldn't even know how to call it a person from the looks of it, made sure to keep their distance from this person as if they were the plague. Wanda squinted at the deformed person and realized it was a woman. This person was a hunchbacked creature, looking like quite the old hag. She was a tad more crippled in appearance. With each step, she shuffled along to keep up with the others. Who's that? Wanda asked with a frown. Jun looked over to whom it was her friend was asking about. Ah, I believe that would be Rosli, the queen's own daughter. I hear she's called the Rancor, given her appearance. Said a Night Sister next to the two. Zalem's so embarrassed by her ugliness, she ignores her just about completely. I guess, but still, she's her daughter, right? Said the Sokovian. Why bring her here if she would be an embarrassment? Jun shook her head in disapproval as to what she was about to say. Appearance's sake, despite her disabilities. Rosli is her heir, until Queen Zalem takes on another mate to conceive another child. A frown marred Maximov's features as she looked upon the hunchbacked woman. No matter where she goes, it seems the stigma with such beings is ever present. She honestly felt bad for them. It wasn't right for them to be badly treated, just because of a deformity. Seriously, it felt despicable just watching this poor girl struggle and get no help. The looks being directed at the heir to Zalem made Wanda's fists clenched tightly. The Avenger wanted to help, but she felt that causing a scene wouldn't be to her benefit. Of course this thought was thrown out the window the moment she saw Rosli trip and stumble slightly to the ground. Looks like the decision was made for her. She dimmed the consequences and immediately went over to help her up. Hey, are you all right? Wanda softly asked, reaching out a hand to place on her back. The moment she touched her, Wanda felt something was rather off about her. She couldn't quite place it. Shoving such thoughts aside, she helped the hunchback woman up. Thank yous. She slurred. The smile she received was crooked but genuine, and Wanda was surprised to feel that it was indeed a true look of gratitude. Think nothing of it. Wanda said sweetly, holding out a hand for Light to take to keep herself steady. It was pathetic how quickly her telepathic powers picked up on the distaste and disdain directed towards the hunchbacked Dathomirian that was directed towards her by her own kin. There was also a great deal of contempt sent Wanda's way as well, though it was easy for her to ignore them all and just help the poor woman. Do you need help getting Rosli? interrupted a sharp and deadly voice. In an instant, the crippled Dathomirian in Wanda's care froze up and cowered before a furious Zalem. Momists. Ros stuttered out. I dash. Silence. The queen spat out venomously. I will not allow you to dash. Zalem froze upon having her eyes land on Wanda, and they widened considerably as her expression changed into one of surprise and awe. You. She whispered. Wanda gave the woman a hard stare in response. Oh boy, here we go. She thought before attempting to be cordial. Queen Zalem. Wanda heard the voice of Mother Talzin from behind the Night Sister monarch. What are you? I see you have met our guest who has been staying with us. Talzin walked out from behind Zalem and stood beside the queen. Is she the one? Zalem inquired in enraptured awe. Huh. Yes. Talzin nodded, clearly upset about revealing this. She is the source of the disturbance the planet had felt those months ago. The look Zalem conveyed put a knot in Wanda's gut. Great, we're already coming to this. She internally grumbled. Tell me, young child. Zalem said in a low voice, a grin slowly forming on her face. What is your name? The Avenger chewed the inside of her cheek and her teeth clenched in anger as she felt the queen's daughter in her arms shake with fear in being so close to her mother. She saw Mother Talzin give her an expectant and annoyed look, both at her and at herself for not remaining inconspicuous until it was necessary. Oh well. Wanda Maximoff. Wanda Maximoff, Zalem repeated the name, testing it with a wide grin in place. A pleasure to meet you. I am Queen Zalem. You made that much apparent. Wanda remarked. Your Majesty. The Dathomirian witch didn't react to the way she had said those last two words. She only stared intently at her. There was a peculiar look of hunger behind Zalem's gaze. It wasn't sexual in nature, but that of ambition and power. And it was aimed directly towards her. Talzin was one thing but Zalem. A feeling swelled within her gut, telling her to be careful and wary about this woman. Made her feel oddly safer around Talzin more than this supposed queen. Talk about irony. Well then, I hope I get to know you whenever I have the time in my short visit here, Wanda Maximoff. Zalem said, the glint in her eyes only increasing. It disappeared in an instant upon having her head tilt down to her deformed daughter. Make yourself useful and stay out of sight. Zalem scornfully commanded. Yishmema. Rosli said quietly in a downtrodden voice. And apologize to Ms. Maximoff for being such a burden on your part. The queen added in. No need for that. Wanda coolly said. She is of no trouble to me. Oh, do you hear that, my dear daughter? Zalem said with a sneer. You had better be thankful for this generosity given to one as undeserving as you. With a whirl of her robes, the queen turned and walked away with the large party she had traveled with dispersing. Most exited the village, a few stayed inside and even fewer made to follow after their kin. A number of looks were aimed towards them. Mixed for the most part. And a good chunk was of disgust and annoyance towards Zalem's only child. Once thanking the Avenger, the hunchback woman shuffled along to make herself scarce elsewhere at the village. Wanda was to be sure to look after Rosli when she could. She'll need it with all the scorn she had to go through in her life. If not her, then she can be sure two little girls in mind can do the job. You just couldn't help yourself, could you? Wanda sighed and turned to an annoyed and amused Jun. Not even if I tried. She freely admitted. If I see someone who needs help, I have to do what I can for them. Careful, that good nature of yours might get the best of you one day. I'm well aware. She's gonna be watching you now. I know. Wanda groused out, brow twitching. Do you? 'Cause to me it seemed like dash. I will hang you from your underwear from the top of the mountain. Jun cracked a small grin upon her successful badgering of Wanda. The Sokovian let out an irritated sigh, picking up more disgusted and spiteful thoughts from Zalem's large clan that walked by her. Even Talzin's Night Sisters weren't this annoying. God, she can't wait for them to leave. Scene cut. Your thoughts deceive you, Wanda. You are troubled in more ways than one. I thought you couldn't detect anything from me. Kraus coughed at this. One doesn't need to sense through the Force to see the obvious body language and way you have been acting this entire time. So either speak on this matter that plagues your thoughts and be done with it, or continue to let it fester and grow into something of a greater annoyance to be dealt with for later. Likely in a degree of volatile aggression. Wanda huffed. Great, just what I need, a therapist. And your snark is a dead giveaway. Kreia countered. And if you should know, I have begun to grow accustomed to your presence and the unique signature you give off despite being a void in the Force. Aren't you a spirit? How does all this even work? You ask these questions to which you already have the answers to, Maximoff. Why ask such frivolous things when you already know what I am to say? Mostly for myself, if I'm being honest. Wanda admitted with a shrug. Speak what's on your mind, Wanda. Kreia encouraged. You were in not such a foul mood a few days ago when I last saw you and the girls. Does it have something to do with the increase of Force sensitives that had arrived at Talzin's village the other day? You can say that. Began the Avenger. From what I sensed, a good number of them are rather strong. Zalem was chief among them, as she outclassed them all together. Zalem? Who might that be? The leader of the visiting clan. There was something rather unnatural about her power. Wanda grimaced. She felt stained. Dirty even. And all around bad. From eloquent descriptions to one even Marin and Ilyana could do better in terms of describing those who make them uncomfortable. Kreia commented. What has she done to gain your ire in such a manner? You seem as though you're restless for conflict. Very much unlike you. It's nothing. Wanda said dismissively. Clearly. Kreia dryly responded. Now, are you going to start talking like an adult or continue pacing about in anger like a petulant child? Maximoff turned to glare at the unperturbed Sith spirit who simply floated there patiently. After a few moments of silence, Wanda relented. It's just the way she and her followers treat her daughter. Wanda spat out. Oh? And how is it that they treat the daughter of Queen Zalem? Like a blight, a disgrace, a nuisance. They humiliate her, bully her. All because she's a misshapen cripple. A cripple, you say? Hunchback and looked rather old. She's rather lucky she wasn't killed once her afflictions came. That doesn't matter, that's her daughter. Wanda nearly yelled, and in doing so, Marin and Ilyana, who were nearby, stopped what they were doing and looked over to her in concern. Cringing at her raising her own voice, she quickly apologized to them both and encouraged them to resume their playtime. You seem far more bothered by this than you should be. Kreia commented. Why should the well-being of one who you had just met matter to you? She's a cripple, yes, but she is also to be the heir to her mother's clan and kingdom, is she not? She has gotten by this long without anyone harming or attempting to kill her, yes? If she has her own strength, you need not interfere in her life. It wouldn't matter if Zalem gets another child. Even then, she just ignores her and treats her like garbage. Wanda said. If that queen does get another child, then she would most certainly die. I will not let that happen. Wanda fiercely declared. Will you even be around if that were to happen? Why try to prevent something that is inevitable? Because I'm an Avenger who was trained by Captain America. Wanda proclaimed with pride. Interfering in the business of others to help and save people is what we do. Wanda stressed out. I commend you on your firm beliefs, but one can only do so much and go so far with words alone. Wanda shook her head, hands alight with her scarlet energy. Luckily I don't need words. To impose your will upon others doesn't sound like something you or your Avengers would do. Not impose. Wanda countered. Just kick some ass. Kreia raised her eyebrow. That phrase is unbecoming of you. There's a lot of quippy people on my team. Maximoff remarked. They tend to rub off on you. The Dark Lord of the Sith hovered in the air above her holocron while continually staring at her new pupil, who shifted about slightly from her gaze. What? There's something else you are not telling me. Kreia stated with certainty. Huh. In case this has slipped your mind, young lady, I was both a Sith and a Jedi, and in my tenure under both orders, I have had a litany of students from all walks of life. So know when I can sense there is more to your reaction than just having to do with the treatment of Zalem's heir. Wanda ran her fingers through her scalp, composing together her thoughts on the matter. Something about Rosli is quite strange. Every time I touch her, I sense this unnatural feeling. It could be your feelings on her disability. Could have been that at first, but these past few days. It isn't that. Wanda stated. Explain. The Avenger crossed her arms and frowned deep in thought. She thought about the small interactions she has had with Rosli since first helping her, and brief as they were, there was a strange consistent feeling she kept getting from the deformed woman. Maximov tried picking the best words to describe what she was feeling. It's like, her misshapen form shouldn't be there at all. Kreia displayed an expression of clear interest now. Go on. Every so often, I somewhat see her from the corner of my eye as if she's following me, watching me. You were befriending her. She may have been timid and shy to approach you on her own. True, but there comes a fine line separating a stalker with everyone else. Is it? An outsider whom she never met displaying a greater degree of kindness than even her own kin? I would say she sees you in a more positive light perhaps than as a stalker. Kreia was right about that. Even if some actions may be a tad suspicious, responses were quite genuine with how well Wanda treated her. Still, she had some sneaking suspicions about Rosli. It's probably some of the lessons Natasha taught her starting to finally come out and work out accordingly. Maybe. Ugh. Wanda lightly clenched her hair on the sides of her head. I hate this right now. I was fine just dealing with some annoyed Night Sisters, now I'm dealing with a country's population worth. Instead of bemoaning your circumstances, use this as an opportunity to use your powers through different means. Kreia spoke up. My powers? How? Better yet, why? Every moment, every situation presented before you can and should be used as a means of challenging oneself in any shape or form befitting of the circumstance at play. Your powers and skill sets are ever growing and changing. This arrival of a group of individuals who despise and mistrust you is the perfect time to apply what you have learned in your time under my tutelage. Hearing this made Wanda think of what may possibly be the best way in the present situation. She could get into their heads and get whatever information out of them while putting up an illusion. She had done this before a number of times to mess around with her enemies. But she always felt dirty and wrong in doing so ever since Sokovia. After Ultron, having used her powers for the benefit of near-global extinction, there was always a lingering feeling of guilt that came over her from the usage of forcing people to go through an illusion that could torment them. It was one thing to use it on civilians to get them to safety. It was another for using it in a discreet or offensive manner. Then again, Natasha did tell her that extracting information from hostiles was always important, and it was clear that Zalom's people would treat her this way. That and seeing how they acted towards Rosli. Yeah, guilt's gone now. I see your point. Wanda conceded. I'll have to tail someone and get them when they least expect it while their guard is down. Good, good. Kreia commended. There seems a bit of Sith in you after all. Please don't. Wanda deadpanned. And I thought you hated the Sith. Kreia hummed to herself. Even in my old age dash. You're dead. Some habits can be difficult to break. Wanda sighed, running a hand through her long hair. She casually looked over to Marin and Ilyana, who were tinkering with cups and bowls with a number of liquids inside them. Quirking a brow, she went over to them both while making a quick wave of her hand to have Kreia rescind back into her holocron. Hey you two. She greeted them with a small smile. What are you doing there? We're making potions. Marin declared happily. Potions. Wanda repeated in confusion and surprise. What for? My auntie. Ilyana said with a shrug, mixing a red liquid with a green one. For what purpose? Maximov said in an unsure tone. Auntie gets nightmares sometimes. Ilyana said, expression falling slightly. I heard her once talking about getting her daughter taken away. And losing me. This potion should help her sleep without the nightmares. Marin stated confidently. Wanda blinked upon seeing this before smiling brightly at the two and reached out to stroke the tops of their heads affectionately. Look at you both. She said with a more loving smile in place now. Looking out for your parents when that should be their job. We can help. Ilyana said, cheeks puffed out. Of course you can. Wanda said kindly, going down to sit beside them on the floor. Now scooch over. I wanna learn how to do this too. Scene cut. She sat at the far end of a table that had been set up for the banquet that was underway for the honored guests that were Queen Zalem and her retinue. Next to her were her two dearest friends Marin and Ilyana, being accompanied by their mother and aunt respectively. Jun would have joined them, but she was assigned guard duty to watch over the borders of the village in case of any funny business. Wanda watched from afar as the two clan leaders sat by one another and conversed with each other. All around her were Night Sisters conversing and eating with one another, though there was a heavy tension in the air. The looks that some of the Night Sisters of the opposite clans directed at one another were less than friendly and outright hostile at times. It felt like the supposed peace between the two were balanced upon a knife's edge, being tempered only by the fact that Zalem's clan was visiting and Talzin was clearly outnumbered. Yet the clan mother was eerily calm and serene, almost with how she portrayed herself to her Night Sister. Zalem echoed this demeanor, yet Wanda had spotted her gazing upon the mountain temple a number of times, discreet as they were. Once more, Natasha's training came into play. Then of course there were the moments where Zalem directed her gaze on Maximoff or managed to corner her into a conversation a few times. Honestly, the clear desire Zalem had for Wanda was unsettling. She knew it wasn't in terms of lust, but a clear sign of want in the abilities that she possesses. This was one of the rare few times where she would rather have it that Talzin was in her place than Zalem. The clan mother at least had the decency to still speak with her without looking at Wanda as though she were a piece of meat. From what she heard in passing, Zalem and her retinue were going to be leaving very soon. Whatever business Her Royal Highness had with Talzin finally concluded. In part, Wanda was happy to have them out of her hair. But after her chat with Kreia, it made her frustrated that her window of opportunity of testing and reusing her mental powers on Zalem's people will be on a time crunch. There was a soft croak from behind and Wanda turned to see Ros Lai shuffling by. In an instant, Wanda's face fell, not at the sight before her but at the sentiment around her that was directed to the crippled Night Sister. The scorn and disdain was potent to say the least. Ros tripped slightly upon her own footing, though she managed to remain standing. The derisive laughter sent at the deformed woman made Wanda's fists clench up tightly with anger. Just about as she was going to stand to go over and assist Zalem's daughter, she caught Lass' gaze and the two locked eyes with each other. In that brief moment, Wanda saw pain, frustration, apathy, and above all else, a burning desire for vengeance. How did she know that look? Simple. She used to see the same expression on her face whenever she looked at her brother or herself in the mirror. Especially during the days in the protests, her time as a volunteer as a Hydra guinea pig and working with Ultron for a time. Without even realizing what she was doing, Wanda slightly held her hand out and her eyes glowed her scarlet power. Ros Lai seemed to have seen it, since her eyes widened considerably and before either of them knew it, a litany of images flashed before their eyes. It all began when there stood a perfectly healthy little girl, training her hardest to succeed and meet her demanding mother's approval. Said child then learned certain truths, making her innocence break and shatter. Her body started to become unnatural, for whatever reason at first. As flashes come and go, the end game slowly becomes clear on the motivation and drive. Whatever people she considered friends years ago faded away due to her ghastly appearance. Her mother, who once gazed at her with small forms of pride, became that of disgust. Another vision flew by, Ros forcefully drinking something with an artery worm in it, caused by one of her mother's guards. Her veins swiftly burn and ache before they get out of her system. Pots and pans tossed at her, small examples making things difficult to complete whatever tasks the hunchback woman had to work with. Just about every time, Ros sought out help by anyone. All the same, her pleas were ignored as she was laughed and sneered at. In a way, it was a means of personal endurance. To see the results of her testing of any and all around her, seeing her as just the deformed daughter of Queen Zalem. Never seeing beyond that. For years, Ros Lai went through the ringer on both a physical and emotional toll. It was only her will that kept her together to keep up with a facade. This changed upon this visit, where she was treated kindly and thoughtfully by someone not of this world. And through her some little children who didn't see her as a deformed monster. Before any more could be seen, another force shoved her out. Wanda let out a startled gasp and felt her knees wobble. Wanda. Marin hopped up to her side, Ilyana joining in a second later. Wanda. Tina echoed, placing a hand upon her back in concern. Are you all right? What? She murmured, looking around blankly at the four Night Sisters around her. You gasped like you were in pain. Ilyana's aunt pointed out. Is everything okay with you? The Avenger stammered out some words for a number of moments until she quieted down and briefly locked eyes with the now stunned Ros Lai. Their gaze only lasted for a second or two when the Queen's daughter quickly turned to hobble away. Wanda reached out with her hand in an instant. Wait, don't go. Go away. Lai hurriedly responded. Ros, I just wanna talk. Speak later. Ros hissed, eyes ablaze with anger and the Dathomirian green magic. Wanda recoiled, as did the girls behind her, completely caught off guard by this shift in character. The five of them watched as Ros limped away a lot faster than usual, the two grown-up turning their heads to Wanda. What was that about? Ilyana's aunt asked in bewilderment. Maximov's mouth opened and closed several times until she put on a determined face. I don't know, but I'm going to find out. Scene cut. Wanda stood before the crashed ship, eyeing the large vessel as she did at times whenever she was lost in thought. She had come here not long after the feast at Talzin's village and with a purpose outside of training or conversing with Kreia or Exozon. No, her purpose in being here revolved around that of another outsider, though to the clan of Mother Talzin. I know you followed me here. Wanda said aloud. And if you don't come out, I'll make you. No response. Only the ambient sounds of the wind and nature around her. This went on for a few seconds until, from behind a large tree, out hobbled Ros Lai, though the aura that she carried was anything but the pathetic charade she put on whenever she was around her people. Instead, the Avenger saw the eyes of a woman who held determination and focus as the Night Sister drew closer to the Sokovian. She eventually stopped before Maximov and the two just stood there for a time and only gazed upon one another without saying a word. You made it pretty obvious you wanted me to follow you. Ros spoke clearly and concisely, no stutters, no slurs. You said you wanted to talk later. Wanda reminded her, arms crossed with an expectant look. Or did you forget? Hard not to do what force trick you did. It wasn't the force I used, but something else. Wanda said, holding up her hand to reveal her ability. It's my own power that I got recently. Ros' last suspicious aura went away for a brief moment as curiosity replaced it. What is that? You say it's not the force. Wanda shook her head. I've been trying to figure out and understand just what this is, but, after all these months, I still understand nothing. What was that you did to me earlier? Ros asked a moment later, and Wanda bit her lip with a look of guilt washing over her. Look, about lunch, I'm sorry for what I did. The Earther said earnestly. I honestly didn't mean to invade your privacy in such a way. You still haven't answered my question. Wanda sighed to herself, rubbing her arm with her hand. The ability I used, I held back on what I've done in the past. I stopped doing it months ago in order to become a better person. And yet you use it on me? Ros asked in rhetorical anger. It was an accident. Wanda quickly responded. I didn't mean to do it on you, I wanted to do it on someone else from your clan. How is that supposed to justify it or make it any better? Okay, stupid comment. Wanda admitted. But it had to do with my training and your clan being her. Talzin's people were incredibly suspicious, and honestly, so was I. It didn't help that your mother kept giving me some real weird looks since she first saw me. Your training. It's complicated. Ros didn't respond for a time, gazing intently at Wanda when slowly, a look of realization dawned upon her face. By the book of law, it's you. Huh. You. Ros emphasized further. That feeling that we all felt months ago. Our magic went haywire, so many Night Sisters screamed in terror and fear from this force, shockwave or something like that. I wouldn't be surprised if every force user and practitioner felt your arrival. You're a... Ros scrunched her face up in thought, trying to pick the right words. A blank spot in the force. A dash. Void. Wanda finished for her. Yeah, I've heard. What are you? Ros asked now, any suspicions or animosity disappearing from her. Something extraordinary. Wanda rolled her eyes. Least that's what Kreia likes to call me. Who? Wanda shook her head. Story for another time. Look, I just want you to know I'm not your enemy. I never wanted to be and I still don't. It's just your mother dash. She's an evil, vile woman who must be eliminated. I wouldn't have jumped into that right away, and that far. Ros now shook her head. No, you don't understand. My mother is planning something that can endanger all Dathomirians on this planet. If she goes through with what it is she has planned, everyone will die. Wanda stared in a blank manner. Well now, that was a quick escalation of events. Luckily for you, I have recently stopped several world-ending threats from where I come from so. Ros was greatly surprised by this. Wait, you mean, are you offering to help me stop my mother? If your mother's plans involve genocide or death of innocent lives then yeah, basically. Lys coughed. I wouldn't call all of my kin innocent but, they're still my people. And I will not have my mother's twisted machinations lead to their doom. Wanda then sensed something from the Queen's daughter as a miracle occurred. Her skin became far healthier, just like her hair and eyes. Her hair became bright red, which matched her eyes. Her mal's-happen body twisted and turned to an upright manner as it reformed into something proper. Her plump face became thin, angular, and smooth. Her figure started to appear very normal and seemed to match Wanda's to a certain degree. From muscle mass, length, etc. Other areas of her body grew to enviable proportions and shapes in which a number of women may consider cheating. And to finish things off, a number of black tribal marks appeared on her flesh. To say the least, the ugly duckling became a beautiful swan in a true literal sense. I guess I'll just have to trust you on this. The drop-dead gorgeous woman spoke with an air of confidence radiating around her. The Avenger certainly wasn't expecting this transformation despite having seen the woman's memories, brief as they were. Huh. That explains why you felt off when we first met. Really? You could. A little. Just made me start guessing. Wanda narrowed her eyes a little to drink more of Ros' appearance. You were truly putting the unique force abilities your people are often known for to the fullest. The illusion and body modifications. A means of deceiving them all. Ros said in a plain fashion. The more I can put off attention from my clan, the more I can work in the shadows to overthrow and kill my mother. I'd say you did a good job. Wanda remarked until registering Ros's last three words. Hang on a second. Kill your mother? Isn't that a bit extreme? My mother deserves no sympathy or mercy of any kind. Lys spat out with pure venom in her voice. She's done so many heinous acts, she's far beyond the point of redemption. Like what? Ros gave her a flat look which then morphed into a contemplative one. Say, since you were able to look into my thoughts by accident, can you do it dash? Willingly. Wanda guessed, seeing Ros nod. I can but, wait, are you sure? Lys walked forward and stood only a foot away from Maximoff with a stern look in her eyes. You want to know why my mother must die? Let me show you. Though hesitant at first, the intense eyes of the Night Sister stirred Wanda forward as she placed her hands on the sides of the woman's temples and closed her own eyes. Both girls subconsciously leaned their foreheads against one another and breathed slowly. There they remained for a few seconds until. Open up your mind. Huh. You've got mental blocks on. Loosen them up. Oh. Oops. Sorry about that. Wanda let out a stifled chuckle with even Ros being unable to resist one of her own before they focused up once more. Ros opened her mind to the small nudges and proddings that she had mentally felt from the scarlet-garbed woman's powers and unleashed the floodgates of her memories. Wanda's expression changed into that of troubled and soon after, disturbed concentration. Slowly, horror began creeping up on her face until at long last she disconnected herself from Ros and fell to her knees. The Sokovian was pale, a sheen of sweat visible on her forehead, dry heaving with a hand over her mouth and tears streaming down her eyes. Oh my God! Wanda croaked, voice hoarse. Oh my God! Ros held a forlorn look, tears out of the corners of her own eyes as she felt Wanda's emotions on top of her reliving those memories. Now you see. La's voice was barely above a whisper, Wanda almost not even registering it. The true thoughts and nature of my tormentors. My mother being chief among them all. How could she do that? Wanda asked in horror. How could your own people allow that? They all have their reasons. Ros bitterly said. Oh God, the children. For the first time since coming to this planet, Wanda was starting to become overwhelmed by her emotions. Her powers started to slip out of her control. All those children. Ros closed her eyes and turned away in guilt. I'm just as responsible for allowing it to happen. Several tears streaked down her cheeks. I didn't do anything to save them at all. Consumed with my plan and want for vengeance. I kept telling myself that they'll be avenged when the time comes. I shall avenge those who have been wronged by my queen and my people and make things right. Whatever mental turmoil Wanda was going through abruptly stopped and her mind cleared as a certain someone's voice echoed through her mind. You are an Avenger. Hearing Clint's voice made her snap out of her thoughts and her seeping power dispersed in an instant. A look of righteous determination came over the Sokovian as she stood back up and faced Ros, who was clearly surprised by her change in demeanor. Avenge, you say? Wanda stated. Well, you couldn't have found a better person to help you. Wanda Maximoff, Avenger at your service. Is that supposed to mean something? Wanda gave her a coy smile. Just something I'm a part of. Ros tilted her head, yet she found herself smiling. I'll take your word for it. Wanda crossed her arms. So then, what's your plan? Lai hummed to herself, mulling it over in her mind. Since you could read and see within minds, do you think you can do it again so I could show you? The Avenger nodded and the two seated themselves before each other with their legs crossed. The Night Sister reached out both her hands with Wanda taking them and they rested their arms upon their knees. Her energy flared, its scarlet power rolled off and reached out towards Ros like a fog. Making contact, Wanda was able to see the rough estimates of what she knows of her mother's plan. A pyramid, a temple, within the middle of a desert. Zalum's territory to be exact. Something peculiar about it is the primary focus of the clan leader's attention. Dwelling far below, there is this structure, safeguarding something radiating unadulterated power. There was another location in Zalum's desert, something unnatural to Dathomir's ecosystem. It was large, consuming and outright dangerous. And Ros' mother has been feasting on it. Growing stronger from it. So too with this unnatural power, Zalum too will feast at what's at the pyramid. In an instant, both women were back in the real world staring at each other. Your mother is insane. Were the first words out of Wanda's mouth. Insane is an understatement. Ros dryly stated. That hunger of hers is becoming insatiable. If this keeps going, she's not gonna be satisfied with just what this planet has to offer and she knows it. It's why she's come here, to Mother Talzin's territory. Here? What could Zalum possibly want with Desh? Wanda paused in thought and remembered a conversation she had with her friend Jun about what made Talzin's clan so special amongst the Night Sisters. Does it have something to do with the Quahir that sparked her interest? An infinity gate. Ros answered in an instant. An ancient technological means of getting around the galaxy in an instant. Wanda narrowed her eyes at the reminder. What does she plan on using the infinity gate for? Asides from gathering more meals and slaves, getting to her long-desired prize. And that is something else the Qua created. Something of untold power. Always something more, isn't there? Wanda grumbled, frowning slightly as a passing thought went through her mind. Something that felt out of place in all this. What was that blob thing I saw in your memory? How'd it get in your territory? I wish I knew. It only appeared before your sudden arrival a year and a half ago. 2014 was the passing year that went through Wanda's mind. Do you have any idea of what it could be? Ros shook her head. I can only guess honestly. It's unnatural and doesn't belong here, but any attempts to destroy it have been useless. She then sneered in disdain. My mother, on the other hand, found another idea for it. Given what Wanda saw in Ros' mind, she already had an idea on the implications. So that thing has energy then. That which is unnatural and not of the Force. Ros answered. And, it's not like that thing isn't of the Force. It's just what it is beyond anything we've ever encountered or understood. It's like a higher, greater power and the Force is just the surface of it all. Huh. Was all Wanda said. She understood or at least had an idea of what the Force was after all the lessons she's had under Talzin, Kreia, and Exozon, but she had yet to truly understand it. How'd she do it? Wanda couldn't help but ask. Ros frowned as she thought about it for a few moments. I know that the use of our sorcery was at play, but I feel as though there's more to it than just that. Huh. Was Maximov's answer. Any idea as to what that is? The magic of the Night Sisters allows us to practice the Force through a unique method that many would be unfamiliar with. Ros explained. It's like the Force, but it is its own thing in the end. I get that, but what does that have to do with the weird blue blob thing in your territory? Likely that my mother enacted a ritual to siphon the energy within it because lately she's been growing stronger just as she's becoming more insane. So she's here for what's under the mountain. Wanda said, more to herself than she did to Ros. She is, and I know she does not intend on asking politely longer than intended. These past few days must have tested Zalum's patience on seeing it. Indeed. She expressed her anger quite thoroughly. Really now? Ros grimaced and stood up, turning around to reveal her bruised back that made Wanda flinch. One which remained in her transition from the hunchback facade. Did she dash? Yes. Ros said dejectedly. Every time she endures a perceived failure of her own making or those that were beyond her control. I was always her outlet. Wanda felt her lip tremble as she turned her head in the direction of the village. She wondered if Talzin knew of the possibility. Then again, the Avenger wondered a whole number of things about her. Regardless, she might have to. Krakaboom! Ros and Wanda jolted from the sound of a not-so-distant explosion. Both turned to see the green magic of the Night Sisters being thrown about, followed by the telltale screams of a collective war cry. Maximov's eyes widened considerably and was about to go when she heard Ros speak. It's started. She whispered in a low and horrified voice. The Avenger whirled around with widened eyes. She saw the defeated and forlorn look, and in an instant, a tidal wave of rage filled the Sokovian. Wanda grabbed the Dathomirian and whirled her about to make Ros face her. Did you know? Wadesh was all I could muster up. Did you know? The Avenger screamed in the witch's face, eyes ablaze with her powers, with the energy seeping off her form. Ros's eyes widened even further than before, fear being palpable as she managed to stammer out. I was going to tell you. She whispered in defeat. Didn't he know it was happening today? The human saw Ros was just as surprised as she was with the genuine response. She briefly prodded into her mind, completely disregarding any tact, and detected that she was indeed telling the truth. Another explosion was soon heard and Maximov released Ros and her head snapped back in the direction of the village with fear and panic welling up within her. Marin! Ilyana! She cried out, tears perking up near the corners of her eyes. Scarlet energies swirled around her, making her float and rocket from her position. Ros gaped in utter astonishment as she watched the Avenger fly through the air and quickly make her way back to the village. She looked ahead and saw the Zalum's raid on Talzin's village in full swing, and rage soon filled her very being. Just you wait, mother! Ros hissed in a deadly voice, rediscovering her resolve. Your time has come. Zooming towards the mountain, Wanda saw the chaos being ensued due to Zalum's impatience. The witches that Wanda has grown accustomed to were fighting back a vicious ferocity, but they were outnumbered. And they had been caught off guard. Floating above the village, Wanda clapped her hands together before pulling them apart to form a glowing red sphere in between her palms. Hefting it up with one hand, Maximov plummeted downward to the very center of the village, as that was where the fighting was the most fierce. The minute she landed on the ground, the scarlet sphere in her hand was slammed into the ground, and from that spot came an expulsion of intense Shnik energy that sent all in front of her flying back. Thankfully, they were all part of the enemy clan. Wanda! Came a voice of relief from behind. The Avenger turned back to see a beaming Jun, and next to her coincidentally was Tina. You two all right? Wanda asked straight away. Us? Tina said in bewildered astonishment. Where'd you even dash? We're alive and still fighting. Jun cut in. That's what counts. Good. Maximoff said in satisfaction, turning back to the large wave of enemy Night Sisters. Scarlet energy flared once more as Wanda hurled the enemy Night Sisters away and incapacitated them. Steer clear of me, she warned the two behind her. I don't plan on holding back. Jun, however, was not about to let her friend fight alone. Wanda, you can't seriously consider dash. The Night Sister didn't have time to finish her statement as she witnessed Wanda unleash a gargantuan wave to ensnare any other attackers. A number were fortunate to not get hit, as they were outside its radius. Jun's mouth was agape as was Tina's, yet she subconsciously managed to move her hand up to grab Jun's arm and began lightly tugging her away for them to leave the Avenger by herself. Sensing that she was alone in the vicinity, Wanda smirked dangerously as her powers around her intensified. Scarlet tendrils that wafted all around her body began to vibrate until they were sucked into two spheres that Maximoff summoned for both her hands. She reared her arms back and threw the red balls of Shinnok power into an oncoming cluster of Zalum's forces composed of Night Sisters and brothers. The spheres sailed in between them all until reaching their intended points of targets and erupted. The shockwave sent many sailing through the air, with a few being hurled away by Wanda's telekinesis. Some had recovered and began firing their weapons or utilizing their magic against the Avenger. Maximoff had instantly thrown up a shield in response that absorbed the oncoming attacks. She bent her arms back before thrusting them forward and sent the barrier flying towards her foes. The Night Brothers in the way had tried brute forcing their way through the shield only to be swatted aside. Several of the Night Sisters used their magic to propel themselves up and over the barrier and ran for the superhero. Maximoff beat back several in rapid succession via a combination of her physical skills and her enhanced ones. Some enemies got in too close for comfort, letting Wanda get into her other form of training as of late. Retrieving a fallen saber from the ground, she used it to defend against a downward strike. Performing a telekinetic backflip, she kicked an enemy from underneath their chin. With a swing of her blade, she more or less disposed of them. And as much as she would naturally look at the sword to see any blood on it, she couldn't afford to be distracted. Okay, Wanda, she mentally told herself. Remember what Kreia said? For my Shiicho. Since her time in learning under the tutelage of both Sith Lords, they had exposed the young woman to a new method of fighting that would complement her ever-growing prowess both in the physical and mystical, so to speak. Lightsaber forms. Since she was only a novice in this regard and wielded a power different from the Force, she had to make do with her present arsenal. Whilst there were 7 forms of lightsaber combat, Shiicho was the one she was to start with, as it is the first and basic in all forms of the use of a saber. Used from the very inception of the Jedi Order, it is a form that has persevered to this day and taught to any and all Force users under the Jedi and Sith Order. A practical requirement for all of them to know to begin with before learning other suitable forms. Kreia had this to say when she first introduced this style to Wanda. It is simple and its simplicity is strength. It allows focus. A slightly improved chance of connecting with one's opponent. It has no other advantages or disadvantages. It is an effective form to fall back on when no other form will do. A form based on allowing yourself to flow, become erratic and unpredictable as a torrent of rapids. A style meant for taking on multiple enemies at once. Like so. Swiftly moving to defend herself, Wanda had to go against a few of Zalum's forces. She used her powers to enhance her movements to hopefully get over her opponents. One by one, she was more or less successful in overcoming them. Wanda panted slightly, flinching at the feeling of her blistered and calloused hands as she gripped her newfound blade tightly. She had yet to fully accustom herself to such combat and consistently relied upon her powers for better flow and finishes in her sequences. The Avenger quickly unleashed a Shinnok shockwave around her to get some space to flick away some of the aching pain in both hands before she resumed her defensive assault. This kind of fighting went on for a number of seconds before one of the Night Brothers swung at her sword with a mace and snapped it in two. Wanda gaped in stunned surprise. Rude. The Night Brother was sent hurtling back from a scarlet-enhanced palm strike to the chest a moment later. Energy arrows homed towards her, but a number were stopped by her erected shield. The rest came near and were halted when Wanda focused upon them. With a flick of her wrist, she had them return to sender. She had been so focused on her own battle that she hadn't realized that she was among the last few standing in the village that still resisted Zalum's clan. But that didn't matter as she still had a battle to win. Using her powers, Wanda procured 2 other discarded sabers from the ground. They hovered around her as they started to defend her against other opponents. At one point in a Force practitioner's life, they create unique forms to best suit them and throw off their opponents. Darth Kreia was no different. This was a form or really style of sorts that the ancient Force user styled for herself. The use of 3 lightsabers at once, floating around her as a means of constant offense and defense. It was a technique Kreia had only recently begun teaching her, so Wanda was only able to keep track of 2. 2 was enough at this time. Flaring her powers, Wanda started gliding across the battlefield as her hovering sabers started cleaving, striking and defending. The force behind them were able to start turning the tide as the Sokovian sought to get to her allies still remaining here. She saw several get bound and captured, which ramped the intensity of her attacks. The Avenger became a scarlet blur of motion, striking down and striking back against any and all that got within her way. As time passed, her weapons came and went due to the intensity of the fight. Using her powers to enhance the blades till they started to shatter. Thus Wanda had to find more and use other weapons. Once taking an energy bow, she had to focus on her inner Hawkeye. She was an amateur compared to him. But she had to make do until finding other blade weapons. When she did, things seemed to repeat themselves as her blades broke once more. Oh my god, will you guys just stop and let me keep one of these swords? Just as Wanda was about to conjure another string of attacks, the ground around her suddenly shifted. Distracted by this movement, her eyes widened considerably and she barely managed to erect a barrier around her entire body as stone pillars formed out from the ground and thrusted themselves against the Avenger. She was sent flying back and crashed into the ground in a painful grunt. Maximoff managed to get to her knees, but she was dazed. The attack was sudden and swift, breaking her concentration. Due to her dazed state, she failed to notice the particles of dirt swirling around her before they came together to form tendrils. They quickly shot up and attached themselves around her wrists and pulled her hands down into the ground. The sudden jolt snapped her out of her confusion. She stared at her hands in confusion and trepidation and began to try to free herself, only to feel more constrictions around her hands. She let out a small pain moan when she heard a cackling laugh. Wanda looked up to see the perpetrator of the attack, whose form was glowing a sickly green color. But there was also a strange, indescribable energy rotating around the woman's hands. A light bluish-white energy that appeared to have small pebbles interwoven into the swirling mass. Ah yes, Zalum regarded Wanda with a leering want and lust. Mother Talzin's new pet. That's Wanda Maximoff to you. The Sokovian spat out with a rage plastered all over her face. Oh, the queen conveyed faux terror. The little witch has thorns. How utterly frightful. Wanda sneered in pure contempt at the Dathomirian. Why are you doing this? She felt rather stupid in asking this, as she was well aware of it by now. Come now, is it not obvious? Zalum rhetorically asked. Excuse me if I'm sick of hearing the generic responses from megalomaniacs from people like you. Wanda retorted. Zalum let out a false sigh of weariness and exhaustion. I grow tired of the factionalism that dominates my people. Zalum said, as if the weight of the world were on her shoulders. The queen held up her hand that still had the strange glow around it. But with this, she said in a near fanatical fashion. With this, Dathomir shall submit to my reign. I shall take my people to heights unseen before. No longer will we be an isolated splinter of covens. We shall show the galaxy a new power that can rival any and all Force users that would dare to challenge us. Okay, so she's generic as all hell. Wanda internally said to herself. Zalum continued on in a grandeur fashion as she held out a hand for Maximoff. Join me or die. It doesn't matter. I shall see my unification complete either way. I'd rather not. The clan leader scoffed. Pity. Wanda expunged a powerful wave of her powers into the ground to free her hands, and she raised them in time as the Night Sister Queen unleashed her next attack. A torrent of Night Sister Force lightning shot out of Zalum's palms. Wanda staggered back from the massive force behind it but held as long as she could. Her scarlet barrier started to strain with each passing second from the invading green energies. It was too much for her to handle. She had greatly taxed herself with her fighting earlier prior to confronting Zalem. As her barrier finally broke, Wanda was hurtled away. She crashed into some debris with a large amount falling on top of her. She was rendered unconscious, not being able to do anything else as Zalem's forces soon made their departure. The queen only cackled to herself, a mad glint in her eyes. She wanted to grab the one that had stirred up a commotion a few months back with her arrival. But alas, she already got what she came for. And she also knew that this woman would make her way to her by her own means. If she was alive for that matter. Scene cut. Her head was swimming. There was a pounding on the side of her temple with her ears ringing. She couldn't see much from her blurred vision and she was barely able to make out the sounds of movement and talking. Eng. No. Wa. She began to hear grunts and the pressure upon her body was slowly being alleviated. Mother Talzin. We found her. Get her out of there. Debris was being lifted off of Wanda, showing the Sokovian underneath who had a number of scrapes and bruises. Overall, she survived. Extracted from it all, she was hoisted and carried out. How are you feeling? Asked the Night Sister to her right. Like shit, but I'll survive. Wanda managed out in a slur, head hung slightly to the side. I know I may not trust you much, Maximov, but I am grateful to see you are at least still with us. Said the woman on her left. Oh, Wanda groaned. That's nice to hear. Some time had passed as the clan members under Mother Talzin had assessed their present numbers. A number were dead, others were swiftly taken. Everyone else remained due to Wanda's actions. Though, there wasn't much left of them unfortunately. Those that had survived and remained in the clan's village were gathered at the center. Less than a dozen or so were here. This is it. Wanda whispered in slight despair. This is all that made it? All I managed to save. Some are resting and recovering from their wounds. The Night Sister to her right stated and Wanda looked up to see it was Jun. The Night Sister she had come to call a friend looked down at her with a smile. If not for you, who knows how many of us would have been killed. But so many of you got captured. Wanda retorted. We'll get them back. Jun stated in confidence. The superhero slowly nodded before turning to the remaining Night Sisters in attendance. Given the fighting is over, where the hell is that bitch? Back to her territory. One of the Night Sisters responded. Figured. The Sokovian heard some rapid foot movement a moment later. Looking over to a ruined hut, she saw a familiar girl coming her way. Ilyana. Wanda whispered, holding up her arms for the young girl to run straight into as the two hugged one another tightly. I thought I lost you. The young child whispered into Wanda's shoulder. The Avenger shushed her gently, hand running through the girl's hair. It'll be hard to take me down. She then heard someone else standing before her and she opened her eyes to see a battered but standing Tina. They took Marin. The mother whispered in a low, dejected, and broken voice. I saw my aunt get taken. Ilyana said a moment later, tears streaming down her face. Wanda felt her lip tremble upon seeing one of the two young girls she had grown to care for so deeply in such a state and held her close. We'll get them back. We'll get them all back. She assured the young Night Sister initiate. Quite the bold promise, Maximov. Spoke a familiar, distorted voice. I'm not just gonna sit by and let them take your people like that, Talzin. Wanda declared. You and your clan may not have been the best but you gave me a place to stay. At the very least, this is what I can do for you in return. One can do is hope. And one can inspire it. Spoke Talzin as she approached the Sokovian. We saw how you held her off. Impressive. Wanda had a bitter expression on display. Not well enough with what's occurring now. Indeed. Spoke the Night Sister leader. We must recover and retaliate for what they've done. Are you certain that is a good idea, Mother Talzin? Tina asked in uncertainty. A good number of our warriors are either injured or taken prisoner. Be that as it may, we must retaliate swiftly and efficiently. Talzin chided with a stern tone. I have long since held suspicions towards Zalem and her intentions for our clan and the rest of Dathomir for that matter. She has done well in blocking much of my knowledge of the other covens as of late, but now things are clear. Likely them being dead or kidnapped like yours. Wanda said in a grim tone. How do you know that? Tanny asked in bewilderment. I have come across an inside source that confirms it. Wanda stated. Suspicions started to arise amongst many of the Night Sisters. Some were starting to think of accusing Wanda as a double agent or something worse. Being who? One that none of you would have suspected. Maximov said. Tilting her head to the side, she was able to pinpoint her source amongst the crowd and locked eyes with her. One who hates Zalem far more than any of you combined. Those that remained gazed upon Wanda in confusion until several turned their heads towards what or better yet who it was she was staring at. Those closest to this person jolted in surprise at her sudden appearance with the woman giving off a wry look. Who is this? One asked. I don't recognize her from the others. She looks more human than Dathomirian. That would be Ros lie, said Wanda. The collective of Night Sisters save Talzin gasped in shock and disbelief. What? Zalem's daughter? Impossible. Ros lie is a hunchback creature. The Avenger rolled her eyes, holding Ilyana in one arm whilst the other rested upon her hip. Oh, this is very much her. Zalem's daughter gave Wanda a dry look before exhaling a sigh. Stepping forward towards Mother Talzin and Wanda, she gave her greetings. I know this is all rather sudden, but what Maximov says is the truth. Ros said aloud for all to hear. I am the daughter of Zalem. How can you be her daughter? Jun asked in slight suspicion. Ros looked over to her before exhaling and called forth her own application of Dathomirian magic. In mere moments, her metamorphosis occurred before them all to prove she was indeed the being they have known to be. Shortly after everyone present drank in the knowledge, she returned to her original appearance. Fascinating. Talzin murmured, wide grin in place. I had no idea the deformed and neglected daughter is capable of such an advanced technique. Years of practice, trial, and error. No one of my clan has seen through my facade. All in order to reach my goal. So you wish to kill your own mother then? Jun inquired, eyes narrowed at the technical princess before them. Is it difficult to understand as to why? Lai rhetorically asked. You wish to join us in attacking your home? Talzin stated, not questioned. In order to free us all from my mother's shackles and machinations. Ros proclaimed. She is a monster who has been sacrificing our own people for the past year, garnering more power as time goes on and only grows stronger with every passing hour. Talzin narrowed her eyes on this implication, finally understanding what seemed off by her fellow clan leader during these past days. With her taking the Star Chamber you've safeguarded, the next phase of my mother's plan can begin. Talzin grimaced. I see. Then we must prepare quickly. Several of the Night Sisters voiced some displeasure and objections, though they were not to last, as they dutifully went towards their homes and prepared themselves. What is her plan again? Wanda abruptly asked. The destruction of all Dathomirians. Ros shook her head. The expansion of our people. She just needs to cull the weak and those resistant to her goal. Lovely. Came the sarcastic remark. Wanda looked at the still nervous and distraught Ilyana and sighed, placing a comforting hand on her cheek and giving her a kind smile. Would you like to stay the night with me? Ilyana only nodded silently and placed her head on Wanda's shoulder, clinging onto her older sister figure tightly. This was a troubling time for the young Night Sister, and she needed any form of peace for what may occur next for her people. Do you have room for one more? Tina asked, stepping forward and getting a nod from Wanda. Something isn't adding up for me. Ros, Wanda, and Tina all looked over to a troubled Jun who had her arms crossed. Credit for your thoughts. Zalem. I knew she was powerful, but not this powerful. Jun remarked in thought. What do you mean? Jun rubbed her chin, thinking on how to elaborate this further. Okay, so, a while back, before you even came here actually, our clan felt a strange shift in the air on Dathomir. The Night Sister said. It was a sudden explosion or vibration in the force in our magic that lasted for far longer than the overwhelming shockwave that was your arrival, Wanda. Lasted longer? Wanda said in confusion. Longer how? For minutes, things became erratic. ROS let out a shiver. It was like something of a quake that permeated through our very beings. We all felt a change in Dathomir, or at least the feeling of one coming. Then all of a sudden, it all ceased and never occurred since. Yes, I remember that feeling. Jun said aloud. Hard to forget something like that. Tina added. It was one of the first times I ever bore witness to a coven gathering of all the clan leaders of the witches of Dathomir. The Avenger found herself frowning, looking over to Lai, who caught her gaze. This sensation or feeling or whatever it was that happened, did you ever figure out what it was? It took time for me to find a clue, but it involves that which is not native to my clan's territory. And what began my mother's newfound hunger for power? A memory flashed through her mind. A memory that was not hers. Wanda was quick to surmise ROS was talking about the unknown blue blob within her lands. Zalem has gotten stronger in a short amount of time. Unnaturally so. Jun pointed out. The abilities I saw her use against our clan and Wanda is not any Night Sister or Dathomirian magic that I am familiar with. Unless that old hag has developed a new form of it. Nothing of the sort. ROS said with a shake of her head. The power she has gained can best be described as not of our own or our ways. It is of an outside source, and the power that it possesses is indescribable. Jun frowned, sharing a look with Wanda briefly. What can you tell us about it? Lai closed her eyes and felt herself shiver. The only way I could describe this power is that it is far greater and older than anything I have seen in my life. ROS said, voice deadly grim. She can manipulate and create virtually anything that she wishes, and her control has only grown with time, just as her sanity has dwindled. A number of known abilities the eldest and strongest among us have been known to wield have been amplified. Normally, I would honestly be a bit more dismissive of what you're saying. Tina spoke up. But your tone coupled with what I witnessed today. Are we certain that this is the right course of action? We must go. Wanda said resolutely. If we don't, everyone you know will die. That feels like a bit of stradash. No. The Avenger cut her off emphatically. You don't understand. I've seen people like Zalem before. Her kind of people are the kind you do everything in your power to stop. It's either that or the end of the world as you know it. Delaying this any further will make things more difficult than we can hopefully imagine. The Night Sisters who were still present stared at the scarlet-garbed heroine with troubled expressions. You've dealt with people like my mother before? ROS couldn't help but ask. Well, not exactly. Wanda remarked. Your mother takes prisoners. The guy I knew exactly, didn't. What did this other guy you speak of want? Jun asked. The extinction of all life on my planet. Maximov's tone was grim. It was only with my friends and comrades were we able to live another day. The Night Sisters that were around her stared with a myriad of emotions running through their hearts and minds. They felt a troubled feeling stemming from their force abilities, signifying the coming conflict to be would be dangerous. Wanda's unnatural seriousness was a huge factor as to why, as in the time that Talzin's clan had gotten to know the woman, she seldom appeared to ever lose her patience or aloof demeanor. Eventually they all dispersed, went to gather their dead for a proper ceremony for them that night. Come morning, Wanda and her allies will head out to avenge the fallen. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 60, The Scarlet Witch. Wanda was sifting through the crashed ship where she had first found Kreia and Exozon's holocrons when she had first arrived here. The reason why she's here was that she was desperate. Desperate to find something useful with the mission about to commence in a few hours from now. Zalem had attacked the coven of Night Sisters that she had been staying with for some time now and had taken a number of them hostage in her raid. Including Marin and Ilyana's aunt. Wanda was restless last night. She couldn't sleep a wink. So many worries plagued her mind as nightmares surfaced, both old and new. Thus she went to Marin and Ilyana's special place. Not only to clear her head, but some part of her hoped the smugglers or pirates who once owned this vessel forgot to take a number of things. Some stuff which may have been overlooked. Wanda, after all, found 2 Sith holocrons by chance. So why can't she perhaps come across something else? It may be unlikely but... something. Maximoff muttered. There has to be something here. She heard a small leap and bit of commotion behind her. Everything all right, Ilyana? Wanda asked aloud, not bothering to look over. Yes, I'm fine. Came the response from the young child. You didn't break anything, did you? What's there to break? Practically everything else here is broken. The Avenger snorted. Good point. She heard small footsteps coming up to her and looked down at her side at Ilyana looking up at her. Wanda, what are we looking for here? Something useful. Something which could help save the others. Like the holocrons. Not exactly. Wanda stated. They are tools of knowledge. What we need is a tool of war or something that can tip the odds in our favor. Like what? Like anything. Wanda said desperately. These smugglers, pirates, or whoever must have had something else on this damn ship. It couldn't have been just loot or anything they couldn't use. All there is now is blasted junk and corpses. She saw Ilyana flinch and recoil slightly, and in an instant Maximoff was filled with guilt. Wanda kneeled down to her eye level and placed both hands on the child's shoulder. I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to yell at you like that. Wanda said, pulling her in for a hug which was reciprocated. Just this whole thing yesterday has put me on edge. Practically everyone has been taken and we're running out of time before heading out to hopefully get them back. Marin and your aunt are in danger. I want to get them back fast. Ilyana smiled, holding on to the woman who she has come to view as an older sister even tighter now. The two separated and resumed their search on the ship. The Sokovian was fairly certain that there may be something aboard the ship that she had missed the first time that could be useful for the upcoming conflict. She was back in the main storage area now where she had first found Kreia and Exozon's holocrons. All the tossed over and toppled tombs and sarcophagus from Korriban. It was like trekking through a desecrated graveyard with the eerie feeling still wafting in the air. She hadn't bothered going through these moved crypts beforehand, outside of her previous time here. All due to the factor she wanted to respect the dead. But now she may as well become a grave robber with what she may enact now. She figured that just looking for something of use here in the physical sense may not yield any results. So perhaps a different method would be needed here. Ending up in a meditative state, Wanda used her powers to reach out to anything of power once calming herself. It took some time and unadulterated focus when she sensed something in the darkness. Opening her eyes, she didn't know they were glowing scarlet red as she looked towards the general direction of the faint feeling. Walking towards the spot she felt this time around, Wanda squinted her eyes at the slightly uneven floor beneath the tomb that was in the center of the room. With a wave of her hand, scarlet energy surrounded both the tomb and the floor panel it was on, and it was pulled up off the ground. There was yet another encased tomb, but unlike the many that surrounded it, this one was practically perfectly preserved. Deciding to open this one with a bit more tact, Wanda sent forth her power in the form of tendrils to enter in between cracks and openings in the sarcophagus. There was a body in there, wrapped in a litany of bandages, blackened robes, and armor of some kind that was preserved with the Force. She may not understand it still, but with her powers and training with her 2 Sith mentors, she had begun to at least sense what this omnipresent energy was. And this sarcophagus had been preserved through methods with the Force. Inspecting it further, the Sokovian found something alongside the slightly armored, mummified corpse. It appeared to be a cylindrical item of some kind that looked vaguely familiar. Gingerly, she picked it up to look at it from all sides until realization hit her. She recalled something from her lessons with the Sith ghosts about a specific tool utilized by practically all within both orders of the Force. This ended up causing a smile to form on her lips. Scene cut. Back within her hut, Wanda activated her holocrons and presented the item to the entities. Ah, so you have procured for yourself a lightsaber. Kreia spoke with approval whilst Exozon regarded the blade with intrigue. Two-sided. The first Sith lady remarked in intrigue. My word, I have only seen that design and use of old Force blades on Tython. Never in the form of a lightsaber. The design came to fruition long after your time through a Jedi-turned-Sith named Exarchon. Kreia shifted her attention from her fellow Sith ghost to their student. How did you acquire such a weapon? I found it on the ship. Wanda answered. It was in a space beneath one of the tombs, hidden out of sight. I didn't even realize it was there until before sunrise. Wanda wondered why she never noticed it before once coming onto this planet months ago. She had felt the two Sith holocrons, but why not the lightsaber? Whose pilfered tomb was it? I don't know. You don't know? Exozon hissed. In case you forgot, I can't exactly read or understand your ancient Sith language. Wanda reminded her with a deadpan expression. And you haven't been helpful in teaching me or lack thereof to begin with on the subject amongst others. Only because you kept sealing me back into my holocron. Only because you are an unbearable bitch of a spirit who thinks too highly of herself. Maximoff shot back irritably. The Dark Founder harumphed as she crossed her arms. If you balanced your lessons with your schedule, I might have taught you. Yeah, you might have. Enough. What's done is done. Wanda can learn such a language at a later time. Kreia then looked at the lightsaber before her. Now then, let's see what's inside. Wanda nodded as she used her powers to carefully dismantle the weapon to reveal the components inside. The elongated metal handle of the double-bladed weapon was of average length for such a model, being roughly 2 feet. What was unique about it was that it bore 2 red kyber crystals. One was synthetic, the other was something else entirely. This secondary crystal was oddly starburst-shaped and bore more power within it than the synthetic by a large margin. From the carmine red object, it helped produce 0.75-meter plasma blades. But what other capabilities it bore, only she can unravel them over time. As the inspection went on, both Kreia and Exozon commented that Wanda could do well in the following forms now that she has a lightsaber of her own, Nieman and Juyo. Form 6 or Nieman is known as the moderation form, which is a combination of a number of the 5 previous lightsaber forms into being less demanding in discipline in allowing them to expand their perception and skills. A balance of all the forms. But the form that Kreia viewed to be the one most suited for Wanda aside from Shiicho was the most difficult of all lightsaber forms to master. Something which Exozon seemed to think would be enjoyable to perhaps see Wanda try and fail to master. Form 7 or Juyo is rather the opposite of the others, as it was the most demanding due to it being the fiercest and strongest above the rest. Yet once mastered, it can allow the practitioner to greatly excel in combat, being a near unstoppable attack force once in the hands of a master. All due to the factor it becomes very unpredictable for an opponent to read. Though it came at a dangerous cost at being susceptible to one's emotions. Even if Wanda doesn't have the force, emotions still play a role in fighting if one does not control them. Then again, it all depended on the wielder with their favored style once studying them. Sure, Wanda could use her already taught standard lightsaber form of Shiicho, it would be a little awkward with her present weapon, given the handle's length. She could perhaps adjust it with the bow staff and spear combat she gained with the Night Sisters, but the areas of holding the weapon would now be restricted. As much as she would like to learn the new styles with the double-bladed force weapon, she had no such time with her present circumstances. So she had to make do with her present knowledge and adapt accordingly. There are inscriptions on the side of the blade. Kreia noted, having Wanda turn it slightly for her mentor to see. Interesting. What is it? The name of the one who crafted this weapon. Whose was it? You will have to earn that privilege. Wanda and Ilyana whined a little. All the while, the First Lady of the Sith was inspecting the lightsaber from all sides. Fascinating. Exozon said. I never would have thought of such a design. Clearly you and your fellow founders lacked imagination, said Wanda as she deactivated the weapon and clipped it to her pilfered belt. Or perhaps such an idea and concept had yet to manifest, child. Exozon shot back with a glare. Kreia pinched the bridge of her nose. I swear, you two give me such a headache, even in death. Must you both behave in such a childish manner? I'm in my mid-20s. Wanda countered. She on the other hand is several thousand years old. If you want to blame anyone, there's your culprit. Regardless, I would have at least hoped in the means in which you describe your team you're a part of you would behave in a more mature fashion. Tony Stark is one of the co-founders of the Avengers. What you're asking for is a bit impossible. If only that name held relevance to me. Exozon shot back flatly. Oh, how I would love to see Stark's reaction to you saying that in his face. It would hurt his ego, just a little, but it'll be enough. If you two are finished, Kreia said, clearly becoming annoyed now at the two needless bickering. Despite your recent acquisition of a force weapon, I doubt you brought us here for such news. Wanda let out a sigh, shaking her head. You're correct. An attack happened here by an enemy clan. Most, if not nearly all, of the Talzin's clan was greatly harmed. There were a lot of deaths and many survivors were taken. In some hours, I'll be heading out with others to attack back. So you've come to us for help. Sort of. Wanda admitted. I know you guys are spirits and all, but I figured I can get some ideas or training in before I head off to confront Zalem and save Talzin's clan. And why would you help them? Asked Exozon. These clan of witches, specifically that leader you've spoken of, have made their intentions clear. Does she not want you for your power? Wanda shook her head and remembered a conversation she once had with Captain Rogers when she first joined the Avengers after Sokovia. It's not about that. Wanda countered. It's about the principle. I'm an Avenger, and that means going out of your way to help those who can't help themselves, even if they're people you don't like. Your funeral? Japped Exozon. But what would you get in return, Maximoff? Kreia questioned. They may have supplied you with shelter for a time, but saving their lives wouldn't gain you much more than what you've already gotten. What more can you get from helping these people? The Avenger shrugged. It's not always about getting something in return. Sometimes, it's just about helping people and not expecting anything back. That's the job of a hero. Your heroic job is very flawed. Exozon said with a sneer. The last time I stood around and did nothing, a mad AI manipulated me and my twin brother in almost committing genocide on my planet. Wanda countered. And I don't want to take advice or insults from an exile who lost in her war. Watch it, Maximoff. Or what? She challenged back. What can you dash? Enough. Both of you. Kreia now shouted, clearly incensed by them both. Her shout actually caused Ilyana, who was over by her usual spot beside the ship, to jolt upwards and fall over in surprise. Wanda and Exozon simply glared at one another, with Kreia rubbing her head. Forces above, I have a migraine from the both of you, and I'm a spirit. Kreia grumbled. Not even, a piece of one, not even the full being. You two are proving to be far more aggravating than you need to be. Now, Wanda, you came to us in hopes of getting any form of instruction that you can get before you go to confront this Night Sister Queen, yes? Then you shall be silent and listen to our words. And Exozon, you will refrain from making any snide or childish remarks should Wanda say anything. As a matter of fact, the same goes for you, Maximoff. You are one of the first Sith Lords of the Order. I expect you to hold yourself to a higher standard. Both women were rather startled by the scolding they had received. Do I make myself clear? She was met with silence. Well. The other two women grumbled their responses. Good. Kreia said with a huff. Forces, Jedi younglings held more discipline compared to the two of you. Ilyana held back a giggle as she was still startled with Kreia snapping earlier. The former Sith Lord let out a shaky sigh before gazing upon her pseudo-student. To begin with, Wanda, neither of us are miracle workers. Letting you miraculously know the knowledge of the saber forms with a snap is basically impossible, unless you were secretly a training droid. Even if that were to somehow happen, you wouldn't have the physical training and body memory to aptly respond and follow through with them. I agree. It would be all done in half measures. Spoke the Dark Founder. So what should I do then? Wanda asked, holding her newly acquired lightsaber up. For one, a lightsaber of that design may prove to be too much for you to handle, Maximoff. Kreia stated. Tread carefully if you are indeed to utilize such a tool. No kidding. I have to be extra careful so I won't stab myself in an accident by pressing the wrong switch. I've seen that happen with some novice or thief who thought they could use the weapon on the first try. Practically killed them on the spot. Said the Photothomarian. Wanda didn't comment about that. Anything else you can perhaps part me with? You plan on going this coming morning to this queen's territory, yes? Wanda nodded. Then you shall use this time in practice with your new weapon. Now, we shall start with the basics once again. Wanda nodded as she used her powers to clear the space of her hut. She then looked towards Ilyana, who was still there. You best head back. But I wanna stay. Sorry, but I don't want to end up hurting you. But I can watch from a distance. Wanda, let her stay. Kreia said. What? Wanda rounded on her. Why should she dash? She and Marin hold a great degree of potential. Kreia stated. Taking this time and observing your training shall prepare her for the time when she will undoubtedly pick up a lightsaber of her own. Ilyana beamed, shooting a slightly smug look in Wanda's direction. The Sokovian exhaled a drawn-out sigh before glaring evenly at the hooded holocron entity. Fine. But anything happens, it's on you. Hearing your childish arguments with Exozon is enough of a punishment. Scene cut. Amongst a crowd of Night Sisters, the volunteers were getting the last bit of preparation taken care of before they headed out. There weren't many of them, barely reaching a dozen in numbers. But the lack of quantity was made up by quality, as the very best that had remained in the village were handpicked by Talzin to undergo this counter-raid. It was primarily composed of the Night Sisters who fought back against Zalum's clan and were among the few who had been able to fight back against those that had attacked them. Needless to say, these were not simple witches of Dathomir. Jun was checking her gear of the usual provisions to weapons, traditional to unusual, when she saw Wanda approaching the group and saw some changes about her. You look battle-ready, she commented. Thanks. Wanda simply said. Her friend eyed the armor that she wore. Primarily, mixed around her traditional attire, Wanda bore some flexible armored greaves for her arms with vambraces, and for her legs some greaves which reached up her to her knees, being capped off by poleans. She wore a single, small piece of chest armor to help fit her slender frame. She would have gone with more, but the Avenger didn't want to restrict her movements too much. Where'd you get the armor? Was digging around. Dig around she did. While she pilfered the double-blade lightsaber from the crashed ship, she also brought back a number of armor pieces from the one tomb and a few others. Reason being that she needed some additional form of protection, and some of the armor didn't exactly fit her on the first tomb she desecrated. It was Wanda's turn to inspect Jun as she saw something which stood out. Nice weapon you got there. You get that from Talzin? She noted, inspecting it. I did, and several others. And I take it you got yours as well from her. Wanda didn't answer that, only remaining silent to let the Night Sister assume she was correct. From what the Sokovian was referring to was the factor that Jun and several others bore a lightsaber. It more or less made her realize they could have been from the crashed ship nearby or collected over the years. Who's to say? A lot can happen in 600 years after all. Regardless, they were a bit more equipped for what's to come. Once they were all prepped and ready, they converged upon the center of the village where the daughter of Queen Zalum stood with Talzin by her side. We're all here? Lai asked, looking around at the assembled group of Night Sisters. I would have expected more. There would have been if not all of them are still being treated. Marin's mother Tina, who was equipped and armored, said aloud. Some of the wounded are our best healers, so that's making things difficult. Said another Night Sister. And any others are still needed here to protect what is left. Talzin stated. I see. That's unfortunate. So what's the game plan, Ros Lai? Asked Wanda. Zalum's daughter quirked a brow at the wording but understood the intention. To begin with, the best way to enter my mother's territory will be going through the jungles. The other access points would take too long to get to. The jungles? Jun said in slightly disbelief. Your jungles? The jungles riddled with rancors. Yes. Lai said in a flat tone. More so that they are patrolled with rancor riders. Well, that's just perfect. That's why I'm here, remember? Ros rhetorically asked. I'll be able to mask our presence from the rancor. I'm not just good at changing appearances. But for how long? As long as I have utmost concentration, I believe we may be safe. Until things go pear-shaped. Came Wanda's thought. And even then, you can all assist me in supplying some of your magic towards me and amplifying the spell needed to keep ourselves invisible. I'm not honestly keen on just giving you our magic." A Night Sister with a spiked whip said with general mistrust towards Zalum's daughter. "Well, I'm your best chance of doing so." Ros shot back. "But how can we truly trust you?" asked another Night Sister. "You're the daughter of Queen Zalum, the one responsible for attacking us. For all we know, this could be a trap. I understand your reservations, but in case you failed to notice, I have just as much reason to take down my mother as all of you do. Yeah, or this could be your chance to take power and we're just a stepping stone for you. Such a great team group exercise." Wanda sarcastically muttered to herself before speaking aloud. "Look, we can bicker against each other when we're in the clear. We have lives at stake in case you forgot. I trust Ros here cause she opened her mind to show me what Zalum has done to her and her own clan. She wants her gone as much as we do." The Night Sisters still held some reservations, but after hearing Wanda vouch for Ros, they opted to remain silent and give her the benefit of doubt. "Okay then, let's get started," Ros said, pulling out a cylindrical device and placing it on the ground. A hollow map appeared, displaying a number of highlighted areas with several points blinking constantly. "Okay, so we're here," Ros said, pointing to a dot on the upper right portion of the map. "And the borders of my clan's territory starts around here." The map shifted a few miles northwest. "As you all are well aware of by now, Zalum holds the largest territory amongst the witches of Dathomir. It's in that which will be our biggest advantage in infiltrating back into my homeland. Such a large territory, despite the numbers, is difficult to scout and maintain. That will be our way in." Ros highlighted a specific portion of the border. "There's little to no patrols there and an easy way in." "How can you be sure?" Jun asked. "It's where I practiced my abilities in private for years," she said with assuredness. "After we cross the jungles, we shall cross the desert. It's a rather long trek by foot, so unless we can acquire some form of transportation at that point, then it'll be a long day to reach my mother's stronghold built into the Qua Temple Dash." Scene cut. If what Wanda thought of Talzin's territory was an unsettling dream when she first saw it, the jungle of Zalum's clan was a truly eerie nightmare. It was heavily misty, dark, and dense with no clear line of sight anywhere. As they went deeper into the terrain, the canopies above started to allow less and less light to pierce through the darkening environment. The occasional rocky areas may give them something as a marker, along with an assortment of toppled trees, but they'd just be vulnerable if they stayed at those spots for too long. Wanda was somewhat glad they didn't bring any form of transportation through this part of their mission. It would have been a migraine just to get them through this area with anything else. For now, they had to try and spread out, but not too far. They would be less easily seen. Unfortunately, they'd be more easily caught when being picked off one by one. Thus they needed to focus more on not being too separated. Hopefully Ros's masking ability could help. Another unfortunate thing limiting their speed traversing through the darkening jungle were their lightsabers. The temptation to ignite them in order to cleave through the trees or illuminate their path was not a good idea. They had to focus more on stealth. If they used the force weapons, their positions will be exposed ever further and they'd risk the rescue party at large. For now, it will only be used as a last resort. While they were traversing through the jungle they were in. "You mentioned this otherworldly source of power." Jun spoke up in a hushed whisper. "Yes, what about it?" Ros responded. "Where did it come from? If it's from another world or planet, it must have come from somewhere." Ros frowned slightly at the question, and Wanda detected that this was a question that had plagued the mind of Zalum's daughter as well. "My mother never really spoke on it," Ros remarked. "From what I remember, a man of extraordinary power came to this world a few decades ago looking for someone of importance. He left something behind in our territory before he departed." "Who was he looking for?" Jun asked, getting a shrug from Lai. "He never said," Ros said vaguely. "What I have been able to gather is that he went around from village to village, visiting each clan before he departed from our world. We never even knew where he left whatever he departed with, but we more or less figure now it's where the blue blob resides now. Or could be the blue blob in its entirety," said Wanda, causing her to explain. The blob appeared suddenly, yes? I somewhat believe now it may have been something similar to a bomb, waiting for the time to go off and do whatever it was created for. How can you tell? Tanny asked. Ros opened her mouth to answer before a different thought occurred. She looked over to Wanda with a curious gaze. Wanda. Is it at all possible that you can project my memories into everyone else's minds for them to see what I saw the day that mass appeared in my territory? The Avenger blinked at the request but mutely nodded and concentrated momentarily on Ros. The Dithomerian hybrid allowed free entry into her mind, projecting the memory that she wanted her to see. Latching onto it, she soon focused on the other minds around her. Don't block me off, please, Wanda said in a low voice of concentration as she began to send the memory into the rest of the group's mind. The scarlet energy fog slowly spread out and connected towards the party members' heads. Their eyes glowed red for the briefest of moments as they were assaulted by a number of memories. Whoa! Jun gasped aloud. What was that? One of my dash. Wanda soon sensed something and acted accordingly. Get down. The others more or less heard Wanda's low hiss. They quickly followed in her motions with Ros exhaling with a slight grunt as she poured more of her masking magic to keep them hidden. Despite that precaution, they still opted to get low to the ground or hide behind some of the trees and fauna of the area. Wanting to know the reason why, all they got was them feeling small tremors from the earth. The only way such a thing could happen was from something big. Peeking from their own hiding places, they saw a shift in the trees with the tremors being felt more and louder. It's gotta be the patrols or unbonded rancor. Either way, we gotta get going right now. Constant vigilance. Wanda quoted from a particular book series. Moving their way through the jungle was simple enough for the group, each having their own training to do so. For Wanda, she had some more difficulty than the rest of them. Her past missions as an Avenger never went through such terrain. The closest to it in her life had been these past months, yet the forests in Talzin's territory were not dense as the one she was in now. Feels like I can hardly breathe here, Jun commented, shimmying in between two tree trunks a foot or so apart. You came here to train, Ros? Wanda questioned, seeing their guide and ally nod. This is the perfect place to train, Lai remarked. Aside from the vacant spots near our borders, wild rancors inhabit this area and only those seeking a mount come here. And those are ceremonial, so I always knew when it would occur. They continued onward, weaving in between the dense trees with the occasional pause when the sound of heavy footsteps were nearby. Ros stopped momentarily to gesture for them to pass through a wide space between two trees and the group walked up to see. This is a bit of a surprise, Tina commented, blinking at what she and the rest of the group was seeing. Standing near a clearing, Wanda and the others looked upon what could be considered a ship junkyard. Quite the number of models were sprawled out for acres on end, pieces scattered out from the cumulated crashes the ships went through. What is this place? Wanda asked in confused wonder. We deposit ships here that serve no further use, Ros answered. I find it odd that all these ships are here within the forest, Jun remarked. I would have expected them to be more spread out in the territory, not be concentrated into one location. What is this Ros? Tina asked, turning to the illusionist. This is your territory after all. Ros crossed her arms in thought. Most ships, when found, are salvaged for parts and anything of value. Just like any clan on this planet, we bring them back home in order to find any further use for them. More intact ones were greatly favored centuries ago for those who wanted to leave. Then why are all of them here? Wanda asked, approaching a small, sleek vessel that was in ruins and missing a few parts. You can blame my mother for that, Ros answered. Several questions swarmed Wanda's mind when this was said. Only a simple one was prominent. How? The temple in our territory, she's been trying to use its power, drawing in many ships to the planet like a tractor beam. I don't know the full specifics, but dash dot. The Dithomerian hybrid halted when she and the others started feeling quakes along the ground. And it started to become audible with the nearby metal starting to give out quivering sounds. The group all tensed up and Ros gestured for them to dive behind the scrapped ships for covering. They all hid behind the ships closest to them and peeked out to see something had come upon the ship junkyard. It was a large hunchback reptilian-like creature standing around 16 feet perhaps more with long arms, an immense jaw and an armored hide. It was a rancor. And it wasn't alone. There was a hooded Night Sister riding atop the large beast, nudging the whip for her rancor to deposit a ship scrap that it was holding in its hands. A rancor rider? Tanny murmured. Not just any. Ros muttered, squinting her eyes at the rider. Youngty. Who's that? Wanda asked. She's a princess of sorts, like myself but more of what my mother wants. Ros whispered. She's one of her spares should I ever had perished but it wouldn't have mattered. Youngty always knew that if Zalem ever had another daughter that met her standards, she would have been discarded just like me. Is that why she has a resting bitch face? Wanda asked, remembering that term from Sam when he used it to describe less than pleasant people. The women around her choked under their breath, trying to restrain their laughter. Resting bitch face. Jun repeated, nearly breaking. Where in the galaxy did you get that? Bad influences. Wanda cheekily remarked. The group then jolted when they heard movement again and they all looked back to Youngty and her rancor. The beast had its head tilted up and there were sounds of deep breaths with the now alert rancor rider. What's it doing? Wanda asked, now on edge. The rancor lowered its head with the group seeing Youngty lean forward slightly and began looking around the area. They all realized what was happening and immediately hid back behind the ships they were using for cover. Can it smell us? Wanda asked softly. Ros opened her mouth to answer and then they heard the sound of the rancor roaring aloud. The Avenger whipped her head towards the brutish monster and her eyes widened at the sight of the beast charging in their direction. She's found us. Jun shouted. Take her down. Ros quickly said. If she gets out any sort of message towards the rest of Zalem's clan, we'll be overwhelmed. Just as they were about to mount up an offensive, their eyes widened at an engine from a ship being thrown at them. Wanda instinctively threw her hands up to catch the metallic piece but it was for naught as Youngty unslung a blaster rifle from her back and began firing at them. Bolts of plasma flew past them, forcing the group to disperse and seek for better cover. Alas, it wouldn't do much good with the rancor present. Their roars and charge spoke volumes as they barreled into the ship graveyard. The large creatures grasped onto various pieces of scrapped ships in order to unveil the invading party. For normal spacers, civilians, or even a good number of lesser bounty hunters, it would be quite the effective spectacle. For those with a good amount of experience under their belt, it was just another day on the job. Move. Wanda shouted, using her telekinesis to push those closest to the rancor away to safety. They scattered about as the rancor began swinging its large arms about wildly. Ship pieces were flung aside whilst Youngty rode atop her mount and fired at the Night Sisters. She managed to hit a Night Sister and she crumpled onto the floor dead with her rancor tromping over the body for good measure. Bastard! Wanda said through gritted teeth, using her telekinesis to heft a front piece of a ship and threw it right at the rancor's face. The beast roared in anger at the Avenger and threw metal at her in return. She caught it though she was flung back slightly as the rancor tossed another piece at the one she had caught. Youngty was firing at them rapidly. Surround her now. Ros ordered out. The group did as she said but a moment later, they felt the ground shaking about. What in the dash? Over there. Wanda and Jun spun about and the former held back a curse at the sight of 3 more rancors charging towards them. Their riders all possessed blaster rifles and quickly began firing at them, causing them to run about in efforts to avoid getting hit. Some of Wanda's allies ignited their lightsabers and had to start deflecting the blaster bolts and energy arrows. Yet they weren't fast and skilled as true Force practitioners to fully block or deflect them. Gah! Tanny scowled, gripping her leg as she scrambled behind a tree. You alright? Ros asked, stopping next to her. I got clipped. What else? Tina bemoaned, quickly pulling out a bandage to wrap around her leg and she cast some sort of spell over the injury. Stay here. I'll try, but no promises. Back with the others, Wanda was fending off a rancor by herself, throwing pieces of scrap at the beast and its master in an effort to keep it disoriented and distracted. Wanda then flinched upon the ground next to her exploding and kicking up dirt and metal. She turned to see Youngti with another rider by her side, and this one had her hands aglow with the magic used on Dathomir. Shit. Maximov said to herself. A Shinik shield was thrown up as bolts of plasma and spells were lobbed in her direction. A roar from behind her made her remember the rancor she was fighting earlier, and she quickly expanded her shield to surround her entirely. Just in time as a leathery fist came down atop her, making Wanda grunt in exertion from the force. Thinking fast, the Avenger sent a pulse of energy to the ground below and a dust cloud was kicked up. The makeshift battlefield was now a hazy mess as the battle still raged on, with Wanda making a tactical retreat. In the midst of the dust, she bumped into Jun and quickly grabbed her and pulled her along to get to a safe location. Come out. A voice suddenly pierced through the chaos. The longer you run, the more likely we'd let our pets here snack on your bones. Running will only get you so far. Joy. I think I would cause a bad case of indigestion. Jun tacked on. Just surrender. Another voice spoke up, this one having a more regal tinge to her voice. More of our kin will soon be here, and it will only be a matter of time before you are captured, killed, or devoured. There was gruff snort heard with a sinister laugh following suit. Preferably the last option, as our beasts haven't had their meals for today. We're not gonna stop until we stop Zalem, Youngti. ROS spoke up amidst all the noise. This has been a long time coming, so you are only delaying the inevitable. There was a bark of laughter with several more from others. Then you shall die foolishly. The dust was subsiding, making most visible once more. Zalem's subordinates resumed their rampage, with them kicking up more of the scrapped ships and unfortunately killing off 2 more of their team in the process. Damn it, this is too much for us. Jun cried out, hiding behind a large transport vessel with Wanda and ROS. Is there a way to stop them? Wanda asked, slightly out of breath. Killing or disabling the riders is often an easier option. Doing the same on their mounts is rather impossible. A stray thought then drifted through the Sokovian's mind. What about severing the connection between them? Disabling their bond wasn't an option previously brought up. In a way, it reminded her of when Ultron used the Mind Stone through Loki's scepter to mind control Dr. Helencho and her team. And Wanda was able to use her powers to disrupt that connection, allowing the scientist to halt Ultron's transfer into his perfect body. Could the same occur again in this scenario? Won't hurt not to try, thought Wanda. What do you mean? ROS asked. Is there a way to break the bonds shared between rider and beast? Wanda inquired. I believe so, but that requires some powerful Dathomirian magic. Maximov's hands radiated her scarlet Shinik energy as her eyes glowed red. Or, something more potent. What? Was the response from the 2 beside her. Stay here. She instructed and took to the skies, ignoring their pleas for her to wait and stay. Hey! Wanda bellowed out, catching the attention of the opposing Night Sisters, hovering in the air above them. They all turned to her and actually took a moment to blink at what they were looking at. Well now, aren't you a fascinating sight? Youngti couldn't help but comment. What are you supposed to be? A fool's hero. Instead of answering, Wanda's eyes glowed with a wicked smirk as she reached out with her power. The scarlet mist swiftly raced across the space and made contact with the rancor closest to her. In a swift moment, their eyes dilated before returning to normal. At that instant, the rancor reacted like a mad beast off its leash. It bellowed and snarled with elation, freedom, conquest, and vengeance as it started to attack one of the nearby rancors. Wanda ended up going a bit too far as her powers reached out to the other mounts as she severed the bonds, letting them run rampant as well. What the hell is happening? Screamed out one of Zalem's clan members. Something is wrong with them. Screamed another, who held on tight to her saddle like a rodeo rider. I can't feel it. This particular member of Zalem's clan soon fell off and plummeted towards the earth. Shortly after, she tried scrambling away, only to be quickly caught by another riderless rancor. She screamed and flailed to free herself, only to be swiftly silenced as the beast struck her in its mouth and bit her in half. Wanda's eyes widened considerably at the gruesome sight before her. Oh my! She whispered. The rancors made quick work of their former mounts, with only Youngti barely managing to get away from them. While some of Wanda's allies were quick to spot her and go after her, the rest had to basically flee for their lives. Apparently the Avenger didn't think quite well on the repercussions. Wanda! The Sokovian heard Jun's voice from behind. The human was about to turn to face her comrade when noticing the stampeding rancor. She swiftly used her powers to not only evade, but to throw other pieces of debris on their incoming path. Eventually getting to a safe distance, Wanda was quickly snagged from the side and behind a downed craft to CROS being the culprit with Tanny beside her. By the rings of Fornax, what did you do, Maximov? Tanny asked, eyes wide at the sight of the rampaging rancors. I used my powers and, well, it didn't really work out as I thought. The scarlet-garbed heroine admitted. What was your first clue? ROS asked in an unamused tone. I just thought if I broke the bond, the rancor could perhaps just leave us be. Wanda said defensively. Sure, you broke the connection, but now we got a bunch of highly pissed off rancor on all of our hides. The daughter of Zalem said, jabbing her hand in their direction. Now it'll be much more difficult to deal with these things. Can't we just leave them here? Wanda felt slightly dumb in asking that. We could, but dash. Move. Two rancors bulldozed their way towards them. Their cover was swiftly knocked aside as a result. Wanda hastily created a sonic barrier and used all her power to push them back. Off in the distance, Wanda saw a few of her allies fending off another rancor. Using their blue and green colored lightsabers to get on top of them and cleaving their arms before going towards the head. She faced the two before her and they were rearing themselves back for another charge at her. Focusing on their minds again, Wanda attempted to reach out with her powers and perhaps calm them telepathically. What she did not expect was a violent backlash from her attempt and she felt a sharp tinge of pain in her head. And with that pain came something else. Stumbling back, Wanda barely managed to fly away from two large fists smashing her into the ground with the two rancors chasing after her. Rather than look at them with fear and trepidation, Maximov looked at them with pity and remorse. She felt mental anguish radiating from the two creatures before her and they had become completely rapid in their liberation of their masters. All they wanted to do now was kill and rampage. And if they were to leave them alone, who knows how much damage they would cause until they were put down. Seeing as there was no other choice. Unclipping her weapon from her belt, Wanda ignited one end of the carmine red lightsaber. Its blade hummed in the air as she soon used her powers to speed up her movements. She zipped in close to one of the rancors only to hastily hold up her blade to defend herself from the large hand coming right at her. Not much was done from the defensive maneuver, though the plasma blade did burn the beast's flesh a bit as it carved into it slightly. It screeched aloud, reeling its burnt hand back. Using her sonic energy, she pushed the towering creature away before making herself go airborne. Twirling in the air, Wanda landed near the rancor's saddle. She struggled to maintain balance from the rampaging beast trying to ensnare her. She did retaliate by cleaving off a hand and using her powers to halt the other. Once pushing it away, she plunged the lightsaber into the rancor's skull. Instead of dying right away, the beast flailed rather fiercely. Wanda was thus forced to deactivate her weapon and leapt into the air. Shooting out an energy wave from the palm of her hand, she was barely able to stagger it. And she used that opening to ignite her lightsaber before throwing it straight into its closest eye towards her. Flailing ever further, Wanda used much of her powers to keep it in place. Large amounts of scarlet energy immobilized it and encompassed it like a straitjacket. Seeing as her friend needed help, Jun ran forward, leapt and landed on the beast. Igniting her given lightsaber, she stabbed it into the rampaging beast's head several times before it toppled over to the earth as it became lifeless. Retrieving her lightsaber, Wanda gagged a little when seeing the eye pustules coat some of her weapon, despite it cauterizing the eye socket. Swallowing away the disgust, the Avenger eyed the Night Sister as they exchanged a brief nod. Thud. Wanda and Jun whirled about to see ROS atop the other rancor that was with the one they had just killed and jumped off its head. Well, guess that takes care of them. Riley said before speaking loudly. Is everyone okay? There was a moment of silence as several of the Night Sisters looked over to the fallen members of their troop and a somber mood befell them for a few moments. How many? ROS whispered quietly. 5. Jun answered. Only 8 of us now. Why did they react like that? Tanny abruptly asked, gazing upon the dead rankers. I've never heard of something like this happening. A lot of the force bonds on these creatures are often mutual, depending on how it's performed. ROS explained. Much of my mother's people, however, makes a forced bond, enslaving them to their will. So when Wanda severed their bonds she unshackled enraged beasts of burden. Jun finished with a somber tone. I'm sorry. Wanda murmured. I didn't know this would happen. She felt Jun place a hand upon her shoulder and lightly shook her. None of us knew such a thing could happen. This was a surprise for all of us. But why did they react that way? In her head, Wanda recalled a number of shows and movies she grew up watching with Pietro which had a similar situation. Good guy frees tortured beings, they'd repay in kind by attacking their captor for a brief mutual alliance before parting ways. Apparently fiction wouldn't always be reality. I think that after being through such a state for who knows how long, they didn't care if you were their savior or tormentor. They'd lash out regardless, for going through such a bond is not in their desired domestication. ROS informed her companions. Sisters, we got her. Looking over, they saw several other Night Sisters dragging Yangti towards them who was presently bound in several areas of the body. They deposited her before ROS with their newly captured prisoner glaring up at her. And who are you supposed to be? Yangti spat out. ROS Lai found herself smirking down at her and for the briefest moments considered showing her what she was known as to her. Yet she didn't want to risk exposing her identity in case she were to somehow escape and report back to her mother. I won't give you the satisfaction of knowing who I am. ROS said, kneeling down to the other princess of Zalum's kingdom. But what I will tell you is that we're the reckoning that's long overdue for Zalum. So, you have two options. You can help us in taking down Zalum or we leave you here for whatever passing rancor that sees you and feels a mite peckish. Burn in the circles. Yangti hissed. ROS went on, unperturbed by her response. Or we can go with option 3 and let our friend here, she soon nudged towards Wanda, pry the information out of your head by force. You saw me sever the connections you had with your beasts. Wanda said, hands alight with her powers. What do you think I could do to someone like you? Yangti found herself paling as she felt some strange sensation in her head which caused a cold sweat to break out. So then, ROS said patiently. What'll it be? Scene cut. You sure it's wise to let her join? Tanny asked, warily eyeing the dazed expression of Yangti who was trailing behind Wanda and ROS. The resident of this territory shrugged her shoulders. We got a lot of useful information out of her and I figure killing her would be senseless in all honesty. The less I am like my mother the better. Jun frowned at this answer and looked over at the Dathomirian. I don't know if I feel entirely comfortable seeing her in such a state. As to what was being referred to, Yangti for all intents and purposes enslaved to Wanda's will. In a sense, Yangti was having her just deserts with how she and her fellow clan members forcefully controlled the rancor. With how this was exactly done, the Avenger enchanted the woman's mind. Filling her head with a pleasurable fantasy, which lowered her defenses even further and allowing Wanda control until she saw fit. To a degree, it was like how Loki and Ultron enthralled their captives into doing their dirty work with their temporary access to the Mind Stone. Wanda didn't know if her powers were starting to evolve to reach such a state, due to said Infinity Stone's influence. It could perhaps be from being trained by the Sith spirits which allowed this to happen. While the enchantment ability was very useful, it made Wanda feel rather uneasy in using it, much like her previous thoughts of invading people's minds, only this was several steps beyond it. The whole process felt incredibly invasive and dirty. I don't like it either, but if we can use her to help free your clan and even liberate Dathomir from that Med Queen, some nasty choices need to be made. Wanda retorted. Get our hands dirty so that other people don't have to do what we did. Look, I don't like this either, ROS stated firmly. But Zalum will be demanding patrol reports. And having a lacking amount from Yangti's group would make her suspicious. So she has to live and give her our version of what happened. Tanny eyed the princess analytically. I really gotta ask now, but what caused you to start rebelling against your mother? ROS' expression morphed into that of resentment. She disposed of my father after he served his purpose in procreating me. Such a method wasn't unheard of on Dathomir. The tradition dates back centuries ago when the clans were getting established after much infighting and civil wars. Once procuring a mate, a Dathomirian woman could decide to kill their chosen male once becoming pregnant or prolong it after a certain point if the Dathomirian desires more children. It's rather rare that the woman would fully spare their mate in hopes of raising their children. Then again, it more or less depends on the person and if the children are born male or female. And how would you know? Jun asked. His spirit came to me. His spirit. Wanda repeated, making sure she wasn't hearing things. Ros nodded her head. Yes. You see, my father was a Jedi Knight. Wherein our people have the spirits of our fallen appear through unconventional means through our Force sorcery, his was a more pure distillation of it. He can come back of his own volition if he were to allow himself to fully surrender his being into the Force itself. It's what allowed him to retain consciousness and come to me as a spirit to tell me of my mother's vile ways. He became my true mentor when I was still a girl. On top of my lessons in my youth, once my mother cut them entirely, my father taught me all he knew before I could no longer see his spirit. Perhaps he had nothing left to teach you or advice to give. Jun suggested. Ros shook her head. If that were possible. I just feel there's more to it, but I can only question it daily. But I'll tell you about it later. Come on, we're close. Spirits. Maximoff internally mused. Wanda somewhat wondered what may happen if she were to bring up the information of her having possession of 2 holocrons right now. After an hour of more traveling, they were no longer in the jungle terrain of Zalum's territory as they were now in the desert regions. The rolling hills of sand stretched out for miles upon miles. It could perhaps be days of venturing through the scorching landscape if they didn't have not just one guide but 2, even if one was temporarily enslaved to Wanda's will. There were a number of rocky terrains blended with the sandy areas, which gave them some amount of shade, depending on the time of day. The same occurred as they came across some ruins uncovered by the shifting winds over the span of days. Such structures reminded Wanda of those in Egypt with the Sphinx and pyramids among other things. At a certain point, Zalum's daughter obtained the party's attention. Up ahead. Ros said aloud with growing confidence. Stay close to me, I'm going to put the shroud back up. The shroud Lai referred to was the illusion spell she had developed to keep her hideous facade, blend in between the environment or turn invisible for a short period of time. Some troop members suggested having Wanda assist casting the spell, or at the very least provide power. The suggestion, however, was turned down. With Wanda's powers being more or less recognizable, Zalum, and perhaps a number of her top generals could sense her if the Avenger used her powers more frequently with an excessive amount. And if she were to be spotted, then the others would be as well. Eventually coming over a dunish overpass, they came upon a very distinguished sight. There she is. Ros muttered, eyes trailing up towards the top of the pyramid-like structure. With the star temple in sight, the troop heard a faint cry in the distance. The group moved rather quickly before approaching a sand dune, crouching down and slowly reaching the top. At that point, the voice they heard earlier became more clearer. Move, you lazy reprobates. Work harder and you'll be given more sleep time and sustenance. Pulling out some binoculars, Jun spotted a woman in the distance as she oversaw the enslaved workers, both male and female varieties. Jun parted ways with the Farzi-ing device and handed it over to Ros. Would you know who she is? Taking a look, Zalum's daughter was able to quickly recognize her. Vonya. Ros whispered. My mother's right hand. She commands over half of her forces and is someone we need to take out first. And who are some of her trusted underlings? Asked Wanda. Her captains, generals, or whatever. Yanni. Lai said with a venomous tone. One of my tormentors. She keeps the slaves in order and is usually seen with Lena, another of my abusers. Such a small list. Yet they are rather fierce fighters and skilled practitioners of magic. Where are they going? Ros gazed ahead. Back to the source of my mother's newfound power. Okay. Wanda said in a low voice. This is your terrain, Ros. How should we do this? Ros was silent, the Dathomirian human hybrid on one knee with her eyes scanning the terrain before them. She had spent her entire life growing up here, so it was a matter of where they should start. She was well aware that as soon as they started their attack, be it discreet or out in the open, her mother would make her presence known. Before she was able to speak, the ground began to shake about, making the group tense up. "Great, another one," ROS noted aloud. "Do you normally have earthquakes here?" asked Wanda. After a moment, ROS clenched her teeth and shook her head. "No, but we do have dash. GRFVVVV." Bursting out from the ground was a large creature that was essentially an oversized worm. The Night Sisters gaped in horror and disbelief as they gazed upon the beast that made such a sudden and emphatic appearance. The worm was massive and had to be around 200 meters in length. And its heavily toothy maw was quite vicious. To Wanda, they somewhat resembled these sandworms from some shows and films Pietro got her to see. "What the hell are those things?" Wanda asked in alarm. ROS grimaced. "Those are Hwafa worms. They're hard to kill with their thick hides and surprising speed. We sometimes hunt them for certain rituals. And their hides are valued very well." "How so?" Jun inquired. "Where do you think we got some of our armor?" ROS said, gesturing her head in the direction of a number of her clan members garbed in hide-like armor with the color indicating it being the skin from a Hwafa worm. "Heh, interesting," Jun remarked, rubbing her chin as she eyed the armor. "So how should we go about this?" ROS winced slightly to herself, bobbing her head side to side. "Well, had I known a Hwafa worm would be here, I would have advised using flight," ROS stated. "But even with my enchantments of keeping us hidden from my clan, the worm will just detect our movement since we're still walking on the ground." "Are we safe here?" Tanny asked now nervously. Zalum's daughter didn't answer, with her eyes firmly set on the worm and squinted at its movements. "We wouldn't be here if we weren't," ROS stated. "It's doing something else." "Like what?" one of the Night Sisters asked, stepping around Tanny to get a better look only for her to trip herself up. She landed in a light thud on the ground, and at first, no one thought anything of it as Tanny was quick to help her up. But then, oh shit! The group looked up to see that the Hwafa worm had frozen and had its head inclined down towards the ground. It slowly looked up to where they all stood, and after a moment of tense silence, Tanny subconsciously took a step back without realizing it and "Move!" Wanda yelled, hands alighting with her powers as the Hwafa worm made a beeline straight for them. The ground erupted in front of them, the worm burrowing its way towards them. They heard yells and shouts from voices not of their own group, but that didn't matter. Maximoff saw that they were too bunched up, so she quickly used her powers to scatter her team before taking flight. She did so just in time as the Hwafa burst out from the ground beneath her with its jaws open for a large bite. Instinctively, she hurled a large Chinook sphere right at the head, and the worm flinched from the impact. The Hwafa may have taken some damage, but it didn't stop it from simply burrowing back into the ground. Wanda didn't have time to dwell on it as blaster fire was sent in her direction, and she saw the Night Sisters of Zalum's clans running towards them. The enemy Dathomirians could be focusing on them or on the worm in general. It didn't matter, as overall, chaos swiftly arose and now reigned in the area. Jun was engaged in a 2-on-1 fight between her and the enemy clan, and she found herself on the back foot. Tanny was assisting her as she was able to get the upper hand on one opponent and skewered her with her own weapon. As this occurred, Wanda struggled to fend off against the sandworm as it seemed to start shrugging off her attacks to a degree. Jun grit her teeth as her fist bounced off the gauntlet of one of her two opponents. What ROS said was true, its hide was good for armor once used. Though now she was testing it firsthand. Their armor was proving to live up to what Lai had spoken of, but she noticed that it appears they relied on it a bit too much. Even if their defenses were up, the blows would surely get the better of them as time went on. These two had a level of skill to them, but it appeared basic at most, with some actual sloppy attempts at getting a hit in on her. If not for there being two, Jun would have finished one of them off already by now. The Night Sister just needed to wait for a chance. She saw an opening with one of the Dathomirians overextending her swing. Jun deftly ducked underneath the arm and ignited her lightsaber, slashing through the chest of the enemy and killing her in an instant. During this, Tina was having some difficulty with the group she faced now. She sought to protect her allies, but she was starting to get overwhelmed. Yangti, in her enslaved enchanted state, was able to help protect Tina, but at the cost of her own life. The Night Sister appeared to have luck on her side, albeit barely and briefly, when she was able to miraculously kill a few enemies rather quickly. Unfortunately, that luck went out when the worm apparently appeared above her, brought down its mouth and swallowed her and the corpses whole. Tina. No. Wanda whirled around on the distressed cry and saw several of her Night Sister comrades using their magic arrows and weapons to try to harm the Huafa who was growling at them. What happened? Wanda quickly asked. That crazy bastard just ate her. Jun shouted, trying desperately to kill the worm. Alive? Wanda asked in concern and her eyes glowed, reaching out with her telekinesis to try to get a lock on Tina if she was somewhere in that worm like they had just said. Even if a person was swallowed whole, it didn't mean they were instantly dead. Seeing the chaos surrounding her and taking note of things, Wanda realized something. The worm sought to take them out one or two at a time. Wanda didn't want to risk her comrades getting killed, let alone having them all be exposed due to this combined onslaught. ROS said the worm's hide was thick. Perhaps thick and dense enough to make killing it near impossible and time-consuming from the outside. But what of the inside? Remembering a particular scene of this stupid film her brother liked as a guilty pleasure, Wanda rushed forward and let herself get swallowed. Wanda! Jun screamed in alarm at the sight of friend getting eaten. Did she do that intentionally? ROS yelled out, conjuring spears with her magic and throwing them at the worm. What is she thinking? Being within the giant sandworm, Wanda saw Tanny fighting, but she was hissing in pain as her skin started to burn. Not just the Dathomirian, but the Sokovian as well. The Avenger soon realized they were both being drenched in digestive acids which would start liquefying them. Wanda clenched her teeth tightly and focused on Tanny. She sent scarlet tendrils towards her and it soon surrounded her entirely. In an instant, Tanny gasped in relief and a moment later, Wanda did the same to herself. Igniting her carmine red lightsaber, she started carving through the muscle and the digestive walls around them. Her attacks proved effective as it was more vulnerable from within. From the outside, ROS, Jun and the others witnessed the sandworm flail in pain and screech out a ghastly sound. As it thrashed about, they soon spotted a red plasma blade start making its way out through the hide. It did retreat for a bit before the Night Sisters saw a red glow coming from the carved openings. It started making its way up around the worm's head when... boom! It exploded in a gory mess before the rest of the body toppled over. Thwomp! From the severed opening, Wanda soon crawled herself out with Tanny following suit. Once fully out of the beast, they collapsed onto the ground in their own respective fashions. The digestive acids were perhaps washed away through the slime, blood, and meat rolling off them now. Wanda was on her knees with her face twitching and squirming in disgust with a yellow-green tinge appearing. Oh God! She nearly hurled right there but managed to rein herself in. That was the most disturbing thing I've ever done. Ugh! Tanny moaned, face down on the ground. She was in pain from the digestive acids, but the traumatizing experience of being eaten was overriding her pain. Many stood there in absolute shock for a time as to what they had just witnessed when it was Talzin's clan of Night Sisters that broke out of their stupor and quickly killed the remaining enemy Dathomirians. Gotta say, Maximov, you may possibly be the first to kill a Huafa worm in such a way and live to tell the tale. ROS commented, still in slight disbelief at what she had witnessed. Don't I feel special? Wanda said in a low, miserable voice as she took a whiff of the smell wafting off her body and gagged. Some couldn't help but laugh slightly at seeing her reaction, with Jun going over to assist Tina as Wanda murmured that she needed a moment alone. Around them, they saw the dead Zalem clan members littering the ground, a casualty of the Huafa worm's rampage and their own attacks in taking them out. Some of their allies were making quick body checks to see what they could partake from the dead for the future. We need to move immediately. ROS warned them all. Vonya or any other guard party will come soon to investigate this. Especially after Wanda's recent display. Just give me a moment. Wanda said with a squeamish face, calling upon her powers to try to expunge as much gunk as she was able to off her body. Okay, let's go. Wait. Jun spoke up. Where's Yangti? There was a moment of silence when... I think I found her. They all turned their heads to see the Dathomirian lying dead on the ground with a pool of blood stemming from her stomach. How'd that happen? Ros asked in slight bewilderment. I think it may have happened in the fight. One of the other Night Sisters commented. A stray shot from the look of it. Well, that's a bit unfortunate. Jun remarked. Come on. Lai said with a shake of her head. It's best not to dwell here. As they all fled, Wanda asked Ros a question. Is there like a spring nearby or something remotely close? I'd like to get this all washed off. Second it. Said Marin's mother. There is one within my village which my mother keeps for herself. Ros said. As soon as we take her down, you both get first usage. Thank you. For now they had to deal with the sickly gunk for the time being. After fleeing for a good while, Ros threw up her illusion spell. They resumed their infiltration mission as they navigated through the desert territory. I'm amazed that we got away so cleanly. One of the Night Sisters stated. Don't jinx it. Wanda reflexively said. We caused a huge mess. Wouldn't be surprised if they're already trying to look for us. We weren't exactly discreet. We need to hurry. Ros said. My mother's plans will soon begin. We need to get your clan out of there. The pace increased a moment later, the all-female team practically sprinting now towards their destination. They moved past several patrols, avoiding ones with a larger number than their own and taking out the smaller groups before moving on. They maneuvered around the slave pens, which consisted of various smaller tents where captives or slaves likely slept or moved around. Surrounding it all was a multi-layered fence, making it perhaps impossible for anyone to sneak out, even if that were possible. As the team moved through the area, their ears perked up at the sound of very strange noises that undoubtedly stemmed from living animals. What's that? A Night Sister asked. Ros hummed aloud, concentrating on the sounds. I think I know what it is. Walking over a ridge, the troop came across what appeared to be an animal pen. Wanda froze slightly at the large collection of dinosaur-like creatures that were behind the gates that held them in. They greatly resemble velociraptors back from Earth with a different bone structure. They had cobalt blue hides with black stripes. Their red eyes looked all around as they grazed about before a few were taken to cages. What's up with the blue raptors? She was met with quizzical gazes. Raptors? Wanda rolled her eyes. Never mind, just those. Ros gazed at them and her eyes brightened slightly. Oh, the Kwai. They are the only species left in the galaxy related to the Kwa. Over the years, their descendants degenerated into what you see now. As she gazed upon them all, Wanda spotted some male slaves dragging some Kwai behind some screens. Yee! 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 The Kwai shrieked as Wanda briefly saw silhouettes of them being essentially cattle prodded at the highest setting. Another person was with them as something bright was being held. In an instant during the shrieking, the light came down as the Kwai bellowed out in further pain. Wanda's fists clenched tightly. What are they doing to those poor things? They're cutting off the lizard's paws, Zalum's using them to operate the temple machines. And get this, because their genetic makeup is a variant of their ancestors, she's only having limited success. Ros explained with a forlorn gaze. Maximo flinched at hearing the pained screams of the Kwai, which morphed into fury now. How do they sleep at night after doing that to those innocent creatures? They probably become numb to it all after a certain point. It's either doing their tasks or risking their very lives. Jun remarked with a sigh. It's rather clear to see which option the slaves will do after some point. But, we can't just leave them here. Wanda, if we take out Zalum, then they will be free. Ros emphasized. The sooner we do that, the sooner we can help them out. The rest of the Night Sisters moved to keep going forward, but Wanda remained. She stared ahead at the pen, catching sight of several slaves and Dathomirian witches torturing several Kwai who were all screaming in agony. Something felt incredibly unnatural and wrong about this. The way they were reacting. Her telepathy picked up on pain and agony radiating off the Kwai that were being tormented right now. And not in the sense of a pinned-down animal. No, there was something else to this feeling. A feeling of sentience? Wanda was jolted out of her thoughts when she heard a curse and another Kwai let out a cry of pain before it was roughly shoved to the ground. "That's it," she internally said to herself. Power flared around her as she levitated up into the air and she floated above the pen and quickly spotted all the Dathomarians keeping the Kwai in the pen. 5. The Avenger mentally scoffed. "Pity. I wanted more." She proceeded to flick her hands and in an instant, all 5 of her targets were ensnared with her telekinesis and struggled in vain. They were deftly lifted up off the ground and before they were able to yell out or call for help, the 5 were slammed together violently. A moment later they were dropped to the ground and then lifted up once more and she sent them flying away. She smirked in satisfaction at the sound of the distant thud, knowing those people won't be getting up any time soon. The Avenger then heard grunts and growls of confusion and she glanced down to see all the Kwai within the pen looking up at her. Floating down, Wanda stood before the gate that contained the Kwai and held up her hands to release them when she momentarily hesitated. Much as she wanted to help these creatures, she actually hadn't considered what would happen if she did release them. Would they prove to be hostile and attack her? Would they recognize the aid she had given them simply because she wanted to? Damn it! Wanda said to herself, a mirthful smirk in place. Pietro would never let me hear the end of this. With a sigh, she raised her hand and used her powers to open the gates that held the Kwai prisoner. Might as well follow through with it. The Avenger stood in place as she watched the Kwai slowly file out of the pen and stand in front of her. There was a moment of silence as the Sokovian stood alone before maybe 2 or 3 dozen dinosaurs. Feeling a bit stupid in doing this, she cleared her throat. "Hey there," Wanda said in a kind manner, holding out one of her hands to the Kwai herd. "I'm not gonna hurt you. I just want to see if you're alright." The lead Kwai regarded her warily but it took a tentative step towards her. The Sokovian was rather startled at the red eyes staring back at her, a level of intelligence she was not expecting. She was slightly on edge but she remained passive as the Kwai drew in closer until its snout was right in front of her face. Wanda watched its nostrils flaring with the sounds of it sniffing her intently before lowering its head to gaze intently at her eyes. Wanda was drawn in and subconsciously, she raised her hand and placed it atop its snout and the Kwai proceeded to let out a huff that seemed like satisfaction. Letting out a relieved laugh, Wanda proceeded to pet the Kwai who seemed content with the gesture. "You're not so scary, aren't you?" she softly cooed. As she continued to pet the blue velociraptor-like species, Maximoff abruptly frowned and started to feel something with her powers. Someone was trying to contact her through them. Who or what was it? Strangely enough, she didn't feel any malevolent intent. Just genuine intrigue. Curious, she opened her mind slightly. It was at that moment did her perception flicker from the desert landscape to that of a vision. To a time long since past. And the narrator of it all was the Kwai before her. It was telling Wanda a story through the vision, one that of its ancestors, the Kwai. How they somehow contained the ancient, pure power of the cosmos inside the underground chamber, using it as a stellar gateway. The power within the chamber was controlled by the temple above. After this magnificent feat, their civilization rose and thrived as they slowly spread their influence across the galaxy, and beyond. Then as their species declined, the Kwai sealed up the entrance shaft and pathways towards the star chamber. And designed dummy shafts and death traps to deal with future intruders. Rather indigenous, actually. Just in time too when the Rakata came around and sought their power while greatly betraying them to rule the galaxy. And those Hwafa worms were created by the Kwai to act as guardians. Apparently since Wanda killed one of them, she'd to take its place in a manner of speaking. If the worms were not enough, the Kwai and their ancestors took their place over the centuries and millennia. Overall, they had to protect the place from those who hungered for its power, not just of the way of true interstellar travel but of the source behind it all. The Avenger saw the full scope of the details. It then went further as she saw the source of the cosmic power inside the Star Temple. It was so grand, so magnificent. It seemed to call out for her. It was then did Wanda finally realize a number of details. But before things could go any further, the Sokovian was pulled out of the vision. "Wow!" Wanda whispered in a low voice, gazing in astonishment at the beast before her who now held a more solemn look in its eyes. A few moments later. "You mean they're intelligent?" Jun said in bewilderment. eyeing the Kwai now standing behind Wanda. The Sokovian shrugged her shoulders. Not much more so than other animals, but smart enough. They care for one another and have their own kind of wisdom. Ros proceeded to sigh in amused bemusement. We leave you alone for a few minutes and now you have a pack of Kwai at your beck and call. Wanda chuckled slightly in a sheepish manner when a certain thought strayed through her mind. Ros. Has there been anything your mother had gotten made or converted recently to access the Star Temple's subterranean levels? A means of reaching the Star Chamber. The question clearly startled the Dithomerian hybrid. How did you dash? Just answer me please. She cut her off, giving her a hard stare. It didn't help that she now had the curious gazes of the rest of the group causing her to shuffle about slightly. Ros let out a sigh before she explained. Shortly after your arrival, a star cruiser owned by a given crash landed in our territory. It was more or less intact. With that and adding on parts from other scrapped ships, my mother had it converted into a subterranean tunneling machine as its beams runs off the main star drives. After that, she's been having more of them made with what we've got to increase her progress. Especially after using the blue blob as an additional power source. What even is this blue blob supposed to be? Jun abruptly spoke up. I know we saw your memories and your mother is siphoning its powers, but you never explained to us what it really is. Ros shook her head. I already told you what I know. It's not of this world and not of anything my or any clan is likely familiar with. All I do know is that we need to destroy it to stop my mother's plans. Feels like we're just wasting time. Tina said with a frown. We haven't covered as much ground as we should have. Then how do we get to where we need to be faster? Jun asked. I don't see any speeders or any other transports nearby. I think I wouldn't do all that well in keeping us hidden if we're running. Ros admitted to them. Feels like I would lose concentration or just trip at an inopportune time. So what do we do then? Another Night Sister asked. There was a brief lull of silence when they heard a rough foot move on the ground and scaly skin meeting soft leather. They turned to see the lead Kwai nudging Wanda's shoulder lightly with its snout. She gave it a confused look at first, tilting her head in a silent question of what is it, until the Kwai snorted and lowered itself slightly. It gave an expectant look, eyeing its back a few times and waited there. Wanda blinked. Are you dash? To the slight shock of the Night Sisters, they watched the Kwai nod in confirmation at Wanda's unfinished question. Though she was a young adult, the key emphasis was that she was still relatively young. And that meant that certain childish tendencies stuck around for far longer than most. She slowly turned to the rest of her group with a wide grin. Anyone up for riding raptors? If one could see from a distance, they could see a small sand cloud racing across the terrain. The source came from the Kwai with Wanda and the others riding them. Reactions varied, given in most clans it was a great yet rare honor to ride the Kwai descendants. Maximov, however, was having the time of her life. She knew that once she would reunite with her twin and the rest of the Avengers, this would be one hell of a story to tell. Riding dinosaurs to save an alien planet. That description alone was awesome. What are we after again? Tina called out to Ros, who was riding right by Wanda. The source of my mother's newfound power and the entrance passageway to the Star Chamber, said the daughter of Zalem. Now come on. I know where the subterranes are kept after drilling for the day. Scene cut. Huh? What's wrong, Quill? I dunno. I just thought about dinosaurs, and how I always wanted some. Star-Lord frowned. And now, for some reason, I'm missing something important that would have changed my life. Oh well. Query, Master, perhaps it is the force that special meatbags value so much. Quill shook his head. No, HK, this is something else. Something far more personal to my soul. Scene cut. Zalem stood before the large blue mass that sprouted on her planet those 2 years ago. A good portion of it has been cut out by now, with certain parts growing a sickly green glow that emanated the residual magic used in excavating whatever this thing was. Zalem's clan had been studying this strange mass for months on end to no avail as to how to discern just what this thing was supposed to be. All they could decipher was what was literally seen by many who were there that day. It just exploded out from the ground from seemingly nowhere, rapidly expanding and growing in size while consuming everything in its path. Inorganic and organic material. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared and grew, it halted in its movements and made no indication that it would be moving ever again. The blue glow that it had subsided, and after that it just remained where it was. It did nothing. But to Zalem, the Med Queen saw something no one else recognized. Opportunity and power. She had felt as all Night Sisters undoubtedly did when this thing first exploded out onto the surface of the planet. All dismissed it afterwards, opting to ignore it altogether as they saw no value in this strange mass. All but Zalem. Even if the cosmic light within it dimmed and became dormant, its power was still there, just waiting to be used by anyone. She could feel it. The Night Sister Queen just needed to figure out how she would be able to get it. So she had gotten to work on uncovering the means in which she would be able to gain access to this cosmic power just waiting to be accessed. She had hit a number of roadblocks at first when a wicked thought came to mind. This thing consumed anything and everything it had come into contact with when it first burst onto the scene. Was it through this that it was able to expand so rapidly? It was an idea, but it needed to be tested. So of course, sacrifices had to be made. They were naturally unwilling, but they had to be made for her endeavors and goals. And several of her theories were proven correct. When one channeled energy into the mass, there was a reaction of sorts wherein it seemed to come alive for the briefest of moments. The blue glow had returned, but it didn't expand, and it dimmed only seconds later. That sparked hope and ambition in Zalem and her clan as they began to extensively study and test what they were able to draw out more reactions out of the mass. This went on until the Queen tested what she could give and perhaps, what she was able to get back. One day, she placed her hand atop the mass and sent her magic flowing into it, and suddenly, she was surrounded and filled with the cosmic energies within. She was able to find a way to touch the power without having it harming her. When she did it for the first time, she felt like a new woman. No, she felt like a god. Thus new doorways and routes towards her sought-after goal and beyond it were blown wide open. So much power in such a short span of time. The possibilities were now limitless. Yet, despite gaining so much power in such a short amount of time, Zalem failed to account for the unforeseen drawbacks that came with this new acquisition. She started to obtain an appetite for literal power, not just figurative. This side effect came suddenly when she was overwatching a number of her denizens practicing their own magic until she caught sight of one in particular standing out from the rest. The way she utilized her magic was exquisite and pristine and enticing. She didn't even realize she had gone over to this young witch who was practicing her magic. Zalem had taken her hands and began to sing the praises of the young adult in her capabilities without knowing that she was draining the girl of her power the more she spoke. She realized it too late when she saw the Night Sister gasping for breath, hacking and coughing violently when her eyes abruptly turned white, shriveled up, and she fell over, dead. This ended up causing issues. And plenty of them. A solution was soon made. When she didn't partake of her new favorite dish, she started to feast on others who crossed her or just anyone in general. Even children who didn't meet her standards. Of course, that was until she was able to obtain a sample of the Qua's prized power below their very feet. After that, well, Zalem absolutely knew she needed it above all else. Thus she needed to find a way to get into the star chamber. Slaves were used to dig through the earth, navigate and map the tunnels and brave the defenses so Zalem could safely reach her prize. She more or less has found it, yet she unfortunately couldn't find a way in. This caused the Witch Queen to seek a means to. Trial and error consumed all these months. Decapitated Qua limbs were hit and miss on sections of the temple's maze, which could perhaps reveal clues to unlocking the cosmic energies. Not even her newfound power could breach its defenses. This made the Witch Queen realize she needed a peculiar key to allow her access to the chamber. And it clearly wasn't within her territory, no matter how hard she and her people searched every square inch, but it could perhaps be in one of the others. Thus began her plans of uncovering what she needed to further her new plans and ambitions. Not wanting to arouse suspicion with the other clans, she sought an audience with those who had Qua temples within their territories. If there was a shred of anything useful, she would eventually have to take it by force. In order to not have other clans find out of her actions, unite and revolt, Zalem had to kill and enslave those she conquered by any means necessary. Zalem would continue with her plans until everything on Dathomir, no, the galaxy, until all in the galaxy was her. But now after hitting Talzin's territory, Zalem believes she's finally got everything she needs. Soon, she will be able to access the Star Temple and that which lies within, and from there, the galaxy will be hers. Not just obtaining untold power, but possibilities to quickly spread her reach towards everywhere. Presently, the Dathomirian queen was preparing for her ascension with a tasty little morsel. One of Talzin's Night Sisters had been presented before her after leaving the cosmic blue blob some time ago. Bound against a slanted table, who fought to free herself from the restraints. She had placed both her hands on either side of the woman's head in a loving fashion before the green magic began flowing out from the Dathomirian warrior and into the Dathomirian queen. Zalem inhaled it all through her nose as if it were a drug, which it was to her for all intents and purposes, feeling the high of this power flowing through her. Off to the side was another person present, one who was relatively close to the present captive. Said person was Wanda's little sister figure. Marin watched on in dreary horror as she feared for the safety of her best friend's aunt, for she protected her when they were captured alongside everyone else. Ever since being brought to Zalem's territory, more and more of their people started to disappear alongside others unfamiliar to them. Those of Talzin's coven more or less feared what may happen to them. As it turned out, nearby was a large hole where many dried-up corpses were being piled in. They weren't old by a long shot, they rapidly deteriorated due to Zalem feeding off them when not consuming that of the blue blob. Marin had dried tears on her cheeks, looking up at Zalem, who gazed down at her with a wicked grin. "Oh!" she cooed menacingly, kneeling down to the frightened girl who flinched trying to get away from the older woman. The queen only laughed sadistically as she reached out her hand and grazed it across the cheek of the frightened young child. "Shhhh," Zalem whispered. "It'll all be over soon, my child. Stop touching her," an enraged woman next to her shouted. Zalem only looked over to the captive Night Sister with an unamused face. "And what are you going to do about it?" mocked the Witch Queen. "I've already touched so many others and no one had stopped me before." Without looking away, she addressed her right hand. "Vonia, you may proceed with your operation." The Night Sister nodded as she withdrew a syringe filled with some orange liquid. Floating within it were a few worms. "This will hurt quite a bit," Vonia said to the bound captive. "Even though you have witch blood, these artery worms are injected directly into your veins. It'll be an excruciating day for you, though you may not see the coming sunrise or even the next few minutes." Marin looked on in utter worry towards Ilsage, Ilyana's aunt. The needle was injected directly into her neck as the pain kicked within several moments. "Mwerg!" She spasmed and cried out in pain as the worms began burning her veins and arteries as they began feeding off them. It was as if she was being devoured from the inside out. "Leave her alone!" Marin cried, fresh tears streaming down her face as she tried freeing herself. "Please, Auntie Ilsage." Zalem tapped the older woman's forehead, and like that, she stopped shaking violently and slumped in her binds and didn't move. "Auntie!" Marin wept, wanting to hug her. "Auntie! That was good," said the queen. "Take the child back to her pen. I have no use for her at this time." Marin wanted to lash out and hurt this woman who did all this pain and suffering to not just herself and her clan, but to their people. Wanting to use the force and fight with everything she got. Yet she couldn't. She wasn't strong enough. She would only die in vain. But there was someone who gave her hope. "Wanda will beat you," Marin blurted out in a low, scared tone. Both the Witch Queen and her hands arched a brow at the comment, looking back at the child who stared back at the clan leader defiantly despite shaking in fear. "Will she now?" "Yes." Marin's tone was now more confident. "She'll definitely beat you." Zalem scoffed with a malicious smirk in place now. "Such bravado. I wonder how you'll react when I take care of Wanda. Take what's hers and add it to my own. You'll never beat her." The young girl whined petulantly now. "We shall see in due time, my child." Zalem's smile became a bit more malicious. "She is, after all, my dessert." Zalem stood back up to her full height once more and walked away. "Vonia." "Yes, my queen. Those that survived our attack are undoubtedly on their way here. she said with conviction. They will most likely be led by that human outsider with the strange powers and void in the Force. Prepare the subterranes. Hopefully with the power and materials I've gained after our last excursion in Talzin's territory, we'll be able to access the Star Chamber. At once. Vonya said with a bow, turning to quickly rush off, shouting out instructions from the Queen. Scene cut. The day began showing signs of it beginning the twilight hours as they reached their next destination. Whoa! Were Wanda's first words upon seeing the large blue mass in the distance. A memory is one thing, but seeing it in person. It was quite the large mass with this blue cosmic light within the smooth texture. Whilst it didn't seem responsive at all, it dimly pulsed. Surveying the area, Wanda took note of a few other things. For one, relatively no one else was around for some reason. Though given what ROS told the troop along the way, on top of the memories, the blob was highly dangerous to physical contact. Thus guards were more or less unnecessary. There was some faint rumbling from a guarded cavern shaft a good amount of distance away to the side, which made Wanda theorize that to be the entrance for the subterranes to enter each day. Speaking of which, said forms of modified excavation transports were parked a bit away from the entrance. How are we supposed to take this thing out? Jun asked, looking up at the large blob that rose far and high above them. Take it out. Tina said in bewilderment. I thought we were here to save our clan and bring down Zalem, not destroy, whatever this is supposed to be. No, we need to take this thing down. ROS said with conviction. If we just leave it here, who's to say that it will just be left alone? My mother proved that you can siphon the power from this thing and there's a lot of it left to take. We leave it here and it'll only serve as temptation for the next Zalem. Any ideas as to how to destroy it, let alone doing any damage? Tanny asked the troop as a whole. The group was silent for a few minutes as they gazed at the ground, one another, the sky or the big blue blob in front of them. Really? Jun spoke up. We got nothing. We've never had to take on something like this before. Tanny shot back. We're not Zalem, we don't know how it works. Wait a minute. One of the other Night Sisters said. ROS, did you not see what your mother did in order to gain this sort of power? In an instant, Zalem's daughter changed her expression into that of a dark look that conveyed fury and remorse at the mention of her mother's actions. Yeah, I saw. She said quietly. I saw how she sacrificed my own people, other Dathomirians, and children to gain more power than any other Night Sister past or present. What exactly did she do? Wanda inquired. She remembered that memory wave, if that's what she would use to describe it, of when she saw ROS's past and the heinous actions Zalem performed. She infused some of her power while bringing out the power that the witch she had on hand. ROS elaborated. When Zalem brought out the magic of her sacrifice, she would place her against this mass and it would absorb the sacrifice with her magic while trading its own power into my mother. Over time, she kept taking out more and more to sate her appetite. By then, she simply sucked the life and energy out of those she used and gave it away to gain more of this thing's power. Hearing this and recollecting on the memories, Wanda started theorizing Zalem was using a powerful dark side ability Kreia and Exozon spoke about, Force Drain. As much as one may use the Force to bolster the wills and strengths of others, the reverse is possible, though not often used. Instead of sending one's will through connections in the Force, instead such connections are drawn upon, fed upon, and drained completely. Kreia's words echoed through Wanda's head in this particular lesson. Whereas Tutamini's helps protect a Force user by absorbing and dissipating energy from an opponent or offensive measures in a number of ways, its dark side equivalent went to the extreme. Especially when focusing and tapping towards an organic target. Kreia described this ability as a means of destroying connections between life around oneself, drawing upon them until they were drained completely and exhausted life. Connections, however, could also obstruct this ability, like if one faced an opponent with some extremely close family members, friends, and allies were nearby. Some dark side practitioners were able to drain life and force energy simultaneously, like Darth Malak and his former master Ravan. Exozon was proficient in dark healing, but her skill paled in comparison with those truly intuited where it all branched from. Darth Nihilus, for example, was the most well-known practitioner of this ability during the Great Jedi Purge thousands of years ago. He was so strong with it, he basically drained entire planets of the force all on his own. Even being in his mere presence would drain a person within minutes if he didn't restrain himself. One doesn't earn the title of World Eater for nothing. If Zalem was indeed a user of this ability, or working through it, then things may become more complicated than they thought. There's gotta be something we could do to destroy this glob, Jun stated. Any ideas? Wanda frowned to herself and briefly thought back to her last mission that she had on Earth with the Avengers when they were fighting that oversized robot Ultimo. When the team was fighting the giant Ultron knockoff, they had left it to her to deliver the killing blow. It was a sort of training moment for her as she was being trained in that time to develop and further expand her abilities. And after meeting Kreia and relaying what she had been taught to that point, another force ability came up that Kreia and Exozon spoke of that Wanda could advance on her own. Shatterpoint. Locating and discerning the key weakness within a target and exploiting it, dismantling and defeating whatever it was that was in your way. I might be able to do something. Huh. Was the collective response from the group. It's a bit of a complicated ability that I've done before and been working on, so maybe it can be applied. What is it? I think it's something along the lines of Shatterpoint from what I know it is, but you may call it something else. Shatterpoint. ROS said in surprise. You know it? Wanda asked. How would you know such a force ability? ROS inquired. My father spoke to me about this, but he didn't know how to properly wield it and teach it to me. You mean you had something like that and you didn't tell us? Jun said with her hands on her hips. Hey, don't get on my ass about it. This never came to mind before till now. Wanda argued back. I didn't think I would ever use something like that. Is there something you're not telling us, Maximov? Look, I can be more than happy to tell you all you want to know once we're done with this mission. But the longer we stop and talk, the further we delay our completion. Grudgingly the rest of the troop accepted it as Wanda was right on the present issue. Wanda kneeled down on both knees and placed her hands on the ground, closing her eyes as she began concentrating on what was before her. Using the fundamentals she learned from the Sith spirits and began working from there. Hershanic energy began wafting around her and it slowly drifted down into the ground itself. She felt her powers digging through the earth itself as it made its way further underground. It moved alongside the part of the blue mass that was unseen underneath Dathomir's surface. This went on for a number of minutes as this was definitely a large, blob thing until she reached what must have been the root center of this giant object. What was it? Within her mind, Wanda discerned it to look like an overgrown seed of some kind. It was nearly primal yet had a sense of sentience. When she prodded against its borders, she immediately expunged. That was certainly a surprise. It sought to push her out, given she was an invading force. But this was its center. The source of its existence, and she was gonna find a way past its defenses. She started to see the flaws, the cracks in the blob. All she had to do now was inject her power into them, expand and break. Though it was easier said than done cause it was putting up one hell of a fight. It began flaring up violently and aggressively in response to Wanda's constant attempts of intruding until she saw something. One single opening that looked relatively fresh. Sensing its weakness, Wanda immediately pounced upon it. She tore into this one tear in its root and poured all of her energy into it in an intentionally chaotic fashion. It was fighting back like its life depended on it because it did. No matter. Wanda felt it trying to expel her, but she visualized her powers like clawed hands and dug in deeps as she found the centermost point of this seed and started to shred it apart. From the outside, the troop saw the cosmic light within the blue blob start to react. Like a natural jewel, imperfections were starting to show through the scarlet energies seeping through the substance. They started to pulse erratically whilst trying to proceed further and infect it all. Looking upon the Avenger, the Dathomirian women saw sweat dripping off her dirted appearance. Her form started to heat up with how much she was putting into this action. A rumbling sound soon filled the air as the earth began quaking. The troop briefly thought another Hwaffa worm was about to appear to fight them. That, however, was not the case as it all emanated from the blue blob. In mere moments, the hulking mass started to quake as it shrunk. This unnatural sound emanated from it as if it was writhing in pain. After what seemed like forever, the unknown substance drastically shrunk as it kept fighting against Wanda. Before long, once reaching the size of a humanoid fist, it bursted into scarlet flames and was no longer present on Dathomir. The moment this happened, Wanda fell back, gasping for air, nearly losing consciousness. Wanda! Jun shook her slightly in panic. Wanda, are you alright? Speak to me, say something. Jae-jun. Wanda gasped out, getting a relieved laugh out of her friend. What happened? Did it work? She saw her vigorously nod her head. That was insane. Ros muttered aloud. How'd you do that? I honestly don't know and frankly, don't wanna try that ever again. Maximoff murmured, hand over her eyes. You look terrible. Tina commented. I feel terrible. The Sokovian stated, getting slowly helped up to feet. She looked like she was about to collapse. You wanna keep going? Jun asked in concern. I need to see this mission through. Yeah but I've gotten this far. Wanda said, gaining some strength back in her voice though she nearly fell over. But I could use a moment. Just as Wanda was about to sit down. Where did it go? What in the name of Alia happened? Shit, we got company. Moment's over, Wanda. We gotta go now. Someone carry me. Wanda said, feeling her body defiantly scream against movement. This way. Ros cried out, quickly moving to assist Jun in carrying Wanda as they ran as fast as they were able to the converted subterranean drilling machines. If they could reach one of them, then they could make it out of there and head towards the star chamber down below before Zalem could. Scene cut. What do you mean it's gone? Zalem all but shrieked as she glared down upon the cowering group of Night Sisters through the holocom message. Someone better give me an explanation now or else none of you will live when I return to the surface. We do not know, my queen. One kneeling and trembling Dathomiri witch, bowing her head in submission. It was something that was beyond our control. Much as I wish to see retribution done, your grace, I believe that this was something done that was out of our control. Vonya, her right-hand woman, stated with a grim look as she piloted their subterrane to the star chamber. Talzin's people were already here, it had to be that. But so soon and so far into her territory? Unthinkable. There is a traitor in my midst. Zalem seethed in thought. It had to be, but who? If this was the case, then she will clearly not forgive this transgression. It didn't exactly matter now. She did not want Talzin's people to stop her, not when she's so close. And she will deal with this herself soon enough once she gets what's hers. All the while, traversing the underground labyrinth, Wanda stared out of the cockpit window at the co-pilot's seat. While the others wanted her to hang in the back of the converted transport, the Sokovian needed to visually see where they were going. It was going to be the only way for them to quickly reach the star chamber through the mental map the Kwai gave her. Wanda had to focus on their surroundings, given they were traveling at high, dangerous speeds. It may have been a leisurely flight of sorts if they weren't racing against the clock. Near her, one of Talzin's people was simply following Wanda's directions. Each turn was another path and one wrong move may derail them completely within the winding tunnels. The others cursed as they felt the submarine shake from a blow from behind. They caught up to us. Get the guns up and running now. Already on it. Vio. Kvash. Kaboom. Shields are still up, but they won't hold forever. Sitting in her seat, Wanda was feeling slightly nauseous. After what she did on the surface left her slightly weak and vulnerable. And this made her feel the effects of air sickness, even though they were flying underground. Hopefully she'll get over it soon, or else. Amidst explosions and racing Earth, Wanda greatly hoped the rest of her team could survive this. She didn't want to see any more of them dead. Sadly she had to put such thoughts aside as she had to greatly concentrate on navigating through the tunnels. Wanda. Amel right. She managed out. Boom. The ship shook. The console soon gave out readings, which made the pilot hiss. There's damage to the outer hull and all of our deflectors are down to 40% efficiency. They're not letting up their assault. Looking at the systems, eyes widened when seeing what was on the radar. We got torpedoes incoming. said the pilot. They are coming in fast. We can't outrun them. Knowing what needed to be done, the daughter of Zalem approached the cockpit. Wanda looked towards ROS as she got her attention by placing a firm grip on her arm. What is it? We need to concentrate on their firing mechanisms so they can explode prematurely. Seeing the Heptathomerian close her eyes, Wanda felt she was concentrating through the force. Joining her, they were able to combine their power. From the outside, the incoming torpedoes started to glow more and more until kablam! The explosion behind them gave them a moment of recovery. Good. Those witches think we're dead. Now let's hunt them. With the massive smoke screen, Wanda's allies were able to open fire onto their tail and the surrounding tunnel. Debris fell down from behind, starting to crash into their enemy's vessel. And through it all, their ship's blasters were dealing more damage to them amongst the confusion. It wasn't much longer before the people chasing them were now defeated. Eventually making out of the labyrinth-like tunnels, the troop entered a massive, empty cavern. We're finally closing in on the Star Chamber. Looking onward, Wanda saw the hovering massive structure. It was diamond-shaped with numerous lights surrounding it. Either installed by Zalem's people or the Kwa millennia ago. Recollecting the given memories from the Kwai, the walls of the chamber were 1 kilometer thick. And despite the material used on its construction, there was perhaps another layer to it to greatly strengthen it. For littering its surface were numerous dents, scorch marks, and holes where Zalem and her people sought to power their way through its sturdy walls. Now that they are so close, Wanda can feel it. She can feel something trying to contact her. In a way, it was as if the Kwai's ancestors were calling out to her, given she was seemingly proclaimed as a guardian. The temple's builders were reminding her of that as Wanda felt something occurring. Looking onward, both she and the others in the cockpit saw the structure opening. Oh no, we're too late. ROS hissed out. They're entering the chamber. Within another subterrane, Zalem wickedly smiled as her pilfered key was finally doing its job as she channeled power into it. The wall's opening, called out Vonya. Indeed it was, for the bright light inside greatly pierced through the void. Vonya piloted their ship onward as they saw a massive sphere which was covered in sky-blue hexagonal panels. The gateway to infinity. Zalem said gleefully. She soon commands Vonya to direct them to the stellar control station so she can proceed to the next part of her plan. With Wanda and the others, they felt a sense of dread as the doorway was starting to close. We're not gonna make it. Push it. Miraculously, their ship was able to make it through by the skin of their teeth from being crushed. The far back end of the ship did get scraped and slightly crushed, but overall they made it out in one piece. Even though they were now safe for the time being, they now had to face their next problem. Looking from the cockpit, they saw Zalem's craft was docked with the station. Traversing through the corridors, Zalem had her entourage move with her as she led them all. Approaching the central console, the Medwitch Queen smiled before turning to her guards. Now, sisters, we are one step closer to a unified power. She then ushered a few of her people to bring something forward. With our blue friend here, I will finally make it happen. The blue friend in question was a Kwai whose skull was exposed with a litany of wires attached to its brain. Around its neck was a collar with a chain attached to it. Despite Zalem gaining access to this place, there was another thing which needed to be done. Stretch out your little paw to activate the system. She commanded the beast. Ye, it sounded out, being resistant. Ye. Oh? You're reluctant to assist? That's all right. That's what the electrodes in your brain are for. Pulling out a small handheld device, she pressed the button which sent sparks directly into the Kwai's head. Nye. The beast moved forward as it now approached the console. That's better. That's very good. She said as she saw the Kwai place its paw onto the device. You see? You can do as you're told. The control system soon flared to life as it now allowed Zalem access. Now I can take over. She said, seeing the beast collapse over with blood seeping out of its nostrils. The lizard is dead, my lady, said one of her guards. Zalem scoffed. They don't last long, do they? No matter, it served its purpose. With a force push, she moved the beast away from the console. Now it's time for Dathomir and the galaxy to know of my ascension with infinity's end. Before she could open the way to the cosmic energy inside this station, she was approached by one of her guards. What is it? We're being hailed by our sisters. And they captured Maximoff and killed her allies. They request to present her to you immediately. Really? Good. Do it now. Feasting on her prize can wait. She wanted to have Wanda see it personally as she conquered everything. Some minutes passed as a number of Night Sisters dragged Maximoff before her. She was weak-looking as she was essentially held up to her feet by a pair of women. The Sokovian hotly glared at the Medwitch Queen. Good to see you again, Wanda. I see your trip has been fruitful. The Coven leader then slapped her. That was for destroying my property. She slapped her again with a bit more force. That was for you coming to my home, cause havoc, and dash. You did that and more. Wanda spat out a counter-argument. Their home and others across this world are wrecked because of you. You took and enslaved others, letting them start falling victim to your own ends. And while I still breathe, you'll never control this temple's power. I most certainly will. Zalom's arm waved towards the console. Now watch as I become Empress of the Galaxy. You'll be the Empress of nothing. Starting now. In an instant, Wanda stood straighter with those holding her breaking contact. Much to the confusion of others, she smirked as she released a scarlet wave to knock many away. Zalom retaliated by throwing up a barrier to halt the offending attack from knocking her off her feet. It was after this did she widen her eyes upon seeing a shift in perception. Around Wanda was an illusion, which revealed the Avenger was not alone. Zalom and her people soon realized the others who brought Wanda here were not their own but of Talzin's clan. Yet before they could clash, someone amongst Wanda's party spoke out. Zalom. The Queen turned to see a Night Sister she didn't recognize glaring daggers in her direction. And who might you be? She asked dismissively. Have you never been taught to respect your elders by your mother? All I was taught is how to hate you. Hatred and cruelty, those were the gifts you bestowed to me, mother. Mother. Zalom said in surprise. I don't recall. It suddenly clicked as she remembered a younger child, birthed from her womb. Her young beauty and power before she took on a Malshappen form. Rosli. So it was you. All this time you've been hiding your powers, your true self, from me? Me. Zalom soon snorted out a laugh. How deliciously cunning. Rosli was the traitor all along. She seeks to kill her. That is as it should be, in a way. Any true daughter of hers must do as such. She inherited her alignment with the dark side. Her darkness makes her hate her, just like how she hated her own mother. In a sense, Zalom must admire her on this small cycle in their family. Tell me, why is it you side with them and not by my side? You are my heir after all. That's what you ask me after everything you put me through. The rage was felt by all who heard Lai speak. You would have gotten rid of me just like my father once I've served out my purpose. The abuse you put me through, what you did to me, you will feel it tenfold once the day is done. This is your reckoning, Zalom. Deepening a frown, Zalom spat out a curse. So be it. She briefly glanced at her guards. Kill them all. The two sides instantly clashed, either by running towards one another or firing their weapons and magic at each other. One had to be oddly thankful the control room was big enough for them all, as it would have been more difficult for their present engagement. Ros presently fought against Vonya, who snarled against her. You're a fool, Ros. Vonya's glare would have melted steel with how heated it looks. You could have been with us in our sisterhood as a true Dathomir witch. You could have Ak. Vonya didn't expect to get hit with one of Ros' spells to the face, making her stumble back. The moment Zalom killed my father, I was never going to join you. Ros used a force push to knock her away before procuring an ancient force pike from a fallen enemy. Igniting it, the controlled plasma blade highlighted part of her form as she glared at Vonya. And there is one thing I clearly learned from you, your friends and my mother. Witches never forgive that easily. Using a force pull, the half-Dathomirian brought her tormentor towards her as she shoved the force pike through her, killing her instantly. As this went on, Wanda and Zalom clashed, both women trying to get the upper hand on one another with their powers flaring around them while their hands were inches apart from each other. Such power! Zalem whispered reverently. All wasted on such a child like yourself. Maximov didn't respond and managed a repulse with her energy. Separating from her opponent, Zalem smiled when she bumped into a particular person amongst the chaos. As the enemies ganged up on her, Maximov sent a shockwave that sent a number of Zalem's subordinates flying back until she heard a familiar voice cry out in pain. She whirled around to the source of the shout and immediately froze in what she saw. Tina! Wanda screamed in horror, watching the Night Sister held by her neck get the life drained from her before her very eyes. She watched as Tina gave her one last pleading look and mouthed one final word, a final request from the Dathomirian mother. Marin. Wanda felt tears well up at the corner of her eyes as she saw the last of Tina's life being sucked out and absorbed into Zalem. She slumped in the hand of the Medqueen before she was thrown aside. The Night Sister monarch inhaled deeply, an insane smile plastered on her face. Whilst Maximov was distracted from her state of shock, the Medwitch Queen quickly went to the console and had it open up the main power source for her to fully access. Meanwhile, pure, unadulterated fury coursed through Wanda's body with her flaring and erratic powers mirroring her emotions. While she had developed a good friendship with Tina in the past few months, it was what Marin was now gonna have to deal with at the loss of her mother. Something that Wanda understood and knew about all too well. You bitch! Wanda screamed, her powers exploding off her being before she rocketed towards Zalem. I'll kill you! The Witch Queen expected such a reaction, had already summoned a green barrier to protect her from the stream of chaos directed at her. She flinched slightly, surprised by the force of Wanda's power before calling upon her own to match the Sokovians. The blue ethereal cosmic energy began forcing back the swirling scarlet around her. Wanda saw this and growled before upping the intensity of her attack, with Zalem doing the same. Rocketing out of the control room, both combatants harshly landed on the ground as a doorway to the Quas-prized power source began opening up. From there, they felt the pure primal power kept away for millennia. Quickly shooting out her arm, Zalem swiftly drew upon the unadulterated energy which responded in kind. In an instant, the energy wave connected with the Witch Queen, making Wanda widen her eyes in shock. No! Zalem cackled madly as her form started to glow. I've won! I've won! I've won! The Medwitch Queen floated in the air and was feasting more on the power. It all coursed through her veins and started to work alongside her other acquired strengths. My ascension has finally come. With my power, I shall conquer dash. She was too distracted in her pleasure for something to occur in her surroundings. Harshly knocked aside by a large piece of ripped-off debris, Zalem collided against a far-off wall. Blasting it away, she got back up and glared at her opponent once more. Yet her gaze widened when she saw two things occur. The first was some of the escaped, ancient energies seeping into Wanda's form, which healed and re-energized her. And the second was this happening while she pressed her hand against the doorway and saw a spot glow. In mere seconds, the doorway closed back up, due to Wanda using her bequeathed guardianship status to make it so. But how? Only a dash. Wanda interrupted her by propelling herself forward, crashing into Zalem and started delivering sonic punches. You're not gonna win while I'm still alive. Then I'll be sure to make it occur. As the pair duked it out, ROS and the others were taking care of the last of Zalem's forces. Among the chaos in the control room, word got out to their enemies and they made their way towards their position. They were holding their ground, albeit barely, when the room was blasted inward and knocked everyone off their feet. Composing herself, the half-Dathomirian finally noticed Wanda was still combating Zalem as they were wrecking their surroundings. And by the looks of it, it was going beyond the boundaries of the vicinity. Everyone else weakly got up, but the combat soon ended as ROS and the others were able to finish their enemies. By the time this concluded, they witnessed Zalem breaking through several walls with Wanda going after her. Wanting to perhaps assist, they all fled back to the subterranes. It was there they saw scarlet and blue-green energy streaks sailing across the station and breaking through the Star Chamber's barrier somehow. Knowing what needed to be done, ROS ordered everyone else to get on board and follow after them. Quickly soaring through the subterranean tunnels, Wanda and Zalem clashed over and over, with several areas quickly caving in. And through their bout, quakes reverberated towards the land above. It wouldn't be long before both women shot out of the earth and tumbled about as they were back onto the surface of Dathomir. They were covered in scrapes and bruises, yet they managed to get up to their feet. The opponents took a moment to catch their breath, panting heavily while glaring at one another. The Avengers' eyes widened slightly at the sight of several of Zalum's injuries disappearing. The Witch Queen laughed mockingly, holding up her hand, a blue-green flame emanating in the center of her palm. "You don't understand the power that I have attained." Zalum spoke in a crazed voice as the ethereal energy that was not her own flowed around her. "It was a gift from the cosmos itself that this power was found within my lands. It was meant for me." From the ground around the increasingly insane Dathomirian queen, the dust, dirt, and particles shifted about into the air. They flowed upward, weaving together to form humanoid shapes that soon coalesced into solid figures made of stone. "Yes. Yes. The power," cackled the Witch Queen as she started tapping into the infamous power the Qua harbored millennia ago. "The absolute power of my ascension." It was a rather frightening sight to see, and seeing all that power explode around the Night Sister monarch. The look that Zalum displayed certainly wasn't helping. "I can shape anything," Zalum said, waving her hands about with more shapes taking form around her. "Create anything. Control everything." The Avenger simply crossed her arms together in an X shape and pulled her hands away to create a shifting globe of her powers. Wanda flew upwards and propelled the energy sphere forward, having it crash into Zalum. As she fell down, the Dathomirian monarch shot out a massive torrent of force lightning. It was blocked in time when Wanda channeled her power into the earth and created a dense wall to take on the blast. As this occurred, the submarine carrying ROS and the others finally reached the surface and made an abrupt landing nearby. They quickly filed out as they witnessed the fight still occurring. It was at that moment did Wanda see her allies at the corner of her eyes, who were coming towards them. Instinctively, Maximoff threw out a large red barrier that separated them for her and Zalum. "Wanda, what are you dash? Stay back!" Wanda shouted. "Get the clans out of here. I'll hold her off." "But Wanda dash! Now!" the Avenger yelled, her Shinik energy exploding around her before she sent a concentrated burst towards Zalum, who swatted the sphere away. A moment later, both women floated up into the skies and flew towards one another with their powers concentrated in their opposite hands. They both reared their arms back before clashing their energy against each other in an explosion of power. The group watched the awesome display of ability before them. They couldn't help but wish to stay and watch such awe-inspiring power. Eventually though. "You heard her," Jun spoke up. "Our sisters need us." As the clan of Talzin ran off to rescue their kin, the fight between Wanda and Zalum escalated. Wanda landed several Shinik-enhanced punches on Zalum, who stumbled back slightly. As the Sokovian went in for another strike, a tendril made of earth shot out from the ground and grabbed onto her wrist. It prevented her from moving, allowing Zalum to recover and encase her own fist in earth. Wanda's eyes widened as she used her other arm to conjure a barrier to absorb the incoming punch. Upon impact, her shield shattered and sent her flying through the air. The Avenger landed hard on the ground, grunting in pain as she forced herself to stand back up. Thank God for adrenaline. Then again, if she survives this, she is not gonna get out of bed from all the soreness. She quickly bent her fingers about with her Shinik energy moving around her like air and water. With a sweeping swing of her arms, Wanda directed the Scarlet Wave at Zalum, who retaliated with her own attack of using the literal grains of the ground that were empowered by the Witch Queen. The two attacks clashed against one with small shockwaves coming from the collision. Zalum combined her sickly green Dathomirian magic with the ethereal blue of the blob's power and the cosmic white before slamming her hand into the ground. Light, bluish-green pillars of energy exploded out from the ground in a zigzag path towards Wanda. She took to the skies and created a shield around her as the last set of pillars pursued her into the air. The energy struck her barrier, though she remained strong and kept them back. Zalum had her eyes on the Sokovian with a hungry look, but with it was a more frustrated and annoyed gaze. "You don't belong here on Dathomir. It was never your home to begin with." She suddenly spoke up. "What you fight for is not your own. These Night Sisters will never accept you as one of their own." Wanda took this in stride with a smirk her brother would be proud of. "It may not be my home, but it's got its appeal once you get used to it. And I'd rather fight for it, not see you muck it up. Such a waste. Zalem chided, slowly raising her hands with the ground and air around her changing. You should have joined me, Wanda Maximoff. With you by my side, anything and everything would have been within our grasp. Whatever it is we desire we would have taken. You could even rule any planet of your choice. I'm surprised. Wanda snarked. I would have believed you would have tried to offer this as a last chance. I'm not a fool, girl. Zalem spat at her. I recognized your resolve the moment you chose to fight me alone. People like you are dead set on having a death wish. I have no qualms in delivering said desire. You'd be a first. Maximoff said to herself. Zalem created a rotating sphere that was a mixture of her power and sent it hurtling towards Wanda. The Earther caught the sphere and grit her teeth as she tried to hold it back. She felt herself getting pushed back with her legs grinding against the ground. Wanda saw parts of her sleeves getting shredded apart with her arms turning red from the pressure. Clenching her jaw tightly, she exerted a powerful burst of Shinik power that managed to dispel the sphere she had been holding back. Her hands instantly fell to her knees as she coughed slightly with the accumulation of pain and stress starting to mount up. You are clearly over your head dealing with the likes of me. So, why don't you surrender your magic to someone who knows what to do with it? Said Zalem. Do so and I'll leave you all to yourself on this planet. What do you say? Wanda panted tiredly yet remained defiant. And let you rule like the tyrant you are. She sneered back. In your dreams. Which I'll make into reality. Keep telling yourself that. Once more, their powers were fired at each other and crashed into each other into a violent eruption of energy. Though in this instance, Wanda was on the defensive, deflecting a multitude of attacks sent her way that made her body scream in pain. A multitude of magic and stone spears were thrown at her with her blocking every single one until she was getting swarmed by them. It reached a point where several managed to break through her defenses and land deep gashes on her upper left arm, right calf, and right side of her waist. She fell to her knee in an instant, crying out in pain as she placed a hand over her waist. Zalem smirked maliciously and quickly created a large rock from the earth and threw it towards her downed opponent. And another one for good measure. Seeing what was coming for her, Wanda instinctively reached into her jacket and pulled out her double-bladed lightsaber and ignited it in time to cut through the large boulders sent her way with a ferocious spin. She exhaled a sigh of relief, looking at her weapon before back at a slightly surprised Night Sister Queen. Well now, I was not expecting a lightsaber in this instance. Zalem said conversationally, placing a palm atop her closed fist and pulling away. In this motion, a sickly green energy blade was formed. Let us see where your prowess lies. The Night Sister said challengingly. The Sokovian let out a breath as she raised her saber up to the starting Shiicho stance she was most comfortable with. Right side guard with both hands grasping the saber with the blade pointed up. There was a moment of silence between the two as Maximoff watched Zalem pace back and forth. Do you not realize that you have only delayed the inevitable and prolonged the suffering to come? The Med Queen said with a sneer. So many lives would have ended quickly and painlessly with my abilities had it not been for your interference. But now, I must go about it in the most excruciating way possible. Taking life away from everyone I encounter. Wanda had nothing to say to the madwoman. She was crazed and completely consumed in her own power. There was nothing to be said with someone like her. Just beat her. That was all that mattered. Her thought process ended when Zalem went for the first strike. She deftly blocked the overhead swing, feeling her arms strain at the force behind the hit. Wanda grit her teeth, trying to push the Witch Queen back. Zalem pulled back and went for a downward strike that was intercepted and the two combatants entered into a flurry of parries and strikes. Wanda blocked a horizontal swing before retaliating with one of her own. Zalem went for a diagonal arch that Maximoff jumped away from. Wanda's retaliatory jab was swatted aside. Both had their weapons grinding against one another before pushing off each other and connecting their blades several more times. You have a measure of skill. Zalem said with a slight nod. But that's just it. A measure of skill equal to that of a novice. Do you have to make a comment with how superior you think you are every single minute? Wanda rhetorically asked. It makes it sound as if you're greatly compensating for something. Her rhetorical question was met with her being sent flying back from a pillar of stone that Zalem created and struck her gut. She landed hard on the ground, flipping onto her stomach. The Avenger hacked and coughed up some blood as pain numbed her senses momentarily with a ringing in her ears. Is that all you have to offer, Wanda Maximoff? Shut cough up. Wanda grunted out, forcing herself back to her feet. She barely held onto her lightsaber with her other hand on her stomach, face contorted in pain. Before her, Zalem raised her hands with a number of rocks, branches, and other created items floating around her with lightning layering each object. Oh boy! Wanda murmured, her powers surrounding her to keep her up. Zalem sent her electrified items at Maximoff. The Avenger used both her lightsaber and her powers in tandem to block or deflect the force lightning-infused debris. God, it's like one of Petro's video games. Wanda said to herself, catching several flying stones and sending them back at Zalem. This went on for a number of moments, with Wanda beginning to walk forward as she continued blocking the incoming flying lightning crap. Seeing this, her opponent levitated up to the skies with her powers coursing around her. Zalem slammed her hands together and pulled them apart to form a sphere of crackling energy that began to expand and surround her. The crackling energy morphed into lightning that built up to its peak before Zalem sent it all hurtling towards her opponent. Wanda blocked the Night Sister Force lightning with her lightsaber. It gave out a peculiar high-pitched sound when it began absorbing the attack. She felt herself struggling, so she quickly reinforced her defense with use of her Sonic powers. When it was enough, Wanda managed to parry the force attack, letting it crash to the far-off structure for a resulting explosion. The Avenger felt her hands shaking in numb exhaustion with a cold sweat going down her forehead. She had never experienced something like that before, and much as she would want to not go through that again, the crackling electricity around Zalem's form made her tense up in preparation. Another torrent of lightning came her way, and rather than using her lightsaber, Wanda created an entire shield around her. She flinched at the uncomfortable feeling of the lightning crackling around her barrier and felt goosebumps all over her skin. Why do you continue to resist? Zalem asked, completely calm. You know what you are fighting against is futile. Wanda only glared in defiance, her eyes alight with a scarlet glow. I have accumulated more power than any Dathomirian witch before me. I have become something beyond any of my kind could ever reach. I have reached eternity. You just love the sound of your own voice, don't you? Wanda said with a roll of her eyes. And I thought Exozon had an ego. I know not of whom you speak, only that she must be irrelevant being compared to my grandeur. If the situation wasn't so dire, Wanda would have really enjoyed hearing that. All you're doing is bringing about death and decay. Maximoff shouted at the deranged queen. For what? What's the point of all this? For eternity? What does that even mean? You're sounding rather obnoxious to me. I have no need to explain to an infantile child such as yourself. She sneered at the Earth native. Oh yeah? Try me. You could never understand. Zalem moved her hand forward and aimed towards Wanda's throat. She then clenched an empty object as she continued to speak. Your own weakness. Wanda felt an invisible vice around her throat, staring at the Witch Queen, knowing she was force choking her as she momentarily caught off guard. The Sokovian fought hard with her own power to lessen the pain. Void you may be, I have transcended the confines of the Force and have reached a power higher than the limitations of that petty power. The cosmos has bestowed me with dash. Enough. Wanda allowed an explosion of her power to dispel whatever trick Zalem was enacting on her. No longer feeling the pressure on her throat, she instinctively rubbed it as she glared at her opponent. You say that I'm weak, but I'm not. Wanda recalled her time spent growing up alone with Pietro. And I may not be as smart as others, a flash of the many technological geniuses of the Avengers. But I know now what's needed for those I care for. Taking a page out of Japanese cartoon she had seen her brother watch, she held her hands apart to the side of her waist and allowed a buildup of her power before unleashing a Galen pistol. A powerful red beam was sent at Zalem, with the Witch Queen's eyes widening in shock. She created a stone wall reinforced by her own magic that was obliterated in an instant once Wanda's attack hit, yet both dispelled a second later. Elsewhere. Gulick. Gun. It's pronounced Galick Gun and you know it, Wanda. Is everything okay in here, Pietro? No, Peter, as a fan of anime like I am, you know it's not. I'm just gonna leave you to it then. Back to our daily scheduled programming. I see you are more powerful than I anticipated. Zalem admitted with narrowed eyes. Then I guess it is time to end this. She clasped her hands together and began speaking in the dialect of the witches of Dathomir rapidly under her breath. As she did so, lightning-infused objects began floating around her and being sent at the Sokovian, who blocked several of them while dodging the rest. Zalem was chanting so fast, Wanda could barely keep up. She acted quickly, zooming in close while firing off energy blasts left and right before swinging her double-blade lightsaber to deflect the incoming projectiles. Quickly, the Witch Queen changed her chant, trying to draw more power before firing off another bout of force lighting which streaked through the air. Wanda soon absorbed the force lighting into her weapon before sending it right back with some scarlet energy arcs. After shooting out several of them, Wanda retaliated with a scarlet beam as Zalem shot out one of her own. Both attacks met at the middle as they were now battling out which would be superior. The Avenger stared at her attempts, feeling her rage could only feel some amounts of pity. She clearly did so much to get to this point, the things she'd done, the lives she took away, all for the sake of power and unifying the clans. Unfortunately, the Dathomirian woman was clearly blinded by her ambition. Yet, as she now stood proud and triumphant, Wanda had to be the one to stop her, one way or another. Numbness started to seep over her arms as Wanda sought to keep up the offensive. She was forced to break away when Zalem threw some environmental debris her way. Surrender! Zalem growled. You are only delaying your death. No way in hell! Wanda gritted back, locking eyes with her adversary. You are on your last legs. Zalem spat out. Deny it all you want, but I can see it. Feel it. You're fighting on your last breath whilst I can simply call upon my power to rejuvenate myself. Wanda didn't want to prove her right, but it was hard to admit it for her satisfaction. The buildup of exhaustion and pain was becoming too much to bear. Her arms were numb and a low ringing was now constantly in her ears. She felt her suit was coated with more of her internal red than her fabric one. Everything just hurts right now. She was barely able to hold on to her lightsaber with it falling to the ground, resorting to using her powers only. Lifting up the debris around her, Wanda threw it all towards the Witch Queen. The Dathomirian destroyed the obstacles, only to be hit headfirst with scarlet blasts before being entrapped from all sides. Zalem focused much of her power to break herself free. As she did, she quickly avoided Wanda's frontal assault. The sickly green blade the Witch Queen wielded came down, causing Wanda to shoot her hands up and hold it with her powers. Putting more strength to it, the Avenger blasted her opponent away as her energy weapon dissipated. Why won't you die already? Zalem screeched, displaying genuine anger and frustration now. Attacks once met once more as many down below watched on in tribulation. Spectators rooting for either combatant to prevail over the other, out of duty or earned respect. Amongst them, a freed Marin looked on with hope raging in her heart, pleading for her sister figure to win like all the stories she was told of her adventures. Keeping on with the fight, something unexpected occurred within the Avenger. There is no dark side, nor a light side. There is only the Force. The stray thought appeared in her head as she used her powers to recall her lightsaber and levitate beside her. I will do what I must to keep the balance. There is no good without evil, but evil must not be allowed to flourish. The blades ignited as it twirled around her, cleaving any threat towards its wielder. As this occurred, Wanda continued to combat against Zalem across the darkening sky. There is passion, yet peace. There is serenity, yet emotion. There is chaos, yet order. Zipping in close, Wanda clashed her lightsaber down hard, getting the Witch Queen to yelp in pain as some of her flesh and clothes were greatly burned. I am the wielder of the flame, protector of balance. Zalem retaliated by shooting force lightning into the air. The clouds greatly rumbling with lightning dancing across it all. Before long, the monarch focused through the force and brought down the powerful lightning down hard, which greatly shocked Wanda considerably. Crashing towards the earth below, Wanda struggled to get back up with hope and will be her driving force to continue the fight. I am the holder of the torch, lighting the way. I am the keeper of the flame, soldier of balance. I am the guardian of balance. Wanda wondered where all this was coming from, making her recall both the Sith and Jedi codes. Yet they appeared fragmented and conjoined together in a fashion. Not to mention the fact she never heard of this particular Force code before until now. Either she was hallucinating or something was happening to her. Perhaps this was something else the Qui gave her when they made her a temple guardian. If she were to make it out alive, she'll be asking the Sith ghosts about this for sure. She was distracted with her thoughts. Did Wanda finally notice her opponent was doing something? Zalem had both her natural magic and her acquired cosmic energy emanating off her before being concentrated into her hands. Wanda emulated this with her own palms alight with her scarlet tunics that had pinches of a darker shade of red with specks of black. Both women stood there, gathering their powers before locking eyes once again. A moment of tense silence permeated the air until the two combatants flew at one another and met in an explosion of power, color, and chaotic energy. It was a spectacular display that many bore witness to, with everyone holding their breath at the sight of the two attempting to overpower the other. The attacks conjoined as they started to build up more and more in the air and in the middle. At this moment, Zalem realized something that she had momentarily forgotten that she could do. A sinister grin was seen a moment later, startling the Sokovian, who looked into the wicked eyes of the Mad Queen. The red energy that surrounded Wanda suddenly began wafting towards and then being sucked into Zalem, who now flared the same power that the Avenger had. Wanda's eyes widened in panic as Zalem began laughing maniacally. Her powers were being taken from her far more than she realized. This made her start yelling and groaning in pain. Yes, Zalem's eyes literally glowed with insanity. Yes, all that power. My power. Force drain. Wanda mentally thought in absolute dread. The Med Queen was using it to the umpteenth degree. She literally felt her life force being sucked right out of her. As if to emphasize the point, her body seemed to rapidly become malnourished. Her only becoming skin and bones, with the light in her eyes slowly fading. I can't stop. I can't. She didn't want to die. She wanted to live and see her friends, her comrades, and her brother again. Zalem howled with laughter as they both floated to the ground, the Witch Queen latching onto Wanda's hands. Now Zalem stood over the Sokovian with the younger woman on her knees before the monarch. As it was meant to be from the start. Zalem whispered manically. You, groveling before me and surrendering your existence for my eternal power. The auburn-haired woman had nothing to say as she further slumped in her posture, barely able to breathe now. Time seemed to slow to a crawl, making Wanda wonder if exhaustion was truly hitting her at the worst possible moment. She had to be seeing things now, for she was seeing Tina and Ilsage. And not just them, but others she didn't recognize. Not just the species she's been familiar with since she came to Dathomir. Were they the other victims of Zalem's ambitions? I'm sorry. Wanda croaked out. I failed. You say that, but are you sure you're gonna give up now? Snipped Tina. Where is all the bravado I've seen in you during these past months till now? Wanda gave her a weak smile. Hate to say it, but Zalem's too strong and dash. Oh, enough with the excuses. You are clearly better than that, said Ilyana's aunt. Am I? Wanda asked in a whisper. I don't feel like it. I feel dash. Like you need to stop holding yourself back and using what you've always had. Tina said, her form floating before her. Your unlimited potential. Unlimited potential? Where'd that come from? Mother Talzin always saw it, and honestly, it wasn't hard for most of us to see it as well. Tina stated. We've always seen how your powers never seemed limited, with the only thing holding you back being yourself. Don't let grief and regret hold you back. Especially not now. It's clearly not good for you. Like it's that easy, Ilsage. It's so hard to not drown in it. I'm just so tired of constantly fighting it. I don't even know if I have anyone waiting for me out there. Only if you don't open up and talk about it. Soon she heard a familiar voice ring through her head. A person who was connected to her through the Mind Stone. What is grief, if not love persevering? Vision. He wasn't there, but she knows she heard him. We all have issues, Wanda. You aren't the only one. Tina said calmly. Take for example ROS. She had to deal with her mother and her tormentors for years, yet she tried to fight on for the betterment of her people. Her father tried his best to help her from the grave. She may have perhaps followed her mother's path in a sense if she hadn't met you and the little ones. Do you have regrets? Everyone does. But it's just the more prominent ones which eat me the most. And the one I have now is not being there, having my daughter in my arms while we see you serve up Zalum's ass on a platter. Wanda weakly chuckled when hearing this. My biggest regret was never being a better parent, said Ilsage, with sorrow in her voice. I gave my only child away for the clan. Not just for our protection but for hers as well. Why? Why would dash? I wish I could say more, but we're almost out of time, she said in remorse. Wanda. Tina spoke softly, kindly even. Marin and Ilyana, we leave them to you. When hearing their names, Wanda's eyes widened when she realized what both those girls were going to endure now. They didn't have their mother figures in their lives anymore. Something she was all too familiar with. Something Wanda now knew that those two girls who she has grown to care for needed her. And she'd be damned if she would allow this psychotic witch bitch to take her away from them. Time seemed to resume at the normal pace once the massive hallucination came to an end. Wanda's head snapped upright and her gaze bore into a slightly startled Zalum's. You have something that belongs to me, Wanda stated, getting some color back in her cheeks. Think you can just take power away like that? Let's see how you like it when it fights back. In an instant, the air around them changed. The scarlet energy that Zalum was absorbing halted in its tracks before it slowly began to return back to its true owner. What? What? Zalum yelled out. No, 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 this is meant to be mine. Continuing the tug-o-war of their powers, Wanda floated back up further into the air. Her power seemed to be rejuvenated as she began drawing from the environment and other sources. This became apparent as her body returned to normal from his harsh malnourished state. As this all occurred, a unique ethereal crown started to form around the Avengers' head. The wailing and groans started to shift from Wanda to Zalum. So much of her power was rapidly escaping her and was going elsewhere. Her natural power of the Force and magics, her acquired gift from the cosmic blue blob and the ancient power from the Star Chamber. The Witch Queen didn't know where at first until seeing it all going towards one place in particular. The chaotic mass of energies bleeding into scarlet red. Within Wanda, something inside her seemingly broke as if finally being unlocked and busted wide open as a result. The melding of powers and energies swirled and encompassed her like a cocoon. Her form rapidly went through a chrysalis-like state as her body seemed to rapidly evolve. For she was being reborn and forged into something beyond comprehension. As the lights greatly grew at their apex, it all exploded and reformed around the Sokovian to reveal her newfound state and appearance. Wanda's attire, consisting of her remnant clothes and armor, started to mold and warp, signaling this newfound change of her existence. This consisted of a red chest plate with angular folds extending into an ankle-length skirt, elbow-length red fingerless gloves, black trousers, and thigh-high boots with an intricate red crown topping off her brand-new suit. The double-bladed lightsaber wielded seemed to have not changed in the slightest, appearance-wise. Yet the markings it bore were glowing and were more prominent. While the carmine starburst kyber crystal inside didn't exactly change, it seemed to grow in power. The synthetic crystal, however, morphed as it became something else as it went more scarlet in color. The unleashed power Wanda radiated could be felt all across the planet at an all-time high. It was contained, yet overwhelming. Feared by many yet revered by others. What have you done? Wanda heard Zalum whisper. Putting more attention to her this time, she saw the Witch Queen shift between utter shock, fear, and anger. What have you done? The Sokovian recalled one of the earliest conversations she had with Kreia not long after she came to this planet. I can only give you my theory. Something I researched in passing yet latched onto me as I sought to find more wounds in the Force. The information is rather old, perhaps just as old as the first Force wielders, or even further than that. All I have ever found was this soul text, a single page of lines that spoke of a being of unimaginable power. It spoke of a Nexus being. Black and red energy flowed around her now. A being heavily connected to all things. There are rare individuals with the ability to affect probability and thus the future, thereby altering the flow of everything. They are essentially keystones to reality and are crucial to its ultimate coherence and stability. And from the tome I came across, it predicted there would be a dozen of these beings in existence. One of which is a person highly revered and feared by any practitioners of the Force and magics. She looked down at her change in wardrobe in astonishment. The Scarlet Witch isn't born but forged. She needs no coven nor incantation. Her power shall exceed the Force itself, for her capabilities will greatly unsettle the balance of all things. Free and boundless to the Force, the cosmos, free to pursue and forge the destiny in which she sees fit. The unchained power that the Force could never contain. Why you? Zalem stammered, and for the first time in this entire fight, Wanda heard fear in her voice. What are you? Looks like I'm proving Krea's theory to be true. Wanda laughed in disbelief, looking at her gloved hands. I became what you apparently sought to become. An all-powerful witch. To be more exact, I became that Nexus being Master Krea spoke of. The Scarlet Witch. It appeared that the Dathomirian Queen seemed to know what the Avenger was talking about, as her eyes widened considerably and face visibly paled despite her makeup and body tattoos. That's not true. That's impossible. She screeched. She's a myth, nothing more. Something like that is what I believed a few years ago, but the newly ordained Scarlet Witch let her powers flow off her being. Anything is possible these days. Zalem only seethed and summoned the rest of her powers and hurled herself at the Sokovian, only to find herself frozen in the air. Now, let's not have any more of that. Getting an idea from one of her favorite shows, Wanda pulled her in close and placed her hands atop the Witch Queen's heart and head. What are you? Zalem's form was greatly highlighted as her energies encompassed her own. Even from her eyes and mouth were greatly brightened. The blue-green magics, force, sorcery, and cosmic energies she bore were swiftly swallowed up and consumed by Wanda's scarlet. After several moments, the Night Sister Coven leader collapsed to the ground in a daze. She lay there for a few moments until she shakily raised one of her hands in order to attack. Only for nothing to happen. Gasping slightly, Zalem thrust her hand forward several times to no avail. She then managed to get on her knees and threw both hands, this time only to be met with the same results. Out of juice. Mocked Wanda with a pout. Too bad, so sad. Her opponent collapsed onto the ground in a heap, breathing erratically with fear coloring her face. What did you do? I can't feel Gave you a test of your medicine. What are you You no longer have powers. I took it all, just like you took from those you killed. Wanda smirked at her shocked expression. Now you're just a pathetic old woman who can't muster a thing. Well, except for her own farts and banshee-like screeches. Zalem was gasping in disbelief as red began to fill her vision. Her hands curled, fingers digging into the ground to the point of her nails breaking with blood pouring out of her fingertips. No. No. You can't do this to me. You can't Slap. Zalem's face snapped to the side and she keeled over to the ground. She lay there, unmoving and unwilling to even try as the loss of her power began to set in. Any form of thought or feeling was completely overridden by the shock of her complete and utter defeat. Boy, one bitch slap was all it took to finally knock you down for good. Wanda scoffed before walking away. Pathetic. The Scarlet Witch heard the pattering of running and she turned to see Wanda. She dropped down to her knees instantly and caught the young Night Sister, who ran straight into her arms, crying against her shoulder. Shhh. Wanda whispered, caringly stroking the young girl's hair. It's okay, it's okay. I have you. Mommy, she I'm sorry, Marin. Maximov's voice trembled as she spoke. I'm so sorry. The child in her arms only wept more as Wanda placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, standing and taking Marin with her, who clung to her as if she were her lifeline. Wanda felt her heart break at the sound of hearing her cry, gently rocking side to side as the girl continued to cry until she could no longer. She thought of you in her dying breath. And I promise I'll look out for you. Marin only mumbled something incoherently, moving to lean her forehead against Wanda's cheek. She adjusted her head slightly so that she had her own forehead against Marin's, and the two remained like this for a number of seconds. Auntie Ilsage's gone too. Wanda widened her eyes, causing her to tighten her hold of the child a bit more. Perhaps her hallucination wasn't so after all. I see. She said softly. I will never leave you and Ilyana. She whispered. I promise. They continued to stand there in each other's arms. I bet you're tired. Maximoff said quietly, seeing Marin nod slightly. Wanna sleep in all day tomorrow? She nodded again, making Wanda smile. We'll do just that. The Sokovian promised. Wanda gave one last scathing look at the still shell-shocked now formerly Night Sister Queen. Let's go home, she declared, walking away from the defeated monarch. Scene cut. Her village and clan had been saved. Her kin should have been recovering, but instead they chose to celebrate their return and triumph over Zalum's clan. Not that she would fault them. It was quite a decisive victory. The largest clan of Dathomirian witches was defeated and shattered, being reorganized under Ros Lai. She should be happy. She should be satisfied with eliminating such a serious threat to her clan. She should feel like gloating of her allying with essentially the greatest witch the galaxy the universe has ever witnessed. Yet Mother Talzin could only feel nothing but conflict as she stood alone within her chambers within the temple of her clan. A frown adorned her face as she gazed down at a pool of green magic and liquid that was in a state of constant motion. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Talzin didn't look up from her bowl, hands hovering over the substance in a concentrated manner. You are not, Jun. You haven't been seen for some time. What troubles you, Mother Talzin? Jun asked, seeing her clan leader deep in thought. Much, my dear, but let me ask you this. Why has there been no response of any kind? The Night Sister blinked. I beg your pardon. We are ones who normally abide by ourselves, to ourselves. Talzin lectured. Our loyalty is to our people and our clan in the end, even to opposing clans in desperate times. Jun nodded as her leader went on. But with what had transpired with Zalum, I knew then and there that this may be a task too great for even ourselves to handle. The Coven leader exhaled in self-disapproval. I sent out a call to any and all of our allies, both within and outside of Dathomir. Yet any and all communications were silent. I can perhaps understand within Dathomir, given what Ros Lai told us. Her mother perhaps attacked, enslaved, and killed any and all clans that possibly opposed her. Any survivors would have kept within their territories, just so they could survive. So it's highly unlikely we can get in touch with some other sisterhoods or even the Night Brothers anytime soon, unless we see them in person. My thoughts exactly. As for outside of our world, I'm at a loss. Talzin walked away from the bowl to face the direction of where Zalum's territory lay as her gaze grew distant. I sought to contact our Sith allies, due to my previous pact with them. Unfortunately they were not responding at all, especially as I sent out the message several times over whilst you and the others were away. They could be busy. The Night Sister said with uncertainty. What could make them so busy as to not respond to my urgent request? I did not withhold anything, speaking of a power that would have undoubtedly endangered all of life in the galaxy. Said the clan leader in a rhetorical manner. The answer certainly surprised Jun. She knew that the power Zalum had gained was dangerous, but to be a galactic threat? Talzin shook her head, stroking her chin in contemplation. No, something clearly has happened with them. Did you reach out to any Jedi? They too were completely cut off from us. Talzin stated in a grimace. I am not one to express concern, but, despite dealing with Zalum, I fear something far more dangerous and sinister has transpired. I do not know what caused this, but I feel uneasy at this unfortunate time. That wasn't exactly something Jun was hoping to hear, especially after defeating Zalum. What can we do now? Do what we have done before, live and survive, more than ever after what occurred. And seek out a means of communicating with the other clans and those beyond our world. I do not want to be ill-informed again. Of course, Mother Talzin. Make sure Maximoff is always close and on standby. She was what allowed us to claim victory over that Medwitch Queen, let alone survive her intentions. Jun simply nodded, knowing she would have done so either way. Even if this made sense from a tactical standpoint, Wanda was her friend first, so she wished to make sure she was well situated here on Dathomir. Once the Night Sister left, Talzin sat back down and bore a 1,000-yard stare at the orb floating above the table. The mists within it churned to reveal a number of things to her. Talzin had used her sorcery to look into the Force and see just what was happening in the galaxy at large. All she was able to see was rampant death, fear, panic, and terror, with only one terrifying image staring back at her. A droid, no, a metal being that towered over any and all she had seen her life, standing atop a mountain of corpses with glowing red eyes and an equally sinister smile. While it oddly fascinated her, the unnatural being terrified her. She saw a galaxy devoid of life and only metal, with whatever this being was standing atop them all. Who was this being that was the root cause of these visions? Sensing deeper into this unique droid, she felt a connection. Not towards herself, but several others. One of which was Wanda. Talzin grimaced the more she thought about what was transpiring with the rest of the galaxy. Whilst they were able to deal with one cataclysmic threat, they were now going to face another. She knew it was coming. This being of metal. They may delay it. They may dread it. Run from it. It'll eventually arrive. It was, after all, inevitable. Oh, make Halloween. Ahsoka repeated, looking at Peter in bewilderment at his unusual costume. What's that supposed to be? It's a celebration of the spooky and supernatural parts of Earth's cultures. Peter explained. Plus it's a cheap way for kids to get sugar drunk and adults to get regular drunk. Sam Wilson added in. Is it really? Barris asked. Yeah, basically. Rhodey said behind his zombie makeup. So, how does it work? Anakin asked quizzically. Just pick a costume of some kind and off you go. Steve Rogers said, in the armor of Captain Rex, while said clone captain wore Steve's suit. Skywalker looked between the two captains in bewilderment. Rex, when did you dash? Sounded fun. Rex said with a shrug. Gotta admit, it fits quite naturally. Though a little snug on a few joints. All right, I'm ready, Captain. Everyone turned to see Domino Squad, all garbed in identical matching dark robes, matching wigs and matching scars on the right sides of their heads. One Jedi general felt a brow twitch repeatedly. Who are you guys supposed to be? Ahsoka asked through a hand covering her mouth from laughing. The four clones immediately pointed to the man they were imitating. Oh really? Anakin barked irritably. I couldn't tell. I do say, I rather like this idea. Obi-Wan murmured now with approval. Good to hear that, General. Commander Cody said, walking in behind Domino Squad garbed in familiar beige and brown robes with a fake beard and plastic lightsaber. I feel so flattered. Hey guys. Scott walked in, wearing Hope's Wasp costume. And right behind him came Hope in the Ant-Man suit. Wow, that's just lazy. Sam said, clearly unimpressed. You're not even dressed. Hope shot back at him. I'm cool enough that I don't need a costume. Hey, T'Challa, what costume is that supposed to be? Rhodey said, looking at the Prince of Wakanda, who was decked out in a black trench coat, black cargo pants, boots, vests, whilst sporting a multitude of items that appeared to be gadgets or weapons of some kind. To top it all off, he wore black tinted shades over his eyes and had small fangs on. I honestly don't know. I just felt like trying something different. T'Challa said. But I do feel really cool. You look cool. Pietro said with approval, hair spiked to ridiculous proportions with him wearing a bright blue shirt with a silver lightning bolt across his chest. Is this some sort of Sokovian thing you are wearing? Nat asked, dressed as Thor. Within her arms was Mara Jade dressed as Loki. Or rather some variant of him. Pietro only shrugged. What about you, Peter? Got anything in mind? Sam asked the webhead. I would go with something specific, but... Quick cutaway. Ned and Peter basically dress up as xenomorphs. End quick cutaway. I don't exactly know if it would be rather offensive in these parts. Peter said, rubbing the back of his head. I think you could be fine wearing some Padawan garbs. You'll just have to give them back later though. Sure, that works. Peter turned to his pseudo-mentor. Hey Obi, got any spare robes I could use? Don't know if they would exactly fit. But we can see what's in my closet. Kenobi said, briefly looking over to his second-in-command. Cody, I expect your armor to be clean and usable. I just had it shined. Cody assured. Wonderful. Scene cut. Alright, this is real cool. Peter said, jumping on the spot with his new Jedi Padawan garments. I feel all mystical and spiritual already. That's not how it works, Peter. Kenobi said in amusement, wearing Cody's armor. Sure it does. Peter remarked with a grin. Alright, I'm ready. Came the voice of Ahsoka Tano. Peter and Obi-Wan turned to see Ahsoka enter wearing none other than Widow's skin-tight suit. Whereas the Jedi Master didn't think much of it, Peter was a little drawn into it. You look really good, Ahsoka. Peter whispered. She really does. Looking over, the others saw Barriss appear in a particular outfit. Barriss. Ahsoka tilted her head at what her friend was wearing. Yes. Why, that. She gestured to the outfit. I thought Ventress was really scary. Uffy shrugged. It's Halloween, right? Ahsoka and Obi-Wan had their mouths open only for Peter to pat the Miri Allen on the back with approval. Enough said. I concur. Well, you three have your fun and games. I have some business to take care of. There's a pool tournament between the legions and we're taking bets to see who could dethrone Master PLO. That's still going on. Ahsoka asked in amusement. Oh yes, I'm afraid it's only gotten worse. As the Jedi Master left, the two Padawans turned to the teen Avenger, both smiling. This was a great idea. Tano said with a thumbs up. It really was. Barriss said, looking down at her costume before she locked eyes with her Togrutan friend, and they both shared mischievous smirks. So Peter. Ahsoka said, leaning forward slightly with her hands behind her back. The young Avenger blinked at the sudden change in behavior. Yes. Which one of us has the best costume? Barriss asked, placing an elbow on Ahsoka's shoulder. Well, Peter paused and suddenly paled as he started to realize that he had walked straight into a bit of a predicament. His two friends stood before in very specific poses. They just looked too damn good in them. Is it getting a little warm in these robes, or is it just me? Thought Peter, feeling hot under the collar. Come on, Peter, Ahsoka said, making sure to accentuate herself in the way that she was told to earlier. This is a first for us. Barriss appeared momentarily uncomfortable before she willed herself to keep going. Yeah, Peter. The Padawan said, cheeks turning a shade darker as she placed a finger upon her lower lip. We want to get a proper opinion from a friend. A friend. Peter squeaked out. I mean, Yakov Shura. He was now trying to look anywhere but at the two girls in front of him, and he felt his growing hormones start to boil over. Oh, I'm feeling a disbursement in the force dash. Disturbance. Yeah, that. Peter quickly said. You're not a Jedi. Barriss recalled in a giggle. I must be away. He then took off, soon running on the walls so he would avoid colliding into some passing Jedi by accident. Barriss and Ahsoka shared a long laugh together, leaning against one another. After some moments, they started calming down. Did we go a little too far? Barriss asked, wiping a tear away from her eye. I don't know. Natasha and Hope gave us advice on how to tease Peter. I just didn't expect it to go this way, said the Togruta Padawan. Why did they suggest we do that anyways? Barriss shrugged. I'm not sure, but it was fun. It was then that the Miri Allen coughed into her hand slightly, blushing slightly now. I do admit, this is a rather revealing outfit, she remarked as she re-inspected herself. How does a Sage fight in something like this? And why the cloth window above my breasts? No clue. But I gotta ask, but does my outfit make my butt look big? Looks fine to me. Besides, yours is more practical. Barriss then did a once-over of Ahsoka's costume. But this looks really good on you. Oh. Ahsoka glanced down at herself. Thanks. I actually feel really awesome in this. Like I can take on the galaxy and look good while doing it. Barris' gaze lingered for a time before shaking her head. Isn't there supposed to be a party of some kind? Oh, we can go to where the boys and some of the other Jedi and Avengers are. Ahsoka suggested. If there's a pool tournament to dethrone Master PLO, there's bound to be a party. Away we go then. At said pool tournament. Come on, Commander Wulfa. The clones of the 104th, all wearing masks that emulated their general's breathing apparatus, cheered on. Get him. You were so close last time. Just 3 more balls, you can do it. Well, they're as lively as ever. Kenobi said with a chuckle next to a grumpy Anakin. Yeah, whatever. His former master glanced over to his former Padawan with a raised brow before a look of understanding dawned on him. He's already beaten you, hasn't he? Just how? Anakin didn't even bother denying it. How does he do it every time? He doesn't even use the Force. Rather than admonish his friend, Obi-Wan let out a sigh of defeat. Yes, he's already beaten me 3 times now. It's mind-boggling at how skilled he is. It's not even fair. He probably just has better skills. Anakin blinked and turned over to see his secret wife wearing something out of the ordinary. Padme, what are you wearing? It's a bounty hunter outfit. The representative from Naboo said cheerfully. I think it was called Bushk or something like that. Right, Anakin said dryly. Why aren't you dressed up? Padme asked with a pout. I dunno, kinda seems like it's not my thing. Not your thing? Padme said in surprise. This feels like it's right up your alley. Yeah, come on Master, this is actually really fun. Ahsoka chimed in, patting her Black Widow costume. Anakin rolled his eyes when he felt Padme come up to him and lean up to his ear. I have something special for you underneath all this when we get home. She whispered in a sultry voice, getting him to jolt in surprise and, excitement. Like, what? Well, that's for you to find out if you are willing to participate in the occasion. And like that, Anakin ran off to get himself a costume. Scene cut. Walking into the Chancellor's office, Mas Ameda halted in his tracks when he spotted the Republic and secret separatist leader. Chancellor. Yes. Aren't you wearing dash? Why, yes I am. But, why? Well, I was invited to that Christmas party on Naboo and thought I could exploit it on this particular Earth holiday. Still didn't answer the question. I thought it would be ingenious. Just for one day, I get to do something I never thought I could do in public. Dressing up as your other self. Precisely. Exclaimed Darth Sidious, decked out in his Sith robes. I can get away with it too. Okay. So. I'll probably have to cancel a few meetings of yours today. Isn't that Sly Moore's duty? Yes, but I'll have to do it faster. But why? Because if you're so insistent on wearing that, then it may cause some issues with some Force-sensitive groups if they were to see you. I may see your point. Then dash. Later. In Mandalorian space. Vision. Yes. How are you looking? Like what? Normal. I mean, I don't see any cybernetic implants on you. The Protector then eyed the Mind Stone on the Avengers' forehead. Well, except for that. Looking like a blonde, white human in his mid-late 30s, Vision was dressed like a normal person in these parts of the galaxy. Presently, he was going over some data pads to get caught up with the galaxy outside of Benda's lessons. I have my ways. Fen deadpanned. So what's this whole get-up for? Well, if you should know, back on my planet there's a holiday called Halloween where everyone dresses up in a costume of their choice and then either gets candy or intoxicated. Intoxicated, eh? Dax perked up in interest. Shut up, Dax. Tab Idala said with a roll of his eyes. On Dathomir, around the confines of Talzin's territory, the entirety of the space was entrapped in a scarlet hex barrier. Zooming through it, the area drastically changed to look like a small suburban neighborhood from Earth. Wanda was presently garbed in a far downgraded version of her Scarlet Witch attire. Hanging off from her hands were Marin and Ilyana as they were walking down the street. Marin was dressed up as a cute little vampire while Ilyana wore a pretty princess dress. Hobbling beside them was Ros Lai, who took on her rancor appearance. "You sure you want to look that way?" "I'll be fine," said Ros Lai, not bothering to use her stuttering lisp for her disguise. "I can deal with this form for one more day before I kill this appearance for good." "So we're getting candy and sweets?" Marin asked excitedly. "Yup," Wanda assured with a wide smile, lightly lifting the two off the ground with her powers. All around them were young Dathomirian kids running about in costumes, bags filled with candy. There were other Night Sisters and Dathomirian witch clans also going along with the holiday. Some were enthusiastic and getting into the festivities whilst a few were glaring bloody murder at a pompous Wanda. "Isn't this going a bit too far on what you're doing here?" Ros inquired. "I did give them the warning before I erected this space. It's not like I'm making it permanent, imprisoning and enslaving them all to my will." Lai snorted. "Like that would happen, right?" "Maybe, who knows?" "Wanda." "What?" "I was joking." "Sheesh, cut me some slack here." The door they stood at opened to reveal a very unamused Jun dressed as a maid. "If you ever make me do this again dash. Trick or treat." Marin and Ilyana cut her off before she got the chance to finish her threat. Jun's eyebrows visibly twitched violently until through her clenched teeth she deposited a number of sweets in their bags. "Thank you, Jun," Wanda said cheekily. "Will hurt you," her friend said through gritted teeth before closing the door. As they walked away, Ros began to laugh. "I gotta admit, seeing everyone like this is quite the sight. I can watch this all day. I'm honestly more amazed that I went along with your suggestion than rejected it. I helped save the planet from Zalem, this was the least they could do." Wanda then guffawed, remembering something hilarious. "What is it?" "You should see what I did for Kreia and Exozon." At the base of the temple entrance to Talzin's coven were the two Sith holocrons and their tenants being displayed for all to see. Kreia's appearance resembled that of I Love Lucy, with even her hair being altered to match Lucille Ball's style. Exozon, however, was close to blowing a gasket as she was dressed in a stuffy lioness costume that completely destroyed any semblance of her threatening appearance. She was told it was based on a character called Nail, Nala, or something like that. Not that it mattered. She just wanted to strangle Wanda if she were able to. "Hayate here," Exozon managed out through her raging expression. "Hayate here. I am inclined to agree," Kreia said, trying to keep her expression unreadable, yet the palpable rage boiling beneath was easy to see. Back with Wanda, she only had a wide grin at the thought of her two Sith teachers in the state that they were in. "I love Halloween," she said, smiling at Marin and Ilyana, who were comparing candy and sweets with each other. Check the description for the links to the author.